is gone. Out the door. Peter Hines is in charge. So what exactly would I be boycotting? It wouldn't be the people who released Halo Infinite the way they did. I'd be boycotting the people trying to fix it and make it better. I'm also a huge Halo fan, and I want this series to succeed like any fan would. You know, I'm not someone who only talks about these games just to hate them. Now, there's gonna be some people who might be upset that I'm giving Infinite another chance, but why shouldn't I? If Cyberpunk is getting another chance, then I think Infinite deserves one too. Now, I'm not saying 343 has completed their redemption arc and the anime is over with Halo Infinite. No, that remains to be seen. But at the very least, Halo Infinite finally seems to be in a stable state with competent leadership and a team with a cohesive vision. And they can put out regular high-quality updates like things we're asking for. So I relent. I still think this company should make good on the promises that were made, but I want to see what this game has to offer and tell you whether or not you should consider playing it again. But since Halo Infinite has been getting its fair share of updates, I think you could use a style update too. That's where Holtzkern comes in, the sponsor of today's video. You might have noticed the slick, manly jewelry I'm wearing. Well, you too can look this good and be this based. Making jewelry for men is really hard to get right, and Holtzkern does it right. They offer a wide range of fashionable watches, rings, bracelets, jewelry, and even sunglasses. All the products come at very reasonable prices. Now, I'm a guy that likes gold, dark metal, steel, and wood, like a real man. So I got this beautiful maple and gold numerary ring. And most of the jewelry comes in different color schemes too. I mean, look at how gorgeous these are. This German-based company does things efficiently and right. So if you're not totally satisfied with your order, they have a 24-day return policy. So what are you waiting for? It's time to say Auf Wiedersehen to your old style and spruce up your appearance with Holtzkern. And if you click the link in the description and pin comment and use code ACTMAN15, I'll give you 15% off your entire order. Thank you, Holtzkern, for sponsoring this video.
And now for something completely different.
Dude, it's been almost 2 years since Infinite came out. If you haven't played in a long time like me, the first thing you're gonna notice is a revamp of the main menus. Yes, new aesthetics, new backgrounds, new color schemes, different loading screens, and they even added some dope new menu music. This makes me feel like I'm experiencing something new, right? It was always exciting to log into Overwatch. There it is. There it is.
I hit my cord, disconnected my internet.
Oh, baby. Look at this play. Wow, that guy just blew up. Everyone is basically a ninja. Grapple shots, swords, plasma grenades, and the occasional overshield. Now, this might sound pretty basic, but the maps slap titties, bro. They slap big ol' bongos. And there's 8 of them. This limited seasonal event playlist has 8 brand new high-quality Forge maps designed by Halo fans for this one specific mode. That's really good. That's actually really good. Each map has a distinct samurai, Japanese-esque Hayabusa theme, and oh, fuck. They're really fun. These maps are fantastic.
Ill-controlled. Overkill. Extermination.
This mode also doesn't just have Slayer in it. It's got strongholds, land grab, and some objective modes, which all play a little bit differently. This is weirdly addicting too. I think it's really fun trying to master the movement with the grapple shot in these very vertical maps. Also, sword clashing is always epic. Oh, ooh, oh, here we go. Damn it. This feeling, I know this feeling. Like I want to keep playing. Up, oh, look at that stick. Look at that stick and he's back in the game. Fuck. Come on. Okay, so the game is like 75 gigabytes, which is a heavy price to pay, but I would honestly recommend installing it just to get a taste of this mode, especially while it's limited. And like, that's the exact feeling that an event in a live service game should give you. Like, you need to play it now. If this mode came out like 2 weeks after launch like this, populations would have just boom. Again, compare regular Fiesta with Ninja Samurai Attack on 8 brand new maps and oh, that's what I thought. I'm impressed. 343, this is really well done. The event pass is kind of lame because
I'm gonna play this.
Still recycling tiers for like the same 4 emblems, but I finished it in like 4 matches, so it's not a big deal. So that was pretty fun. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is that? Could it be? I leveled up. And not just in the battle pass. I have military ranks now? By the rings, this is too much. That's right. Halo Infinite has added a progression system.
Finally.
Now, yes, for many things I compliment in the game, we could sit here with our arms crossed and say, should have been there at launch. Yeah, we all know that. We all know that, and I'm glad it's here, because the alternative is it not being here at all. Regrettably, you don't actually unlock anything through this new progression system. Everything's still tied to the battle pass in the store, but it's nice to finally have something to keep track of how much time you've put into Halo Infinite. And they say this on their blog post. Ultimately, we wanted to make sure that we are recognizing the time you invest in Halo Infinite. Ensuring that your career rank shows up and is visible to all whenever and wherever possible is key to that celebration.
Man Tips
Echoes
Gaming.
my same sentiments.
What up, buddy?
I also want to say to whoever decided that battle passes wouldn't expire in later seasons, give that person a medal if they're still around. It's such a fantastic quality of life feature that other games with battle passes really need to adapt. And I say this as someone coming back from a long hiatus. I'm sure there might be other people who try the game after not playing it for a while, and you're gonna be thankful for this. Also, remember when all the XP you got was gated behind those dumb fuck challenges that were mandatory to unlock tiers in the battle pass? Long gone are the days of kill 3 wasps with fucking frag grenades. That was a real challenge, by the way. And instead, the challenges are things that you don't even have to look at to complete them. 343 has, in my opinion, fixed one of the biggest and most consistent problems I had with Halo Infinite. How the progression system used to dictate how you played the game. Go play Infinite however the hell you want. Oddball can't hurt you anymore. You're not forced to play Oddball anymore. You will level up no matter what, and it feels way better. You can also see people's ranks during the match intro, the post-game carnage report, and along their nameplates. Now, I still don't think this leveling system is better than Reach's, so it could still use like some improvements.
I thought Reach was such a bad game.
Overall, a massive W for Halo Infinite and 343. All right, fellas, so things are looking pretty good. You feeling nostalgic yet? Well, you better be, because we got Squad Battle. Now, what is Squad Battle? This is a new playlist featuring a selection of classic 8v8 BTB action on iconic Halo maps. Wait, we're home. We're home? Valhalla? This means we now have playlists for free-for-all, 2v2, 4v4, 8v8, and 12v12. We're covering all the bases now, I think.
This game looks good, though.
And our forgotten son. Remember him? Remember this guy? Waterworks? He has made his triumphant return. And it's actually really exciting to see this somewhat forgotten Halo 2 map be remade for like the first time ever. Officially remade. This playlist is quite honestly a game changer, because the best part about it is seeing Halo Infinite sandbox and mechanics being used on maps we all know and love. It's crazy how well everything works. I think that's a testament to how finely tuned Sprint has been, and it's a major difference to Infinite's like regular BTB offering. But vehicles work and feel way better on these maps, because you can actually move around, maneuver, and evade. The problem with vehicles in the old BTB maps is you felt like you couldn't go anywhere. And they've also buffed vehicle health across the board, I think. This is a godsend. Now when you get in like a Warthog, Ghost, or Banshee, it doesn't blow up after someone sneezes on it. Nice. Wow. Vehicles in general feel much, much better and satisfying. I highly recommend this mode as well. That being said, all is not perfect. There's still some balancing issues I have. EMPing vehicles is still way too easy and far too effective. And I also noticed that it's been 2 years, right? And they've added like 1 new weapon and 2 new pieces of equipment. Nothing else to the sandbox. That's honestly kind of wild to me, especially if you compare it to like Halo 5. I expected to see the Mantis or Gosshog or some vehicle from Halo Wars 2 by now. Right? Just bring us the plasma rifle. Give us the goddamn plasma rifle. Oh, speaking of, the plasma rifle's not in it. Good now. It's crazy.
All I want is that.
Oh my god, what the fuck? The pulse carbine is busted? This gun used to be utter dog shit, and now it's honestly might be overpowered. The squad battle playlist really shows off the capabilities of Forge because these are classic maps, perfectly recreated. I mean, like down to a T, and they look damn sexy. Yo, this remake is sick, dude. They even got a couple benches over here. Check it out. Hey, what? Wow. Not only did he kill me, but he destroyed my bench too. What a dick. Valhalla, Exile, Zanzibar, Rat's Nest, and Waterworks. So 5 maps is some pretty good variety.
Some good
I think
shit.
There's also like 5 maps in the normal BTB playlist, so 10. Bro, I don't know what's happened, but it feels like the old leadership must have just been sitting there like, nope, we're not gonna make content. Nope. Like, I don't know what changed. The leadership, that's what act, man. So I also tried out the BTB social playlist, which has all the wacky, experimental, cool modes that you'd see typically in like Action Sack. One of the coolest was Escalation Slayer. It's essentially gun game, but there's 24 people and they're on teams. It's a really cool spin on the gun game formula, but also feels like uniquely Halo. You get weapons and equipment, and then you cycle through tiers until your team reaches the last tier. What? How did I whiff that?
Just slowly advance with
There we go. There's a cool dynamic, kind of like in gun game, where you have a certain weapon that might have
Halo
an
looks
edge
good
over what
now.
your opponent has at that time. So it makes the firefights pretty interesting. They're also testing out reworks to the stockpile mode, you know, the one that would snowball incredibly easily with all the power seeds and stuff. That was fun for a bit, but it became really gimmicky, so I'm glad they're reworking it. Also, they got Super Fiesta, and like Halo 5, it comes with all those wacky, overpowered variant weapons that we saw in the campaign. Every playlist I've hopped into so far has gotten a booster shot to fight off the content drought infection. Speaking of infection, it's finally here. Hell, it's about time. This version will probably be somewhat divisive amongst Halo fans, but I think it's a decent and unique take on the staple Halo Zombies mode. All the maps have these like cool red grids that glow and make them feel different. Remember what I said about the main menu? Yeah, when you change visuals like this, it feels new. They also make great use of Forge again by creating a lot of like destructible barriers, cover, like in the olden days of Halo 3 Infection and those maps. It's also nice to have more than just like a shotgun and pistol all the time, and you're encouraged to explore and find weapons, grenades, and equipment. It's quite a bit of fun. There's so many maps, modes, and playlists now. It's like the playground is open. I can climb on the monkey bars. The thing with Halo, of course, is that there always could be more, right? Griffball, firefight, invasion. But so far, what I've played has made me want to keep playing. Oh boy! That's always a good sign whenever I'm like writing a video and putting it together, when I'm like, gee, I'd rather be playing the game I'm making a video on rather than make a video on it. Boom, he gets another. There's also this cool like temporary HCS playlist where you can play and potentially win tickets to go to the Halo World Championship Series in Seattle. That's pretty cool. I mean, I'm surprised more games don't do stuff like that. Play the game and win tickets to go see professionals play the game live. Of course, there's Forge, and obviously it's a powerhouse. I know I'm never gonna be able to use it properly because my brain very small. But the weirdest thing about Halo Infinite is it came out with Forge in a custom browser, but there's not many games being hosted on it right now. Honestly, ever since custom games were broken at release, it left a bad taste in my mouth, and I just didn't really feel compelled to try them out. I imagine they're fixed now, but maybe I'll check them out on a stream sometime. Go follow me on Twitch. I'll start streaming when I get back from vacation. It is somewhat sad that a lot of people have checked out of Halo. I mean, I'm no exception. There's a good reason why they have, but there's clearly been a lot of time and effort put into these latest updates, to the point where I think it's a good time to start dipping your toes back in to see if you enjoy the feel of the water. There are some aspects of the game that could still be improved. I find it baffling that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of cosmetics for Spartans, armor, and all the UNSC weapons and vehicles, and not one for any of the banished stuff. And just from a business perspective, I feel like 343 is still only monetizing like half of the game. I don't know what the deal is, but the same thing also applies to playable elites, which again would be cool. If you give us elites, you can monetize elite skins too. I'm talking from business perspective, guys. Also, the armor core system is still pretty dog water. I'm not sure they'll ever make everything cross core. I also saw this awesome clip from Hyper, who does a lot of dope reload animations. He's worked on Call of Duty and I think Titanfall as well. This animation is just goddamn. Does it make you miss assassinations? This series can compete in the modern day, and the excitement and population around launch proves that. Now I think this series needs that X factor. It needs that operations mode, a galactic conquest, or a battle royale.
Okay, so
It
we're gonna
needs
try.
that-
We're gonna
that
try out
breakout
Halo.
mode.
We're gonna try out Halo soon. Not today, but in general, we're gonna try it. I haven't played that shit in so long.
I'm a little bit mad that no one told me about this game for years. So recently, there was a Steam sale for a game I've never played.
Yo, yo,
called
yo,
Titanfall
hustle.
2
How you feeling, Brody?
$3 with the Ultimate Edition.
Get
no
that
less.
work done so you
A
can relax for the
90%
day, bro.
Discount is a huge thing for any game, honestly, and I picked it up. I'd also heard whispers in the past from others about how Titanfall 2 was connected with the universe of Apex Legends, or rather Apex Legends takes place within the Titanfall universe.
Yes.
Another game I enjoyed playing for several of its seasons. I've personally never played the first Titanfall, and so, before I dove into Titanfall 2, which came out in 2016, I looked over the first Titanfall plot and settings so I didn't miss out, as I am a big lore guy. First, the settings and especially the accessibility options for Titanfall 2 were noticeably better than some other games I played when it came to graphic customization and
Yes,
player
sir.
accessibility. It is awesome that Titanfall 2 has a colorblind mode, when in 2023, as of this video, we still have AAA games not even have that option, which to me is a bit disappointing. Of note, within the settings are nice adjustments for the ragdoll physics, impact marks, and field of view, which I definitely had to adjust.
Sick, but
I
it's
did notice
manageable.
that
How's it
there was
going?
a
It's
lack
going
of
great,
motion
bro. We're
blur
just
setting,
chilling for
which
the
obviously
day.
is fine by
Today's
me,
my
since I
Sunday, so
personally
it's my
turn
last
off
day
or
off
turn
before my
down
week
motion blur
starts,
for
so
most games I play
I was like, fuck
anyway.
it, let's go
I
live
would
and
say
hang
one
out.
thing missing from the settings is that I can't completely get rid of screen shake, but to be honest with you, with smooth sprint view on, it didn't feel like I noticed screen shake anyway as I played through the story and multiplayer. Going off of that, the user interface and user experience are really straightforward, and that's expected, as it's a shooter and not a RPG or MMO. There's no confusion, no questions about how to navigate the systems of the game, and the tooltips that you can have as options are more than sufficient to let you understand what things are or what will work before you even pick them up. The very first thing I notice as I'm taken through the beginning sequences of Titanfall 2, or really any game nowadays, is the music. The music in this game is great, but above all, appropriate at the right times during the missions I played in the story, which lent emotion to what was going on. I have absolutely no complaints about the sounds of various audio effects, whether they pertain to the guns, movement, abilities, and the voice lines that can play during fights. I think the voice acting was decent, but not as phenomenal as some other IPs, and I did think a couple characters were a bit over the top, like Richter with his Arnold Schwarzenegger accent, but if that was the intended artistic effect, I guess that's fine.
Care to have a real fight? Let's see what you got up close and personal. Oder wirst du weglaufen wie ein kleiner Junge?
Above all else, I think the best part of the audio work is definitely in the gunplay. The sounds of R201 or BT's, your Titan, different loadouts contribute to the really nice tactile feel of shooting in Titanfall. I'll kind of get more into the combat and gameplay here in a bit, but I just have to mention that the audio works really well with the weapons and abilities. The next obvious thing I want to talk about. For the story of Titanfall 2, again, I didn't play the first one, though at this point I feel like I should. It seemed pretty straightforward and also familiar due to the fact that Apex Legends takes place within this universe. So the weapons, some of the characters, objects, organizations, and other things seen or mentioned in Titanfall 2 were both new and familiar to me as a player. I really did enjoy the mid-play or mid-action dialogue options offered to me when exchanging conversations with BT, who I absolutely enjoyed as a character with his comedic and
BT is such a
memes.
great character,
I
bro.
enjoyed that each level design had something deeper in terms of story to offer if you look around a little bit more. However, I also felt like there was a disconnect between myself and Cooper, the protagonist through whom I was experiencing Titanfall 2. It didn't feel like Cooper had a lot of emotion, especially towards the end when it came to BT, because my girlfriend and I certainly did.
Nice try, love. Say goodnight.
All right, get the ark out of here. We're running out of time.
No!
BT, what are you doing?
Trust me.
BT!
What up, nerd? How you doing today, brother?
But then it sort of felt like, despite some of the themes or story segments borrowing a bit from the Halo franchise, Titanfall 2 also borrowed a bit of the storytelling formula from the Call of Duty franchise, if that makes sense, as the one other complaint I have is about the story length, but in a good way. It definitely made me wanting
angry
more,
cat emotes.
wanting more lore,
How you doing, Brody?
Gameplay. It felt short and sweet, is how I would describe it. And I guess due to the multiplayer being implemented, they opted for a shorter but more well-polished single player. I definitely felt like the single player of Titanfall 2, again, was straightforward. It delivered a solid
Titanfall 2, can't wait to start my new schedule. Titanfall 2 has the best story I have ever fucking played. It's like up there with Last of Us for me. Like, I cried my fucking eyes out. Can't wait to start my new schedule. I'm gonna miss the morning chilling though. What's your new schedule gonna be? You're gonna have time at night though, right? You're gonna be home at night though. So like, if I have to give up having you as a viewer to be able to play games with you again, I'm cool with it, bro. I don't give a fuck about you coming to my stream if it means I get to actually play games with my friend again. You know what I mean? That's what matters to me. Even though I do enjoy seeing your name here and we get to chat a bunch while you're chilling, playing games with you is so much more fun. Exactly, bro. We gaming, bro. We gonna be gaming when you start that schedule, bro. I can't wait, man. I can't wait, man. Well, fucking, I haven't opened Payday yet. I haven't opened Payday yet. We're still gonna play that game together, so don't worry. I took this so I could get off early and we could game. When's your new schedule start? I'm doing a bunch of. Is it fixed now? I believe so. Yeah. I believe so. I haven't seen any more people talking shit about it, but I also haven't seen anybody praising it. Starts the 22nd. Shit, nice, bro. Fucking, I got some Left 4 Dead streams coming up with some friends. Shit like that, bro. We're doing. I'm gonna get Outlast Trials for the end of the month. So by the end of the month, we'll be playing Outlast Trials together. I'm gonna be playing the Evil Within, bro. Like, I want to play some scary games. I watched a video about that Unagi Tunnel game that you played, bro, because they did a documentary on the actual tunnel, and they were talking about how the game, like, how they cut off like entrance to the tunnel because so many people were like going there, and became such a tourist attraction, and the locals just want people to stop fucking showing up. But they were talking about the Unagi game and stuff like that, and it's fucking awesome. Of course I remember that, bro. That game was sick looking. There's not every day you see a game like that. Yeah, there's a lot of like ritualistic cult like fucking sacrifices there and shit, bro. Like, it's crazy. But they piled a bunch of blocks in front of the entrance so you can't get in, but people moved them out and now you're able to sneak in through the top. But they got like guards and shit now that like protect it. Yeah, bro, like, those games are scary as fuck. I remember watching you play those at like 2 in the morning. I would never forget that. I would never forget that. For like $5 or less, hell yeah, bro. Fucking, we'll look into that. Maybe I can pull a indie horror game stream next week or some shit, you know? Next week is Avocado's birthday. On Monday, I don't know exactly what we're doing, but I'm not going to be streaming like this on Monday and Tuesday next week because it's Avocado's birthday. We got a show we're going to. We're going to my parents' house. But yeah, fucking a lot of cool games coming out right now. James Harden's career might be over. We're watching this.
We almost never hear players talk bad about other players. Okay, Charles Barkley will joke on Draymond Green's triple single, but what Matt Barnes said about James Harden is next level.
I think James has to be careful because
He at that point, we're here.
The NBA doesn't need him.
We're here.
The NBA doesn't need him no
I'll let
more.
her know.
So the way, and I'm all for player empowerment.
Yo, Matt Barnes just said the NBA doesn't need James Harden anymore, bro. Dude, this James Harden thing is crazy, dude. He's literally got the MVP on his team. One of the best centers ever that is in the game right now, who's very passionate. And the dude's like, nah, I don't give a fuck. Let me get fat.
All of us are for player empowerment, but he forced his way out of Houston, forced his way out of Brooklyn. Now he's trying to force his way out of Philly. Like, at some point, everyone's going to be.
He's overhated, but he's also a fucking dick. You know what I mean? Like, who comes out and goes, the owner of my organization is a liar? It's like, yo, what, dude? like he's being fined for not showing up on media day and stuff like that. Kyle Lowry also didn't show up for media day. Same player in different positions. Yeah, you're right. I can see that.
Be say like, and he's got so much talent and a lot of game left, could talk himself out of the league with his talent.
Which is already happening. There's a rumor out there that even if the Blazers liked the Heat's offer for Dame, the NBA said, don't take that deal. We don't want these players naming their destination. Screw the Heat. Could they be telling people don't trade for James Harden? He's been a huge headache, throwing a party with Daryl Morey as a liar signs. Maybe he's getting blackballed like Carmelo. Melo said, I won't come off the bench, so he got banned for 2 years till he literally went on First Take begging for a chance in the league. Finally, the Blazers signed him, and Melo happily came off the bench because he'd been humbled. But the NBA doesn't even have to do that.
He's such a good player, bro.
He did it to himself. It looks like...
But like they just said, he forced his way out of Houston, he forced his way out of Brooklyn, and he forced his way out of he's trying to force his way out of the Sixers. Like, that's crazy, dude. That's a lot of teams to be jumping from. But also Kyrie did that. Also, KD did that. You know what I mean? Like KD signed like a 8-year fucking extension or some shit, or 5-year. And with them leaving and he was the last one, he was fucked. So
Harden is about to end up on a minimum contract like
defense
Russ,
is huge
or
right
just
now.
retire from basketball like AI. Until Drew Holiday changed everything. If the Blazers do a 3-team deal to get Holiday to Philly and Harden to the Clippers, it could save his career. Imagine Harden with Kawhi and Paul George. They win a championship, it repairs his legacy and gets him paid. I know that sounds impossible, but winning really does fix everything. But Harden getting to the Clippers depends on one thing. They are the only team interested. And you'd think any team who wants Dame would also want Harden. Both great scoring guards, bad on defense, and James is a better playmaker. But a Miami reporter already said, nope, the Heat have zero interest.
Nope.
Why? Remember when he demanded out of Houston? Teams were lining up. The Nets had to spend one young all-star
We're here, bro. We're here all day for you.
In control of 7 first-round
Appreciate
picks.
you.
The Sixers also wanted it, but now no one is looking at Harden. The Clippers
Facts. He doesn't have heart, bro, and that's why I was saying like the thing with the Joel Embiid. It's like you saying that they're the same player. Yeah, I get that, but Embiid has such a massive passion. His passion for the game, I think, trumps a lot of fucking people in the NBA, man. Like, the dude loses and he bawls his eyes out. Like, dude, you don't see that every fucking day. Like, this dude is eating, sleeping, and breathing basketball. Except for this last season when he won. I feel like when he won the MVP, that was his NBA trophy. You know what I mean? Like, that was the trophy. He was like, yeah, I'm lifting this up. It's just fucking crazy, bro. Like, I really thought they were going to go to the finals. Honestly, I really did. After watching some of the games and seeing how well they were playing, like, it's crazy to see that they just fall apart. It's the same thing with the Cavs, man. We were so well in the regular season, and then once we got under those bright lights, bro, it was like we were fucking nobodies. Insane.
Of want him, but not really that bad.
Getting
That
boxed
Nets
out and banged up by fucking Robinson in the paint, dude. Evan Mobley getting shit on. Jared Allen's a soft ass bitch. Can't fucking do anything, bro. Trade him, dude, unless he fucking hit the weights too. If Evan Mobley and Jared Allen hit the weights at the same time, cool, bro. We're getting two guys that are protecting the paint that are getting stronger together. But if Evan Mobley got the gym in his house and Jared Allen didn't work out and Evan Mobley gets bigger, why are we keeping Jared Allen? That's what I'm saying, dude. They need to be aggressive. But like, it's justifiable for Evan Mobley. He's still new, bro. Like, he's still if you think about this is his 3rd year. You know what I mean? But for someone like Jared Allen to come in and just get completely washed, dude, he's a veteran compared to fucking Mobley. He should have been there fucking hyping that shit up and making that shit better for them and like holding Evan Mobley's hand through that shit. You know what I mean? But he didn't. It was like either of them didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to do it. And the Robinson was way too strong for them. I feel like the Knicks paint protection was way too strong for them. And it was just, I don't know, man. I don't know. If we don't fucking get past the first round this year, Mitchell's going to leave, understandably, and I get it. I truly believe he'll leave, but if we do well this year, he's going to stay because I know he wanted to be here. Yeah. Like I said, but also we didn't have a lot of shooters either, so we were relying on them so fucking much. You know what I mean? So now that we added Max Strus and we got Amani Bates coming, who just won the Summer League, bro. Like, we got some good people coming. So, like, it should help spread the floor a little bit, and it should take some pressure off those guys, just enough to the point where, like, they can step the fuck up. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, he needs to step up, and he needs to start working out, and he needs to work on his game. You know what I mean? Because if Evan Mobley comes out in his 3rd year and is better than Jarrett Allen, why do we have Jarrett Allen? There's, like, no fucking point. Oh,
winning really hurts, but now no one is looking at Harden. The Clippers kind of want him, but not really that bad. That Nets trade was just 3 years ago. What happened to Harden in 3 years? Yeah, his scoring
if Mobley can put on some muscle and hit the threes that he's been working on, I think we'll have a really good fucking season, bro. Because how you gonna guard Mobley when you know he can hit threes and you know he can fucking drive and fucking dish? You know? So it's like Giannis, like how he's hitting those threes, like, or Jokic's hitting those threes, and you're like, there's no way this dude should be hitting these threes, and he hits them all the time. You know what I mean? If we had Mobley turn into that, and we got Mobley's brother
in assists last year and won 2 big postseason games by himself. We knew about his playoff failure 3 years ago. What we didn't know is just how bad his attitude is. Whenever he's unhappy, dude just demands a trade and makes it uncomfortable. He's like the little kid who, when you take away his toy, he just breaks the toy in half. Harden will straight up ruin your franchise if you don't do what he wants. So why would the Clippers do this 3-team deal? Because they might be that desperate. Steve Ballmer traded a boatload of picks and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for Paul George and got nothing. Not even a finals. Then he's got a $2 billion stadium opening next year. He needs them to compete. The one thing holding them back, outside of health, is point guard. Since Kawhi and PG teamed up, it's been a mess. It started with Reggie Jackson and Pat Bev. Next year, they threw a little Rajon Rondo in there. 2022, Eric Bledsoe. Last season, John Wall and Russell Westbrook. Are we sensing a theme? They have gotten more and more desperate. So James Harden actually isn't that out of character.
Yeah, their ball movement,
he's a much better point guard than all those guys.
Becomes so
An elite
stale.
Playmaker. Their first true point guard to organize the floor at the end of games. Set up Kawhi and PG, which maximizes their strengths. At times, PG has had to play point guard, which limits his natural game. Adding Harden could be the key to LA's first ever finals, unless one thing happens. Now Drew Holiday's available. Maybe the Clippers want him. The entire thing comes down
My YouTube chat was disconnected, so I didn't see anything. If anybody's here on YouTube, I'm sorry.
Because the Blazers don't want to swap Drew for James Harden.
Dude, they ISO'd so hard, and that's what happened. That's what happened with Utah. That's what happened with Mitchell on the Utah, bro. This is like he was the only guy scoring. So like if Mitchell isn't scoring on the fucking Cavs, it all goes through Darius. If fucking Darius isn't fucking scoring, it all goes through Mitchell, and like everybody knows that. And it's like nobody could figure out the Cavs all season, but by the time they hit the playoffs, they knew how to fucking fight the Cavs. And that was the issue to me.
The Blazers get Drew, the Clippers get Harden, and the Blazers get Marcus Morris, Nick Batum, Amir Coffey, Kobe Brown, Kenyon Martin Jr., a first from LA, a first from Philly, and a swap from Philly. The Blazers do this because they get 3 really valuable picks and young forwards, Coffey, Brown, and Martin. Such a big win for Philly. They have been the most aggressive team trying to get Drew Holiday. They actually drafted him 17th overall in 2009, and he became an all-star 4 years later. So they traded him in the process for an awful package. They want this back. Nerlens Noel and a pick that could have been Zach LaVine, but they took Elfrid Payton instead.
Ugh.
Since then, they have been dying to fix their mistake, trying to trade back for him.
The thing about Porzingis, though, is that I think he's an injury liability, dude. Like, he's on the Celtics this year, dude, and, like, if he goes down, the only person they have to back him up is fucking old-ass Al Horford. Like, if Porzingis goes down, then you got to bring out 70-year-old Al Horford. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, I mean, he's a good player, but it's like I said, I think he's injury-prone, and I honestly believe Porzingis is going to get hurt this year. I honestly do. He's like the Gordon Hayward. Man, he's going to play one game and get hurt. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's on restriction too.
Fix the Harden issue.
But it's like you thought. It's like, dude, if Porzingis was as good as we thought he was, what happened with fucking Luka? You know what I mean? Like, he was on these other teams and did nothing. It's like after he was on the Knicks, nobody cared about him anymore.
All they need is the Clippers' help. But would the Clippers do this? I mean, if they wanted Harden that bad, this deal would happen weeks ago. You know, they are looking right now at Drew Holiday. Not an elite playmaker like Harden, but he does everything else better. Elite on defense, plays better off the ball. And Drew is used to being a secondary star.
No, it
Harden
doesn't. Doesn't
is a
win
diva.
games.
I mean, yeah,
He's
he
so
played second fiddle to Joel
fucking
Embiid
good.
last year. But do you remember what Rachel Nichols just
But
said?
he ain't got anybody
he still
around him.
thinks of himself as the guy from that game 1 or the guy from that game 4. He thinks he should be leading the show. The reason why he wanted out of Philadelphia in the first place is that it's the Joel Embiid show right now, and he wants a different role.
Do you really want a guy who's going to be pissed when Kawhi and PG get the spotlight? And you know what Harden does when he gets angry. Gonna hold the Clippers hostage. Drew Holiday, on the other hand, has won 3 Teammate of the Year awards. He is the Michael Jordan of good teammates. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Drew is borderline Hall of Fame. But the market for Drew is 10 times
True.
what it is for Harden.
I think he lost a bunch
Not
of weight
even the
this year,
Miami
but it's
Heat
also
won,
like
and they have had a terrible
that cycle that
offseason.
happens every
It's
year
not the
where he
money.
loses weight
It's
and then he
not the
gains it
talent.
back. Doesn't matter.
It's the attitude. That is why James Harden's career is in danger. Who plays with an
crazy,
MVP
bro.
teammate,
I'm 6
Joel Embiid,
foot and I'm a
then
190.
immediately demands a trade?
The dude weighs 40
Someone
pounds more than
who
me.
needs
Imagine
to
me
be
40 pounds
humble.
heavier.
It's like the Carmelo situation Kevin Garnett brought up. Melo laughed at coming off the bench, but a few years later was begging to come back to
That's
the NBA.
insane.
The man lost 1.5 years of basketball because no one wanted to deal with his attitude. No one ever questioned Melo's ability to score, but he couldn't face his limitations. Never contributed to a championship, was thought of as selfish. Once that attitude and age got too much, teams looked the other way. The big question is, if the Clippers don't save James, what happens next? Matt Barnes and Kevin Garnett are begging him to show up to Sixers camp and be a good teammate. Don't end your career like Carmelo. But will he listen to these ex-players, or does he keep acting like this? Harden is at a place where nobody wants him, and it could be the end of his career. But if you can believe it, people
That's
are
crazy.
actually saying that the Bucks are worse off trading out Drew Holiday for Damian Lillard. I knew that hot take would be out there, so I called it out right after the trade went down. Giannis Antetokounmpo is a genius. Because he put pressure on the Bucks, they just traded for Damian Lillard. See what happens when you're just straight up with your
Right?
team. He said multiple times, I will
Magic
leave
was
if we
huge.
don't build a contender. And it worked. Now, Giannis and Dame will chase championships together, and the East is wide.
I think the Milwaukee Bucks is automatically finals contender right now. 100%, dude. I know I'm a Cavs fan, and I got high hopes because that's what you do when you have undying love for a team. You keep that loyalty in check. But in the back of my head, I'm going, fuck, dude. Fuck, dude. Dude, there's no way that this team, this duo right here that is being compared to Kobe and Shaq, that has the highest rating of any duo ever in the history of basketball together, is not going to fucking go to the finals. We've had star caliber duos like this before, but they never averaged this much on their own. Dude, they're sitting at home right now just going, I can't wait for the season to start. You know what I mean? Like, they're fucking amped right now. Like, if I was a Bucks fan right now, I'd be losing my fucking mind. I would already own a Damian Lillard jersey. Can you imagine all those Heat fans that got custom Damian Lillard jerseys? 40% he disappears in the playoffs. Hopefully he steps up, bro, because like they said, he's won teammate of the year 3 times. He's the Michael Jordan of teammates.
Wide open. Last year, the Heat made the finals as the
I really wanted Damian to go to the Heat, though, bro. Like, Jimmy Butler, I'm going to say this right now. Jimmy Butler is my favorite basketball player. I don't care. He is legitimately my favorite basketball player. I love his attitude. I love how funny it is. I like that when during the bubble he scammed everybody. Like he charged people, there was no ATM, so when he charged people coffee, he made it to where they couldn't get change, so they would have to give him the full amount. Like the shit he pulls for media day, dude. Like the shit he talks on the court and how he can fucking just explode sometimes. And he's a normal guy and he's fucking terrible sometimes. He's my favorite player. Like legitimately, over the past 2 years, I've talked more about Jimmy Butler than anybody else. Heat Cutler doesn't it just yeah, dude. Miami is Jimmy culture, bro. The amount of Jimmy jerseys I see down here right now is fucking insane. I really want one. I used to have a LeBron Heat jersey. I should have kept it.
See, that says it all. But the Celtics revamped their core, which is a
I don't think the Celtics are that good.
huge gamble. No more Marcus Smart. In comes Kristaps Porzingis. That works on paper, but who knows? According to reports, James Harden won't even show up to Sixers training camp. What a train wreck. And the Heat's offseason has quietly been a disaster. They lose Max Strus and Gabe Vincent. Now they don't get
Max Strus,
Dame
baby!
and almost missed the playoffs last year.
He's
so
a
the
great
full
leader.
trade is the Bucks get Dame.
Which is that stigma around him, how he's a fucking cancer in the locker room and shit. It's such dog shit. We watched a video about that not too long ago. Like where he literally is the heart and face, the heart, the heart, blood, and tears of every fucking team that he's on. And people just don't like the fact that he'll call you out for being a dumbass on the court. And that's the problem. So they're like, oh, he's cancerous. It's like, nah, dude, he wants to fucking win. He wants to play.
Game, the Blazers get Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton.
He turns up in the playoffs, but he was like nowhere to be found in the finals. Yeah, bro, that shit was so funny. I watch interviews about that all the time. There's new interviews coming out like every couple of months right now of players from that team. What was it? The fuck is his name? Cat was saying that he doesn't remember. He doesn't remember what happened during that Wolves fucking practice where Jimmy went crazy. He's like, yeah, I don't recall. And then like, people are like, yo, you do remember. You just don't want to fucking be embarrassed, dude. Yeah, and the Sixers' best season was when he was on the team and he had the fucking the Ninja Turtles headband on, bro. That was like that was a great form of Jimmy right there, bro.
Who was just drafted, a Bucks first-round pick in 2029, and 2 late swaps. Suns get Yusuf Nurkic, Nasir Little, Keon Johnson, and Grayson Allen. There is so much to break down
like
from each team,
more role
but
players.
This also ensures Giannis will stay in Milwaukee. I love how the Bucks came from absolutely nowhere to get Dame. Like it was the Heat, but then, oh, the Raptors are front runners now. It really shows us what to think about these trade rumors and how quietly the NBA can do business. And the Heat messed up. They didn't want to offer everything for Dame just in case Giannis became available. That is gone. Their best shot now will be to get Donovan Mitchell because reports say he does not want to stay in Cleveland. They go from potentially winning a title next year with Dame.
Reports say, dude, it's like, oh, he wants to be a Knick. Well, his dad works for New York sports, dude. What the fuck do you want from him?
To probably
like if my dad worked for New York sports and I played for another team, I'm still gonna go to those games and hang out with my dad.
Second round exit, unless Jimmy Butler becomes Michael Jordan like he did last year. Oh, and Jimmy's pretty upset. He tried to tell on the Bucks to the teacher.
Yo, NBA, man, y'all need to look into the Bucks for tampering. Y'all do. I'm just gonna put that out there. Y'all didn't hear it from me, but I heard it through somebody. Y'all look at it for tampering.
But Jimmy defeated the 1 seed Bucks last year as the 8 seed, which is why Dame is in Milwaukee. If you get embarrassed like that with an MVP in his prime like Giannis, heads are gonna roll. First, they fired Coach Mike Budenholzer. Now, it's a huge trade. But I guarantee we will hear a hot take out there that the Bucks are actually
Ja
worse
Morant.
now.
I hope Ja Morant comes back and he's focused, bro. Like, what if Ja Morant comes back and he's like the classiest dude you've ever met? What if he's like straight suit wearing and he's just like the LeBron now? Like, what if he's like LeBron? He comes back and doesn't fucking gives nobody any fucking time and he just fucking plays and works out. That would be the best version of Ja Morant we can have. If Ja Morant got taken underneath fucking LeBron's wing for attitude wise, Yeah, they are a scary team.
Take will say, oh,
I hate
what
them,
about
though.
Drew Holiday?
I hate their players.
He's the
I actually think they're a lot better now. I actually like them a lot more now that what's his fucking face is gone, because that dude is a fucking prick. I don't even remember his name, bro. Dylan Brooks. Now that Dylan Brooks is gone, I think the Grizzlies will be more likable, like attitude-wise.
the best defensive guard in the league.
I remember when he fucking punched Donovan Mitchell in the nuts, bro. Dude, I was so heated.
Key to their 2021 championship. Dame's a 0 on defense. Yes, that is true, but the modern NBA is all about
Jaren Jackson
offense.
Jr., the dude who had the fucking home scorekeeper and stat taker pad his stats so he would win the defensive player of the year, because when he fucking when he's at home, his blocks are at like fucking 4 per game, but when he's away, his blocks are only at 1 per game. There was a giant conspiracy theory about that on Reddit, and people got investigated over it, dude. Fucking crazy. Those guys talk hellish. Oh yeah, dude. If I see fucking John Morant fucking gritty down the fucking court one more time, bro, while not doing anything with his career, I'm gonna fucking lose it. Yeah, we ain't got no problems in the West. Gets bumped in the West.
Win if only Giannis can get his own shot. Last year was so bad, the Heat slowed Giannis down with just bam. It was just dump it into Giannis and watch him work, which isn't that effective because he doesn't have a jump shot. Even a 2-time MVP needs help, but Dame is the perfect fit. In fact, they have wanted to team up for years. This tweet from Dame in 2022 says if he could pick any player in the league to help him make a finals, it would be Giannis. I don't know if Jimmy considers that tampering, but they finally got it done. Dame may be older now, but he's coming off his best season ever.
Best
He's
season.
the second
Was it
best
32,
shooter in
32
the league next to Steph
points per
Curry,
game on average?
and will command double teams in the playoffs. That allows Giannis to be himself on offense.
Giannis is just gonna
not
drive
force
the
things.
ball, and when they all fucking collapse on Giannis, he's just gonna dish it to Damian, fucking 3-pointer from the logo.
And that is so much more valuable than Drew Holiday's defense. But why did Portland do this? First, huge props to their GM, Joe Cronin. Dame demanded Miami, but he said, no, we will not take a bad deal. Pat Riley offered Tyler Hero and 3 picks. Cronin said, no, give me everything. And Pat said back, you know what, I don't think you can find better than this, but he did. Hero is a horrible fit because Portland already has 3 young
Blazers and
guards,
the Jazz
Scoot Anderson, Shaden Sharp, and Anthony Simons. There were rumors maybe like a Tyrese Maxey, but
That
he's
was
also
like
a
bound to
guard.
happen though, like because they came out hot. They came out hot, and everybody said that both those teams will end up falling off because like a lot of teams come out and they play really well at the beginning of the season, but by the end of the season, their true form like starts to show through the cracks, and that's what happened. Yeah, even though I really liked the Jazz last year, I really like Markkanen. I really like Lauri Markkanen, bro. Like, I think he's a phenomenal player, and if the Cavs had given him a chance to be that player on the team, he would have done so well. Nemesis, what's up, my dude? I wish I had a fucking sound cue so I can go. How you doing, bro? Yeah, we need Markkanen, bro. He's such a good fucking player, and nobody knew he was that good until he fucking started. Starting on the Utah Jazz, you know. Now I'm like, fuck, man, because he was good on our team. He hit a lot of threes when he played for us.
DeAndre Ayton is a perfect fit. Just 25 years.
I think the West right now is Suns. I think it's gonna be Suns versus Milwaukee in the finals. Dude, imagine Booker and KD versus Lillard and Giannis. That would be a good fucking game. The 2017 Isaiah Thomas breakout when he played that game the same day that his sister died. Holy shit. You saw a real basketball player right there, bro. You saw a real player right there. I know, like, they say Jordan played through fucking the flu game and he played on Father's Day and shit like that, but, like, Jordan had all that gambling problems and all these issues outside of basketball. He's a piece of shit to kids. He's a piece of shit to people. He doesn't even wear his own clothes. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I don't like Michael Jordan. But Isaiah Thomas, bro, like, came out. Dude, he's such a good guy. I was watching the interview with him when he got traded. In the middle of the interview, he got traded. Yeah, if Bucks beat Suns again, Giannis owns Sun. There'll be a lot of memes of Giannis holding a baby. It'll be like Booker's face always, bro. But man, if Isaiah Thomas wasn't hurt when he got traded to the Cavs, because the Celtics are fucking shady, man. The shady, bro. Fucking Kelly Olynyk breaks fucking, dislocates fucking motherfucking, what's his face's Kevin Love's arm. If that didn't happen, we would have won. We would have won. They traded Isaiah Thomas to us without disclosing the fact that he had a hip injury. Fucking losers. Fucking bums, man. They fired their whole medical staff before that shit, I heard. Crazy.
Sold and a center to replace Yusuf
Rava,
Nurkic.
how you doing, Rava? Welcome, welcome.
Holiday, who's gonna be?
How's my favorite fucking mech player? How you doing? How you doing? I've seen you been playing Exoprimal lately. How you doing on that? I haven't seen a lot of SMC, which is cool because that game sucks cock, even though it is fun. I'm surprised you haven't tried Titanfall yet because of all the mechs that are in it. Saying you should play that. You should play the story mode for that game. I feel like your community would love that, and you would love that as a person who enjoys playing mechs. You will cry. You will legitimately cry during Titanfall 2 when you play the story mode. How are you, Rava? Appreciate you stopping by. I know you're in a completely different time zone and shit like that, so it's like fucking a completely different time right now for you. So the fact that you can stop by and say hi, thank you so much.
Great mentor for Scoot. Drew is known as one of the most professional guys in the NBA, does amazing charity work in the community. They could keep him next to Scoot or flip him later for more pieces. There are already rumors out there that the Sixers want to try to get Drew Holiday or maybe even the Heat. But Portland also gets control of 3 Bucks picks years down the line. So much better than 3 Miami picks, because the Heat are always in contention. Those picks will suck. But by the time Scoot is in his prime, the Blazers could be getting a #1 pick from the Bucks after Giannis is long gone. Now, before we get to Phoenix, I am actually really happy the way this worked out. Dame gets to compete for a title with an MVP teammate.
I'm so happy he gets
Blazers
to
got a
actually
great
compete for
package.
once.
His legacy in Portland will always be solid. But it was almost hurt by this trade demand. For a minute, it looked like the Blazers were gonna get screwed, bullied into a bad deal, which would have hurt the fans who loved Dame for years. But this way, everybody wins, and people will forget how uncomfortable these last few months have been. But the Suns may actually be the biggest winners here. They flip a disgruntled, overpaid center for 4 role players. Phoenix is probably the most top-heavy team in the NBA. KD, Booker, Beal, and like a bunch of minimum players.
I think Blazers will become
Ayton into 4 potential rotation guys.
Could.
Nurkic is more than that. He is going to start at center, has playoff experience, a much better fit than Ayton because he knows his role. I mean, Ayton was so mad about his fit one time, he refused to go back in a playoff game. He thinks he should be a star, not Nurk. He's going to be happy to be a support player to the actual
You
star.
right, my dude.
Nasir Little is a proven defender in the NBA.
Scoot Anderson, though.
But he's still a mystery on offense. Not a huge problem because I think the Suns have offense covered. He did shoot 37% from deep last year, so he will be a quality 3-and-D player with so much spacing in Phoenix. Grayson Allen, also a good shooter. The only question is...
Grayson Allen's a huge scumbag, though.
Keon Johnson, who is a raw prospect, probably won't have a big role. But that is 2 quality frontcourt players to go along with KD, Book, and Beal. We may know the finals. Suns and Bucks, whose starting 5 is Dame, Pat Connaughton, Chris Middleton, Giannis, and Brook Lopez. According to odds makers, they're now the favorites to win the title. Bucks #1, with the Nuggets not far behind. Then the Celtics, Suns, and Warriors. This opens up the door for
Warriors
Giannis
is still in that top 5, though.
for life and winning multiple titles. Something that could have happened if NBA history went a little different. Jimmy High Roller just mentioned this on a recent video, but it's a perfect what if.
I think the Lakers are gonna come out and be fucking really good this year, though. Because you see when they traded for all those pieces halfway through the year and how much better they got, and now they've had all that time and the offseason to fucking play. So, like, I really think they're going to come out and be really good this year. I think this is like the redemption arc for the Lakers last few years for LeBron. And if he doesn't, I think even if he wins or if he doesn't win, I think he's going to retire after this year or next year. Because with his son, because now he said he wants to play with his son Bronny, but Bronny just had a fucking heart attack, basically at the age of like what 18. There's no way he's playing basketball anymore. If you think, I don't think Bronny's playing basketball no more, bro. There's no way. Lakers have no outside shooting against teams with no big man presence. If I just think if AD is healthy,
Curry
bro.
was dealing with ankle issues, the Warriors tried to trade him to the Bucks for Andrew Bogut. Milwaukee, though, rejected.
Did you just hear that? Did you just hear that the Warriors, when... I love how message held for bullying because you said the word loony, bro.
Did the trade because of those injuries and accepted Monte Ellis instead. A few years later, the Bucks drafted the Greek Freak, so we were very close to seeing Giannis and Steph create a dynasty in Milwaukee instead of the Bay Area.
Imagine if Steph got traded to the Milwaukee Bucks when he was hurt. Holy shit, dude. I never knew that. Yeah, we need you need Chris Paul coming off the bench because Chris Paul's like what, 38?
But now, Giannis will get that chance. Dame is the most talented teammate he has ever played with and the closest thing to Steph Curry. We might finally see what Giannis can do with that elite level guard. And if Dame can avoid being one of those great players who never won a chip. But in all this excitement, it is easier and easier to forget about LaMelo Ball. He may be the most talented young American player in the league. It's probably either him or Anthony Edwards, but right now Ant has passed him by. I went ahead and ranked the best and worst young teams in the league and where LaMelo fits in.
All right, let's start who is scoring threat. None of our big scores, so Dre, Paul, and Dirk. True. I'm surprised that Draymond Green stayed this year, to be honest. I thought he was going to get traded away. I really did. It was. I remember at the beginning during the season, I was like, yo, Draymond's either going to get traded or somebody else is going to get traded. Apparently, Jordan Poole said, you're nothing more than a $30 million backpack, and that's why Draymond punched him in the face. $30 million backpack? Yo. That's a brutal thing to hear, to be honest. You wanted him traded for Siakam? Siakam is a good fucking... Yeah. Well, Jordan Poole still is technically a fucking kid, you know what I mean? In the grand scheme of things, compared to everybody else that was on his team, he's a fucking child, man. What is he, 20? Compared to these other guys who are like 34, 35, 36? Yeah, man, his maturity isn't there completely, you know what I mean? So, like, makes sense. Makes sense that he would say something fucking stupid, dude. Yeah, because he literally was just like, he wanted to be on the floor, like, even if he was missing everything, you know? High volume, low efficiency, no defense, and no playmaking. Why is he even playing basketball?
Is a 20-second clip that made Jaden Smith the laughingstock of the internet.
Because I was picking up more things from adults than I were from kids my own age. And I look, and I go around sometimes and I hang out with other people that are my age, and they're just kind of just selfie. I'm just like, dude, like, oh my God, like, can we talk about like the political and economic state of the world right now? Can we talk about what's going on with the environment? Can we talk about...
However, people choose to ignore the very important context stated right before that cringy clip.
Put me, like, they would be having a meeting about their next film or something, and they would put me at the head of the table and just make me sit there while they're talk and debate with all these people, talk numbers, talk crazy stuff.
Jaden says he spent more time with adults than children during his
like
youth.
RJ Barrett.
He'd spend his free time in very important business meetings with his mother and father, Jada Pinkett and Will Smith, discussing serious business matters that he barely understood at the time. Jaden's parents never told him no. They allowed him to do anything and everything his heart desired, hoping that it would deepen and strengthen their relationship. They designed a meticulous, calculated plan for Jaden to be born and raised a superstar, and it ended in disaster. By age 15, he wanted to be emancipated from them, got blacklisted from Hollywood, and is hated by everyone on the internet. Most people's first introduction to Jaden...
I don't hate Jaden Smith. I think he makes great music.
Jaden was in 2006 during his film debut in the biographical drama The Pursuit of Happiness. Most young actors start with minor roles to help build their resumes. Jaden's father thought it would be best for his 7-year-old son to join...
It's so good, dude. The stuff that he was making when he was dating, like, what are the Jetters? So good. I was obsessed with it, dude.
On a $55 million budget feature film alongside his dad, but the film producers did not want Jaden as the co-star. The film is inspired by the true story of Chris Gardner, a San Francisco salesman struggling to build a future for himself and his 5-year-old son Christopher. When his girlfriend walks out, Chris is left to raise Christopher on his own. In a movie that centers on a father's relationship with his son, it makes sense to cast an actual father-son duo, and many would argue the decision paid off with the heartfelt film. However,
that movie was so good, dude.
Jaden was not a straightforward decision. In fact, he still had to audition, just like other young actors in contention for the part. In his memoir titled Will Smith explained that director Gabrielle Muccino was having trouble casting the role of Christopher Jr., having auditioned close to 500 child actors. Around that time, Jaden began expressing interest in acting, so Will and Jada consented to their son auditioning for the role. Although Muccino wanted Jaden to portray Christopher Jr., there was some pushback. Will wrote that the Pursuit of Happiness director told him, "I wanted Jaden for this role from the first moment I met him, but the studio forbade me from asking you." The studio felt like it was a death sentence for the film from a marketing standpoint. They felt like people wouldn't be able to suspend disbelief seeing Jaden and Yu on camera as father and son. The studio also feared their decision would appear as favoritism and preferential treatment, with people crying out nepotism. Finally, Jaden was allowed a screen test alongside Will, which led to Jaden auditioning a total of 9 times, which is very uncommon. The studio simply didn't want the problems that came along with casting him, but audition after audition, in all of his innocent 6-year-old glory, he proved himself the right actor for the role. Many people question if Jaden actually proved himself, or if his father was so steadfast on him securing the role that eventually the studio just gave in. But it really didn't matter, because the film was
when
a
you
hit.
watch
Their
that
natural
movie,
father-son dynamic
you
helped the
deserve
film
that role.
gross over $300 million at the worldwide box office, with both Will and Jaden receiving several award nominations. Jaden says his parents never pressured or expected him to follow in their footsteps. However, he did grow up with a camera in his face. Now, a lot of parents made home videos with their kids, but maybe Will put a little extra focus on it.
My dad would just film me and my sister, and we would make trade tricks, Matrix spin-off.
It's not uncommon for celebrities' children to follow the same career path, and he landed another substantial role in the sci-fi film The Day the Earth Stood Still, before securing a surprise guest appearance on The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Now imagine every random idea you had as a child. If you were Will Smith's son, he would pour thousands of dollars into whatever your heart desired at that moment. At 10 years old, Jaden wanted to start a water company, Just Water. My man. When I was a kid, I kept seeing discarded water bottles on the ground everywhere, and the amount of waste blew me away. I told my parents that I was passionate about reducing our carbon footprint. For the next 7 years, they developed a planet-friendly water bottle that uses 82% renewable material. Just Water wouldn't be available to the public until 2015. As of 2019, the company has sold its water in stores over 10 countries and over 15,000 retail stores in North America.
Wow.
And they still haven't given me a sponsorship, which makes me extra grateful for today's sponsor, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is if everybody in the world dropped out of school, we would have a much more intelligent society. Jaden was homeschooled by his parents in the beginning because his father wanted his kids by his side when he was filming movies. My kids being with me is of a higher value than sitting in a classroom. Then in 2009, Will and Jada opened New Village Leadership Academy, a private elementary school in Calabasas, California.
These group of people did so much stuff. The Smiths, man, Jaden Smith alone did so much fucking stuff. Holy fuck.
Sister Willow enrolled at the academy once it was up and operating. According to ABC News, classes consisted of yoga, karate, robotics, technology, math, literacy, Spanish, art, and living skills. As Jaden grew older, he used social media to express his views regarding traditional education.
We're preparing everybody to go to prison through the schools. Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, the people that are not doing good in the grades, oh, you're doing like this, oh, you went to the detention, da-da-da-da. There's too many correlations between public schools and prisons.
Jaden has been crowned the king of I'm 14 and this is deep. Pretty much everyone that has experienced the American education system knows it's not setting us up to be successful multimillionaires. And maybe
I dropped out in high school 2 weeks before I was supposed to graduate because they decided to call my parents and go, yeah, he's not going to graduate. And then so I fucking dropped out, and then the class that I was failing, there was literally more than half of the class was failing apparently, and if they didn't fix that, that teacher would have been fired. So she passed everybody for the fuck of it. So I dropped out for no reason. Isn't that crazy, dude? Fuck the school system, bro. Like, one of my science teachers would literally tell people that I was a degenerate and a juvenile. Literally. And I'm like, that's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. They suspended me once because I farted. You know, I was walking around one time. I used to bring the gallon iced jug teas to school because it would last me a couple days, and they would accuse me of being drunk at school because I was too happy. So then I went home and I told my parents, I'm like, look, like they keep accusing me of being drunk. Like, I don't understand. Like, obviously I wasn't as articulate. I was like, fucking being a little fucking dickhead teenager about it. But like, so they were like, yo, so then go in tomorrow and just be a prick. And I was like, okay. So I went in and they were like, why are you being so mean today? And I'm like, because you guys fucking accused me of being drunk because I'm too happy. So I went home, told my parents, and they told me to come in and be mean. So I'm like, either you get the mean version of me or you get the nice version of me. I'm like, I'm normally a happy person. I'm like, just because someone's happy doesn't mean they're drinking. I'm like, that's fucked up. Then they never fucked with me again after that. But yeah. That shit's so dumb, dude. Like, they immediately get like a version of you in their head at school, and then they treat you like that. It's like, oh, it's because I got in trouble before. That means I'm a fucking asshole. Okay, I'm a teenage boy, dude. I'm gonna do dumb shit. That's how it is.
Village Leadership Academy style of learning could be much better for the youth. The problem is that the school costs $22,000 per year.
I didn't even start smoking weed until I was 18, chat. I didn't start smoking weed until I was 18. I didn't start drinking until fucking my senior year of high school. I didn't drink anything. I never smoked anything. And then I didn't even lose my virginity until I was 18 to a girl that I was dating for 2 years already. I was dating her since I was 16. So, you know, things are different sometimes. Don't have to treat everybody like they're fucking assholes.
To attend, and was closed due to parents learning their child's curriculum was steeped in Scientology. So when Jaden says things like, school is the tool to brainwash the youth, and education is rebellion, it kind of just comes off as a rich boy who had all the resources to be successful and thinks anyone could do it as long as they put their mind to it and work hard. However, in 2010, Jaden would hit his career peak when he starred in the remake of The Karate Kid, a role that catapulted him to global superstardom.
I like that movie.
As you can imagine, this was Will Smith's idea. Jaden said, my dad had the idea, and everybody knows in our house that my dad's a little crazy. Okay, he's very crazy. But you know, when he said this, we were like, are you sure? And then we were like, all right, we're going to listen to you because you're the guy. Little did Jaden know that just blindly listening to his father would eventually lead to disaster. Jaden took the spotlight while his parents took on producer roles, overseeing the film under their production company, Overbrook Entertainment. This film would change a lot of the most iconic parts of the original. Ralph Macchio's 1984 Karate Kid depicts a boy from New Jersey who moves to a California town. For Jaden's Dre Parker in the remake, he's not just the new kid in town. He experiences an unimaginable culture shock when his mother's job forces them to move from Detroit to China. The main character in both adaptations develops animosity towards the class bully and must learn how to defeat him. However, the famous wax-on, wax-off scenes are replaced with a new learning system centered around putting a jacket on and taking it off, hanging it up and taking it down. Karate, which originated in Okinawa, Japan, is replaced with Chinese Kung Fu. Jerry Weintraub, the original series producer, insisted on using the well-known title even though the film contains no karate. He briefly contemplated changing the title to The Kung Fu Kid before deciding otherwise. Jackie Chan portrays Parker's instructor, Mr. Han, a maintenance man, and secret Kung Fu master who trains Parker to face the bullies at an upcoming Kung Fu tournament. Having Jackie Chan as the main character meant this film was destined for success. Chan is so widely respected in China that they got production benefits that nobody else could. The Chinese government reportedly agreed to let filming take place at the Great Wall of China, the Forbidden City, and the Wudang Mountains. Then Jaden was given the opportunity to collaborate with the biggest pop star in the world, Justin Bieber, for the Karate Kid theme song, adding to the seemingly never-ending list of advantages Jaden had. Never Say Never featured a rap verse from Jaden. This was the first song he ever recorded. The single reached number 8 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. Today, Never Say Never has been certified 5 times platinum and accumulated over 1 billion views on YouTube.
One of the most disliked videos.
Released in summer of 2010, received positive reviews from critics and grossed over $359 million globally. Nonetheless, the film's success reinforced Jaden's position as a rising star in Hollywood. He was paid a reported salary of $1 million as an upfront fee, but received an additional $2 million bonus after the film was released. Will Smith carefully shaped his son's career up until this point. He was now 12, a global superstar, and basically had a perfect resume. But all of that was about to come crashing down. In 2013, Jaden appeared alongside his father father Will in the post-apocalyptic action film After Earth. This was intended to be the first installment of a new franchise. Will intended to launch a multimedia franchise titled 1000 AE. The original plan was that After Earth would be followed by a sequel, then a live-action television series, an animated television series, webisodes, a video game, consumer products, theme park attractions, documentaries, comics, an educational program collaboration in partnership with NASA, cologne and perfume lines, and a social media platform, with Jaden being the face of it all. Will created a plan to essentially turn Jaden into Mickey Mouse, a ubiquitous character that can be milked for billions of dollars through licensing. Once Jaden realized he was just a pawn for his father's billion-dollar business, he tried to exit his own family. After Earth is a film set in a distant future where Earth has become uninhabitable due to environmental catastrophe, and humans have resettled on a new planet called Nova Prime. After Earth centers on General Cypher Rage, played by Will Smith, and his son Katai, played by Jaden Smith. Cypher is a legendary military commander known for his ability to ghost, which means he can suppress his fear and become invisible to the alien creatures called Ursa that now threaten humanity. On the other hand, Katai struggles to live up to his father's expectations and lacks the emotional control necessary to ghost. Cypher is critically injured when their spaceship crash lands on Earth, and Katai must embark on a perilous journey to retrieve a rescue beacon that can signal for help. The film primarily focuses on Katai's survival and personal growth as he faces numerous dangers and overcomes his fears. After Earth, through a generic and uncompelling plot, came off as a passion project that potentially reflected Will and Jaden's real-life relationship. The reflection being that Jaden wasn't nearly as talented as his father and needed to desperately work on his craft to be mentioned in the same breath. Perhaps the most ironic part about this film is that it's too realistic. Cypher holds his son's hand while guiding him to success, instead of allowing Katai to find his own path, which is exactly what happened in real life between Will and Jaden. Cypher's demanding expectations and Katai's desire to prove himself create tension within their relationship that evolves as the story progresses. This same tension is reflected in Will and Jaden's relationship months after the film's
it definitely didn't need to be remade.
release.
I enjoyed it, but it didn't need to be remade.
Due to his family's connections rather than his acting abilities, which was completely true. Another concern surrounding the film was elements of Scientology, a controversial religion to which the Smith family has been loosely associated with. Despite the star power of Will Smith, After Earth underperformed at the box office. It did not meet the financial expectations set by the studio, leading to financial losses and disappointment for all involved. Although the film made over $243 million on a $130 million budget, the production budget doesn't include the marketing, which cost roughly $100 million. This meant the film's total budget stood somewhere around $230 million, and not to mention the empire that was supposed to be built around it. To add insult to injury, the film received 6 Golden Raspberry Award nominations, with Jaden winning Worst Actor, Will winning Worst Supporting Actor, and together winning Worst Screen Combo. Will abandoned his multi-billion-dollar franchise plan and admitted that this destroyed his relationship with Jaden. After Earth was an abysmal box office and critical failure, Will wrote in his memoir, and what was worse was that Jaden took the hit. Fans and the press were absolutely vicious. They said and printed things about Jaden that I refused to repeat. Jaden had faithfully done everything that I'd instructed him to do, and I'd coached him into the worst public mauling he'd ever experienced. We never discussed it, but I knew he felt betrayed, he felt misled, and he lost his trust in my leadership. And Will wasn't lying about the public humiliation. Jaden was eviscerated. South Park made fun of him.
Jaden Smith lets his parents do whatever they want. You know what? The guys at work, they took a bet on who would win in a fight, you or Jaden Smith, and they all said Jaden Smith could kick your ass.
Key and Peele also made fun of him.
I mean, it's hard being Will Smith's son. I just want to make sure my next project reflects that I'm a down-to-earth, normal kid. Am I making any sense?
Not to mention the endless articles and tweets that were being thrown at him every day. All of Jaden's success at this point was because of Will, Pursuit of Happiness, The Karate Kid, even Just Water, which was started with Will's money. Jaden blindly followed his dad because what child wouldn't trust their dad? Plus, it was working. There was an immense pressure to fulfill his dad's vision to become a billion-dollar franchise, and he performed to the best of his capabilities, only for it all to come crashing down and have the world blame Jaden and not Will. Jaden was ruined, angry, and asked his parents if he could be emancipated. Emancipation is a legal process that frees a child who is between the ages of 14 to 17 from the custody and control of their parent or guardian. His parents were heartbroken, but they understood why. They realized it was because of their mistakes that their son didn't feel normal. He ultimately decided to not be emancipated, but he started to pursue a life and career on his own terms. However, this would make people hate him even more. How can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real? If newborn babies could speak, they would be the most intelligent beings on planet Earth. I should just stop tweeting. The human consciousness must raise before I speak my juvenile philosophy. Jaden feeling like he is this profound philosopher that the world can't understand obviously comes off as extremely pretentious. But he was 14 years old at this point and was finally coming up with his own thoughts, ideas, creations, instead of his parents shaping them for him. In an interview with GQ, he said, "Me and Willow are scientists, so everything for us is a scientific test upon humanity." He even compared himself to the scientific pioneer Galileo. At least now the criticism and bullying Jaden was receiving was because of his own thoughts and ideas and not his father's. He embraced the memes in this video. Jaden Smith reads mind-blowing facts about the universe.
The human brain takes in 11 million bits of information every second, but is aware only of 40. In an average lifetime, human skin completely replaces itself 900 times. You see your nose all the time. Your brain just chooses to ignore it.
He did become somewhat of a fashion trendsetter. Jaden is known for his androgynous fashion style. He frequently wears clothing that blurs the lines between traditional men's and women's fashion, incorporating elements like skirts, dresses, oversized clothing, and bold patterns. In 5 years, when a kid goes to school wearing a skirt, he won't get beat up, and kids won't get mad at him. He even wore outfits like a white Batman suit to prom, the Met Gala, and Kim and Kanye's wedding, but this continued to get him bullied by haters. His tweet stating that Tyler the Creator was his boyfriend just added more fuel to the fire. Their alleged relationship was never confirmed nor denied, but his ambiguity inspired many people around the world. Every new venture seemed to give his haters more material to use against him, but that changed with his album Sire, which even his biggest opposers admit was pretty good. While the lyrics still feel like his signature "I'm 14 and this is deep" style, the production is a 10 out of 10. No exaggeration, this is one of the best produced melodic hip-hop albums of the 2010s. The most prominent single on the project was Icon, which despite not charting on the Billboard Hot 100, it did go 2 times platinum in the United States, while the music video accumulated over 184 million views on YouTube.
That's a lot.
And this track is nothing short of a banger. Many people criticize him for calling himself an icon.
I think what it means to be an icon is being able to take extreme amounts of hate. The only reason that they receive that hate is because they do things that other people don't do.
Following Sire, Jaden released Eerie's in 2019, an album that delved into darker themes and explored a more experimental sound. Nobody wants to feel bad for a kid that was born in the 0.001% of society. He has attempted to use his own status as Will Smith's son as a disadvantage. If I were white and not Will Smith's silly son, I would be the most respected philosopher of our and all time. I always knew no one was going to understand me. I felt about life differently than other kids. I could tell by the way they treated me. It is hard to live in the shadow of someone else. Jaden's biggest failures are by trusting his dad's vision. Some of Jaden's worst takes are from the perspective of a teenager trying to develop his own uniqueness. He just did it in front of the whole world. As he got older, he extended his privilege onto others. His long list of charitable endeavors includes Misfits Rep, the sustainable and eco-friendly fashion brand which promotes ethical manufacturing processes and the use of sustainable materials. The Water Box, a filtration system that helps provide clean water nationwide. He also opened a mobile restaurant where homeless people can eat for free. I Love You, launched in 2019, started as a vegan food truck where Jaden aimed to provide free, healthy, sustainable meals to the homeless community in
People are like, be less like Jaden Smith and be more like Kyle Rittenhouse. I've literally have seen those tweets before, and someone's like, Kyle Rittenhouse shot somebody. Jaden Smith created a water company that reduced fucking materials by 83%. They were like, I'd rather my kid be like Jaden Smith. Oh, that show is so funny to me.
I started this channel 11 years ago, and the goal was simple. Me and my best friend Dino Mac were gonna release music that we wrote to this channel. And you know what? That's what we did until everything was violently ripped away from us, all right? And ever since then, I don't have Dino Mac in my corner anymore. And this channel is still going. And since then, my life was ripped away from me even more times. And through all of that loss and through all of that tragedy, I've been here on YouTube.
Looks like the hardcore version of Logic.
It's never really been direct. It's never really had any sort of purpose, all right? Other than just to keep me busy through all the tragedy, but that is until today. Today marks the day that there is now a mission statement to this stuff, all right? I am going to take the crown away from Finn McKenty. Now, 2023 was my very first year with an audience all the way through the whole year, you know what I mean? Now maybe that's getting to my head. Maybe that's getting my ego a little bit charged up, where I'm like, you know what? I'm putting out this content, I'm working so hard, I am the strongest voice in this scene. I am the perspective, all right, in this culture. And
What
it's
up, dog?
about time that I put myself out.
Now this is a different guy. This is a different guy who's calling out Ken McKenty, saying he's going to take the fucking crown of punk rock on YouTube. What the fuck, man? Didn't know you was live? Hey, man, every Monday and Tuesday, we live all day almost. You know that. I should have told you. I usually tell you. That's my fault. Mister, I'm up at 4 a.m. Fucking up at 4 a.m. Up at 4 a.m. before everybody else. If you ain't up at 4 a.m., you're a bum, huh? That's how I feel. That's how I fucking feel. Kai, I think it's crazy. This is just an intrusive thought coming to me right now. I think it's crazy that when we first met, I was playing a video game. I was playing a video game called Recore, and the sidekick character, his name was Kai, and he didn't have a leg. I just thought that was very, what a coincidence. You know what I mean? I really feel like that was like the world telling me that we were supposed to be friends. You know what I mean? Isn't that fucking weird? Oh, yeah, people are always going to run their mouths, man. Bro, I woke up this morning, 7 a.m. I had people tell me to get a fucking job at 7 a.m. this morning, bro. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I just woke up. Literally, I had like 5 to 6 YouTube comments of people telling me that I'm a fucking bum and I need to get a job and I live in my mom's basement. So, last night, I had 3 people come into my stream. I had 3 people come into my YouTube stream last night and go, I can lift more than you. I can bench more than you, you fucking pussy. I'm like, yo. And I remember at that time I barely knew you, and I told you about that character in that game, and I think you were like, I think you were like, fuck this guy. Why would he tell me that? I don't know him. I don't know him that well. I really do. I really think it was the universe telling me that we were supposed to be friends, bro. There's no way that I meet a dude named Kai that goes through what you go through, and then I'm playing a video game at the same fucking time. And it's like an alternate universe of a dude named Kai going through something the same type of thing, but different, a little different. You know what I mean? Like, it was just too fucking weird for me. And that's how I knew we were supposed to be friends. You can take that how you want, but yeah. You can take that how you want. Of course, bro. I would, like I said, man, you got to learn to not care. You'll be far more successful if you stop caring about that type of stuff. You know what I mean? And the people that are laughing, delete them off of your Facebook, bro. Block them. Don't even fucking allow that shit in. You know what I mean? Like, you got to remember you're not making music for people that are around you. You're making music for everybody else. You know what I mean? And that's how I've started to do my own thing in the content creation. I'm not making content for my friends. I'm not making content to impress other streamers. I'm making content to impress everybody else in the world. You know what I mean? I'm making content for the fucking person across the country that's waking up and has nothing to do and they're sad and they're depressed and they want to come and do something else for a little bit to feel better. Like, let me take your mind off of something for a little bit. Let me just let's have conversations, you know? You like the same thing I do? Let's hang out, you know? Like, the people that are in my direct community, like my close friends and the people that like I grew up with, they don't fuck with me at all, bro. They literally don't give a fuck about anything that I fucking do. And it sucks, man. It really does. I have a friend. He's my best friend. I went to his wedding. He's come down here to visit me. He's my best friend of all time. Do you think he comes to my streams? Do you think he talks to me about my shit at all, bro? Do you think he likes any of my stuff that I post when it comes to being a streamer? Like, do you think any of these people said anything to me when I posted that I hit 1 million views on YouTube? Do you think any of these people said anything to me when I hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube? These people didn't say shit to me, bro, and it hurts so fucking bad. But at the end of the day, dude, I have to remember that not a lot of people are aware that they have their own lives going on. And then there's people out there that like only keep you around because they want to see you fail. They're going to keep you there until you fuck up, and then they're going to confront you about it. It happened to me a couple years ago. I fucking posted something on Facebook about how if you're racist, I'm going to call you out and then I'm going to not be your friend anymore. And someone pulled a post that from fucking 6 years prior from a Facebook that I didn't even own anymore, and it was a screenshot, and you can tell it was a screenshot, and it was so blurry that it's been sent from phone to phone to phone to phone, you know what I mean, and resaved over and over again, that these people held on to the screenshot to go, oh yeah, well what about this, you fucking loser? And I'm like, okay, so they got dogpiled by everybody on my Facebook, you know what I mean? Like there's always going to be people that only keep you around because they want to see you fail. It's the same thing on Twitter when it comes to my content creation with other streamers. I've had people following me for years, bro, and they've never interacted with anything that I've done, and except for the posts of things that I post that are hot takes or things that they don't like, and then they'll fucking say something. And that's when I go, how come you never like any of my stuff where I'm growing? How come you never like any of my clips? How come you never like any of the shout outs that I do for people? How come you never fucking conversate in my streams? How come you never come around? But the only time I see your names on my stuff is when you don't like what I'm doing. What is the point of following me if you don't fuck with me? Like, it pisses me off so much. You can tell I'm getting really heated right now. It's really fucking dumb, dude. People will follow me knowing what I post, knowing that I will fucking post the most unhinged fucking dumb shit you have ever seen in your fucking life. Shit that will make people mad, and you will follow me for years, and then only then when I post something that can kind of bring you into it, or maybe it can kind of correlate to something that you're doing, do you want to fucking be an asshole to me and tell me that I'm a piece of shit and all this stuff like that, and then you block me, and then you go online and talk shit about me for fucking months? That's literally what happens to me all the fucking time. Dude, why follow me knowing that I'm unhinged? Why follow me knowing that I'm going to post and do whatever the fuck I want and say whatever the fuck I want just to fucking get mad months down the line? It's fucking dumb. You were supporting me when I was calling out all these other people and talking shit. You were supporting me when I was fucking being toxic to anybody and everybody all the time. But the moment I say something that could kind of correlate to what you're doing, suddenly I'm a bad person. It's fucking crazy. I'm going to go take a piss. Be right back. I'll say this, dude. I'm not here to fucking be better than anybody. I'm not here to have an ego towards anybody that I'm friends with or anybody that's around me, dude. But like, I have fun. I have a lot of fun doing this. That's why I do it every fucking day. Why would I do this if I didn't have fun? You know what I mean? Like, this is what it's about, dude. This is my hobby. This isn't my job. I don't make money off of this shit. The music that I'm going to be putting out in a couple months and next year, I don't do that because I want to be famous. I don't do that because I want to be viral. I'm not doing any of this shit because I want to be famous for anything. I do it because I have nothing else to do in my fucking time. I'm not going to go outside in 90-degree weather, 96-degree weather with 90% humidity and go to the park and walk around or work out and all this shit like that. Dude, that's just not who I am. I'm a gamer. I want to sit here and I want to play games and I want to fucking talk to my friends and watch dumb shit. And if I wasn't a streamer, I would be doing the same fucking thing on a smaller version of this. You know what I mean? I would just be smoking weed by myself in the living room on the TV, watching Netflix or playing video games anyways. So why not do this type of shit? And if people don't like it, they can suck my fucking cock. All right, let me read all this shit. Holy shit. Try to show my friends my content and nothing. Exactly, dude. These people don't give a fuck. Like, the people that are the closest to you don't care. Like, my parents care. they fuck with my shit. They're always excited when I tell them about stuff. You know what I mean? My dad's bought my merch before in the past. They've all made accounts to follow me and stuff. That's the most that I could actually hope for when it comes to my family. But like when it comes to people around me who are sitting on their computers anyways, dude, you know how hard it is to get those people to even remotely give a fuck when you're in real life friends? They don't care. They just want a game. They don't give a fuck. They just don't care. You know me. I have supported so many ways, people showing up other streams, content, but I just don't get that in return. That's one reason why I stopped making content. I support you in your content creation. That shit hurts. It does. It shit hurts, man. And like at the end of the day, bro, like if you're enjoying it, whether or not you're getting comments and stuff from and interactions from your close friends or the people that are actually like involved in your real life, if they're not fucking with it, whatever. You're not that content. It's not for them anyways. I heard someone say, dude, if you're in a band and you're a musician, like this is for Kai, you're not making music for your local community. You're making music for everybody else. Exactly. But at the end of the day, that's the reason why a lot of people quit Nerve is because like they're discouraged and stuff. All right, let me go back over to YouTube real fast. I got people laughing at my post about child abuse. The moment I see your laugh react, I do nothing but go block that person. I'm not going to give them the energy in that. Exactly. The music isn't for you, it's for me. Exactly, dude. You make that music because it makes you feel good. And it lets you get out what you want to get out. I do nothing but block that person. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I've learned the last couple of years that your friends and your family are not your target. Yeah, exactly. It's not your target audience. They're going to support you in the ways that the only way they know how. And then when they stop supporting you, they make it known. I learned something from Zach recently. We have a lot of talks behind the scenes in our DMs and stuff like that. And like we talk a shit about a lot of people that are on our posts and on his posts and shit like that. And I asked him, I'm like, why do you keep these people around, bro? And he goes, you keep your enemies closer, man. You keep your friends close, you keep your enemies closer, so you know what they're doing and you know what to avoid. And I was like, oh, fuck. And I was like, I can't do that, dude. I would not be able to see these people shit all the time. Yeah. Yeah, fuck them, bro. My parents, when I tell them that I could possibly be making money from this YouTube thing, they're like, oh, fuck yeah, keep doing that shit. I'm very animated, and I'm going to be talking and screaming to scream anyway, so why not share? Exactly. It leads to resentment, and it's not coming from what you want to give from your heart. Exactly, Nerve. Enemies can't betray you because they're already enemies. Yeah, I want people to see that hate me to see me prosper too. I have this new Twitter account because mine got suspended. I'm literally every person that I've blocked over the past couple of years, I'm coming across consistently right now. So that means that they're coming across me consistently, and I know for a fact they're pissed. I know for a fact that they're pissed. I know for a fact that the people that have spent the last couple of years shitting on my existence and running my name through the mud and shitting on my streams and shitting on me as a person and telling me I'm going to fail and this and that, they're all seeing me hit 1 million views on YouTube. They're all seeing me hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. They're all seeing me have, dude, there's streams where I have 10 people chilling now, like just on YouTube, and then I'll have 5 people on Twitter, dude. I mean, on Twitch. Like dude, I'm loving this. I love what I do, and I love that I have people that I can connect with, and I can just chill with. Like, I don't need to sit here and be the fucking craziest Apex player in the world. I don't even need to play Apex anymore, dude. I've learned to let go and move on to everything else and just fucking be who I want to be, dude. I was so afraid about looking dorky on stream or looking like a fucking idiot on stream that I fucking blocked and hindered who I was for so long. Whether it was when I dated my last ex and we lived together and I would get in trouble because girls were on my stream, or because I would talk about dicks a lot and stuff like that. And I would literally get fucking lectured all the fucking time over it. And to move home with my parents after I lost my apartment, and I had to, be quiet because, you can't just be screaming when your mom is like had 3 brain aneurysms and your dad works 17 hours a day. And like, I worked so hard to get out of that position. And then I move into my own place and I'm like, holy fuck, I can scream, I can do this, I can yell, I can fucking run down my hallway if I want to, butt naked. Like, it's just, I get to be who I want off stream and on stream. And it's, once I figured that out, and I figured out that like a lot of people aren't going to like me for who I am, I stopped caring, dude. Like, I used to care a lot, to be honest. I still care to a certain extent, If my close friends are like, yo, man, you're a fucking weirdo, then I'm going to be like, oh, fuck, what am I doing wrong? But, like, when a stranger comes up to me and goes, get out of your mom's basement, you fucking loser, get a job, you dork, and all this stuff, I'm like, whatever. So I'm, like, focused on just talking right now. You should be as independent as possible, just in case someone lets you down or fucks you over. Facts. Depending on people gives them too much opportunity to fail and pursue. And see, you're doing good, bro. Way better than a few years ago. See, the thing is I've also I didn't ride the backs of people around me. There's so many people that got signed to these big orgs, and Nerf, we've had these talks, like that got signed to fucking TSM and all this random shit, and we have had these little discussions where they ride the backs of the people around them in their community, and they get famous off of other people's content, and then those people start coming to theirs. I never did that. I never tried to get in good with anybody that was bigger. Fuck that, dude. I don't care. I'm doing my shit by myself, son. I want to collab with my friends. Like, I'm collabing with Nemesis next week. We're playing Left 4 Dead 2. On Friday the 13th, we're playing Left 4 Dead 2. I am going to be hanging out with Kai at some point because he doesn't live that far away. I want to hang out and just throw some tunes together for the fuck of it. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to do stuff to do things. And if people don't like it, fuck them. Fuck them, fuck them, fuck them, fuck them, fuck them. They hate me for what you're doing. If they hate for what you're doing, you're probably doing something. Exactly, bro. That's why when I post shit and people are like, people are telling me that I'm going to get sued for the content that I make. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because I make reaction content, bro. I'm not XQC. I don't sit here and go the entire time. I'm not Sniper Wolf and have everything scripted, bro. Like, I play video games for a lot of my channel stuff. I watch a lot of stuff, and then I react to things. We're going crazy. Yeah, dude. I feel that. Dude, I had hundreds of people blocked on my Twitter. I forgot what this dude's talking about, and honestly, just by looking at him this whole time, I'm kind of annoyed with his face. So I'm not going to watch him anymore. Oh. But yeah, man, fucking streaming world is crazy. Making anything that shows that you have fun with it in any fucking way makes people mad. And I don't think that's ever going to stop, dude. It can be anything. And if you have fun doing it, there's always going to be someone there mad at you for doing it. And that's crazy, man. Modern Warfare 3 is going to be dog shit, by the way. Don't buy it. Just wait for X Defiant. This song, like, perfectly represents everything that I feel, bro. My chest hurts because I fucking ranted so long. Take the fucking money. Take the fucking money. Take the fucking money. Take the fucking money.
Possibly, can you honestly value anything anyone says? Might be obsolete, but try to be better.
Honestly, can you fucking honestly take what anybody says?
Fuck on my face, bitch, yeah. I need insurance to get where I'm going. Life is a race, yeah. Fuck on my face, boy. Fuck on my space, bitch, yeah. I need insurance to get where I'm going. Life is a race, yeah. Been conditioned to believe every word they say. Only choice is the best one I make today. Been conditioned to believe every word they say. Only choice is the best one I make today. Put your money where your mouth is. All your promises been broke. Accountability is needed when you've been wrong. You don't want that smoke. Been conditioned to believe every word they say. Only choice is the best one I make today. Been conditioned to believe every word they say. Only choice is the best one I make today. Put your money where your mouth is. All your promises been broke. Accountability is needed when you've been wrong. You don't want that smoke. Yo, put your money, yeah.
I have played this a lot, bro. It's so good. I bet.
going, life is a race, yeah. Fuck on my face, boy, fuck on my space, bitch, yeah. I need insurance to get where I'm going, life is a race, yeah.
Yo, you guys see that? You guys see the hat? You see the drip, bro? You see the drip, bro? Fucking Cupid's holding Dracos? What you know about that shit, bro? You guys got a hat? You guys got a bucket hat of Cupids covered in tattoos holding Dracos? What? That shit goes hard. Fucking lined up with the break edge, with the fucking break edge hoodie. Oh, bro, what do you know about that drip, son? With the bonginator, with the fucking the AK-47s, bro. What the fuck? What are you talking about? You want to know what's crazy, dude? Guns, right? Guess what, bro? Kill everyone. Bam! More guns, bro. What'd you know, man? I'm fucking dripped out. I'm dripped out, bro. This ain't stock. We ain't stock over here. We fucking make this shit look good. Y'all ain't fucking know. Get on my level, bitch. Get on my fucking level, bitch. That Fumey Mouth shirt is sick, though. Yo, what's that Mo Cyrus song that we listened to? That song bangs, dude. This one, Chicago the Mecca. Oh, dude, this song, Nerve. I think you'll like this song, bro. Out of everything I listen to, I think that last band too you would like more than anything I listen to because they don't scream at all. It's just straight up fucking. It's the same guy. It's the same vato. You got me beat on that.
I use this platform just to talk my shit. Other times I'm rambling cause I rap and spit. Other times I wanna piss on all the small-minded few and talentless for those who want to rip off. It's like this genre is the circus. Some serve the culture and some have no purpose. My bars are like the cell phones, you have no service. The frequency is pretty clear, ain't hard to hear this. I'm just a messenger, let's just say that. Spreading love like two legs, cracking on a snapback. On the edge since the jump, man, I gotta step back. Life is moving faster than I thought I could have sworn. Felt the jet lag, yeah. Maybe I'm fatiguing from that lack of sleep. My eyes are droopy like that dog, bro. This shit is weak. Honestly, I'm being genuine. Bragging about my masculinity will only make me feminine. Come on now. Welcome to
Chicago. Hold the back guy.
I disrespect ya. Come on now.
Welcome to Chicago. This is the Mecca. I disrespect ya.
Yo, where you from, bro? I'm from the north side.
Yo, where you from, bro?
I'm from the south side.
Hey, where you from, bro?
I'm from the east side.
Hey, where you from, bro?
I'm from the west side. Hey. Acting reckless has become a norm. Hood babies getting dumber than they did before. Old heads think they're too good to teach the youngins because they're stubborn. To wonder why we ain't moving.
Bars.
There's room for growth, but that's not the case. I keep my head up from the best as I fall from grace. Love is rare, but it's too far for me to chase. I find comfort in my heart, thriving off the hate. It's hard to say that dodging all the bull. I do this to express myself and try to play it cool. It's recommended that I block out any anguish. My generation's butchered up and lost in every language, and they say communication's key. Then why the fuck I catch myself talking back to me? I really hope it gets better than it's meant to be. My eyes are getting cataracts from the pain I see. That's for real. Come on now. Welcome to Chicago.
This is the Mecca. I disrespect ya. Come on now. Welcome to Chicago. This is the Mecca. I disrespect ya.
Yo, where you from, bro? I'm from the north side.
Yo, where you from, bro? I'm from the south side. Where you from, bro? I'm from the east side. Where you from, bro? I'm from the west side. That shit goes so hard, bro. Oh. I love it. I love that shit. This shit is so good, bro. Featuring Mo Cyrus of I Bet, bro. I didn't even realize he was in the Step Up Challenge. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the fucking mouth, bro.
Welcome to the 2022 EP. Time for everybody work. Get ready to get slapped to the mouth. If you ain't ready, get the fuck out. You bitch pussy motherfucker. Welcome to the big boy shit, motherfucker. You're fucked up now.
Yeah, send me a link, bro.
Hey yo, you pussy ass motherfuckers always wanted to run. Now you gotta fucking bite your tongue when you in the fucking scope, motherfucker. You bitch ass bitches want to what the fighting was all fucking about. You ran your fucking mouth, I got punched in the fucking jaw. Let's get ready to rumble. Take everything. I'm losing, I'm screaming, I'm turning, I'm falling away because I'm dying.
I forgot about this song. Move! Move! Sucker! Move! Move around! Sucker! Move! Move around! I didn't realize it was the same guy until like 2 days ago, 3 days ago or something like that, bro. Oh my god, bro. James Harden. James Harden this, James Harden that. Phone's going off, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Is it just one song? I got you. Should watch the mini documentary about Mac's death. Oh. Got you. We're gonna listen to my boy's Kai song that he just sent me. This one right here, 2 years, the 2 years old one, the 10-minute one. Heard. Cool. So we're gonna listen to Kai's song first because he just sent me it through Google documents on. Google Drive. It's sick. You know what would be really cool, Kai, is if you emptied like a room like this. Like this room's not very big. If you was able to empty a room in your house and then put like a strobe light in there and was able to create a video of you just going nuts in a fucking room with strobe lights because of something like this, I think that'd be sick. It's what I used to do back in the day. We had me and my friend had a band called Eleonora, and we would have all the drums programmed with the bass, and he would play guitar, and I would just do vocals, and we'd play the rest of it through the PA. I've watched that set. I've watched that. I like that I can hear the bass too. So I've noticed like what a lot of bands do these days is they put out stuff like how you do, and then when they have people around that are like, oh man, this is so cool, and then you just try to find people in your area that can play this stuff. Or in Florida, that's what like Lilith Demise did and shit. I know for a fact that the dude from Tracheotomy is in like 5 fucking bands right now down here because they need to find guitarists for him. Good shit, Kai. Yeah, listen to Korn. Listen to Kern. Come on. It was good shit, dude. I'm glad that like the stuff is sounding that good. So when you have those shows coming up, dude, you're gonna have a fucking blast, son. I wish I could come to one of those, but fucking I have work and shit. There's no way I can get up there right now, to be honest. And my car's dog shit.
That stage, and he'd be exhausted, but he would be joyful. But he lived a hell of a life. in the 26 years he was with us. He made our lives so different. I'm going to end with something you're probably not going to want to hear. So they finally caught the that sold him the drugs.
Wow.
At 11:07 p.m. on September 4th, 2018, hip-hop artist Mac Miller would text his dealer Cameron Pettit in an attempt to purchase various substances. Mac Miller.
Once Avocado Night can get a day off together, we'll be trying to make days to come up. You know what I mean?
All good. You don't have any lean.
I do like these.
I got some 2 milligram Dilaudid, but that's
10 minutes
about
perfect,
it.
dude, because 20 minutes is a lot for me. You know what I mean?
Blues is in perks? Yeah, 30 milligrams. Those are my favorite, man. When can you get them? Probably in an hour or two. They're $30 each. Any chance I can get 10 of those? 10 bars and a ball? Yeah, for sure. I'll get back to you when I'm about to pick them up. For sure. Could you actually drop them off at the studio? Yeah, where at? I'm at Conway. Let me send you the address. 655 North Street, Andrews Place. Okay. Is that far from you? Not too far, I can make it. Okay, word. Let me know when you're on the way. Okay, I will. What time you thinking? Probably 1 a.m. That's for the blues too? Could you come through with the other stuff
He's
earlier?
like wanting
Yeah,
it.
that's for all of it. I'm gonna pick them up right now. Actually, I can wait, LOL. Beautiful. Okay, sweet. These text messages show Cameron Pettit agreeing to provide Mac Miller with 10 oxycodone pills, 10 Xanax pills, and some
His
cocaine.
tattoos are wild, though.
This transaction was scheduled to take place at around 1 a.m. on September 5th, 2018.
Oh, wow, his
at the
anniversary
Conway
was just
Recording
recently of his
Studios,
passing.
located at 655 North Street, Andrews Place. At 12:56 a.m., just 4 minutes before the scheduled exchange, Mac Miller would once again send a message to Cameron Pettit saying, "Yo, yo." 8 minutes later at 1:04 a.m., Mac Miller would send Cameron Pettit another text message asking, "Where
What
you
I
at?"
want to know is did this dude knowingly sell Mac Miller this shit? You know what I mean? Or was it an accident? Because if he did it on purpose, then it's like, why? Why would you do it on purpose knowing that it could kill him? You know what I mean? That could do this.
Mac Miller would then follow up with a third text message containing a single question mark. After waiting around for another 8 minutes and still no reply from Cameron, Mac Miller would begin to text message Mia Johansson, the woman who introduced Mac to Cameron. Mac Miller. Cam is supposed to be pulling up, but he's not answering. Mia Johansson. I don't know, hun. Is there anybody else with the stuff? I can send some with a girl, LOL. I need a few things. I have everything, LOL. Snow bars and blue perks? I have it all. Do you have lean, too? No lean, LOL.
This is
but
nuts
I have
already.
Adderall and Oxy. Perks? I have Norco. What milligram are the Oxy and Norco? The Oxys are 30 milligrams and the Norco is 10 milligrams. So the Oxys are little? Yes, it's a little blue pill. Can I get 5 of those? 5 bars and a gram of snow? Yes, the 30 milligram Oxy is $30 each. The bars are $5 each. The 10 milligram Norco is $10 each. And I'll give you the gram for free if you book a girl. What about 2 grams? Deal, LOL. What girls are available? Carla's ready. So what will my total be? Send me a picture of the Oxy too. How long would all this take to arrive? 30 minutes. I'm at 655 St. Andrews.
$1,025.
With the girl, LOL. What's the total of everything else? $1,025. Send through. South or north, St. Andrews? North. Carla is 31 minutes away. These text messages between the two show Mia Johansson agreeing to provide Mac Miller with 5 oxycodone pills,
That is a
5
ton,
Xanax
bro.
bars, 10
$1,025?
Adderall pills, 5 hydrocodone pills, and 2 grams of cocaine.
And a girl.
The total of all this would come out to $1,025 and was going to be delivered to Mac Miller by a woman named Carla Amador, a prostitute who also goes under the name Carolina Cortez in the adult entertainment industry. 15 minutes after Mac Miller finished talking to Mia Johansson, Cameron Pettit would proceed to text Mac Miller saying, "Sorry, I got sidetracked. Coming now." Mac Miller would quickly reply back saying, "For sure." Then at 2:25 a.m., Cameron Pettit would arrive at Conway Recording Studios and allegedly give Mac Miller the substances discussed in their earlier text messages.
so if this guy never
Shortly
showed
after,
up,
Carla Amador would also
we would
allegedly
probably
arrive
have.
at Conway Recording Studios with the substances Mac Miller inquired about in his text messages with Mia Johansson. Moments later, Mia Johansson would text message Mac Miller asking what payment method he is going to use to pay for her products and services. How are you going to send the money? Cash App or Venmo? Are you going to send it tonight or tomorrow? Mac Miller: I'll handle it tomorrow. Okay, do you want to extend your time with Carla for an hour? Yes, please. Okay, cool. We'll just handle the money tomorrow. Mac Miller and Carla Amador would then proceed to spend
I
the
played
rest
the
of
fifth
the night
nerf.
together.
No comment.
The next morning, Mia Johansson would once again text message Mac
I
Miller,
do not want to
further
incriminate
explaining
myself
the new
to
cost for
the
Carla
jury.
Amador services, as well as clarifying the prices for the substances provided. Mac Miller would respond shortly after, explaining that he only meant to have Carla Amador's services for an extra hour, but got sidetracked. 2 days later, on September 7, 2018, Mac Miller's personal assistant, Sam Motivassel, would be doing his daily checkup on Mac Miller at his San Fernando Valley, California home, only to find Mac Miller unresponsive in a praying position on his bed at around 11:30 a.m. that morning. Sam Motivassel would then quickly begin to call 911, who ultimately instructed Sam to move Mac Miller's body to the floor and perform CPR. Mac Miller was sadly pronounced dead 16 minutes after the call.
So which drugs was it? Did he do
Immediately
from
after
both
Mac
people?
Miller's sudden death, detectives began investigating the crime scene, where they ended up finding a plastic bag in a coat pocket in Mac Miller's bathroom. Inside the plastic bag were all but 5 of the pills he purchased from both Cameron Pettit and Mia Johansson. These pills would soon be brought in for testing, where it would be revealed that all of the substances provided by Mia Johansson and Carla Amador were real and authentic, while Cameron Pettit's oxycodone would...
Okay, so her pills. Okay, so if that dude never showed up, we would still have Mac Miller. That's so fucked up, bro. Oh, I would have been like, nah, dude, you waited too long to get back to me. Sorry, man. I already got someone coming through, and they have a girl. So, bye. That's what I would have done if I was in that position. Let's be serious here. Let's be fucking serious here, man. Like, I don't know if his addiction was that crazy to the point where he was like, yeah, I'll buy it all from everybody. Or if he was just like, didn't want to be an inconvenience type deal. Like, or I don't know. But me personally, I've had that shit happen where I've hit up two dealers for bud because one doesn't answer, and then the second one answers, and then I'll go and tell the other one, oh, never mind, bro. Like, this dude answered before you. You know what I mean? Like, he answered again, I mean, or some shit like that. Because I've hit up somebody in the morning, they don't answer all day. I'll hit up a new person, and they'll be like, yeah, man, no problem. I'll be there soon. And then the person from the morning will hit up and be like, yeah, man, no problem, be there soon. And I'm like, bro, you literally let me wait 7 hours before you told me that you could do it for some reason. I don't know if you slept all day because you don't like money, but this dude already hit me up and he's on his way. So sorry, bro. That's literally what I would be doing. I've done that before. I'd do it again.
Test positive for fentanyl, a powerful synthetic opioid that is 50 times more potent than heroin. Out of the 5 pills Mac Miller consumed, 4 were the counterfeit oxycodone pills that Cameron Pettit allegedly supplied. This would later be confirmed after post-mortem toxicology results would show that Mac Miller died from mixed drug toxicity involving fentanyl, cocaine, and ethanol. The news about Mac Miller's death would soon begin to spread all over the internet, with multiple media outlets reporting the story. Shortly after the news broke, Cameron Pettit would begin to direct message an individual the feds nicknamed PR on Instagram. Cameron Pettit: hi. PR: you good? I'm not great. Talk to me. Most likely, I will die in jail. I've been worried about you all day. Don't say that. Yeah, dang it. What do you mean? You're just paranoid. Nothing has happened yet, but it might, and I'm nervous. Yeah, don't think negatively, okay? Try not to stress. I feel like it's going to be okay.
Bro.
It's not your fault.
Like, I ain't waiting anymore.
Get off the grid. Move to another country. What should my name be? Are you really? Like, do you honestly think it's that serious? Your name should be Sweet Baby Dang Daddy. Let's move to Stockholm.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
Maybe. I don't know yet. I will probably know tomorrow. Can you please keep me posted? I'm worried about you.
It's like sometimes they just don't want the money, bro.
Pettit would then go on to direct message another individual on Instagram, with this person being nicknamed AG, asking whether or not he
that
should
person
post
that he was just talking to was definitely a girl.
Conversation he had with Mac Miller on his Instagram account. Cameron Pettit would end up answering that question himself by stating, I think I should probably not post anything, just to be smart. Over the next year, detectives would continue to investigate the death of Mac Miller and would begin to assume that Cameron Pettit purchased the counterfeit oxycodone pills that Mac Miller consumed from Stephen Walter, a 46-year-old man from Westwood who has had previous run-ins with the law that resulted in convictions for charges such as possession with intent to distribute methamphetamine, possession of cocaine base for sale, and unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon. These pills would then allegedly be delivered to Cameron Pettit by a 36-year-old man named Ryan Rivas, a man who authorities claim was a resident of West Los Angeles, California, but quickly relocated to Lake Havasu, Arizona following the death of Mac Miller. It was also revealed that 1 month after the death of Mac Miller, Cameron Pettit requested to purchase more oxycodone pills from Stephen Walter, which Walter would agree to provide. In addition to that, it was also alleged that Ryan Rivas was involved in more drug trafficking activities in June. These claims are backed up by a text message sent by Ryan Rivas to an unknown individual while negotiating a drug deal. The text message states, "People have been dying from fake blues left and right. You better believe law enforcement is using informants and undercover police officers to buy them on the street so they can start putting people in prison for life for selling fake pills." This would allegedly indicate that all three of these individuals would continue to sell a dangerous substance even after the death of Mac Miller, while also being fully aware of the risks their products could bring to potential customers.
I love shrooms, bro.
Then, on September 4th, 2019, exactly 1 year after the night he agreed to supply Mac Miller with oxycodone, Cameron Pettit was arrested on federal charges regarding the distribution of narcotics. 19 days later, Stephen Walter was arrested on similar charges alleging the conspiracy to distribute narcotics. 3 days after Stephen Walter's arrest, the DEA raided Ryan Rivas' home in Lake Havasu, Arizona, where they would uncover prescription pills, guns, and ammunition. Ryan Rivas would also be brought into custody with similar charges shortly after. Cameron Pettit, Stephen Walter, and Ryan Rivas are due in court for trial on November 16th, 2021. All three men are facing potential life sentences.
Good. That's fucking nuts, dude. Crazy story behind NBA YoungBoy's arrest. Oh, dude. Wow, dude. This dude hasn't posted like at all. That's nuts. Dude, I watched a 3-hour-long documentary about King Von. That is ridiculous, to be honest. Definitely gonna subscribe to this. I like how the video was put together. It wasn't like fucking overdone, you know what I mean? It wasn't overreacting. It wasn't super animated. He was just like, and this is how the text messages went. Where are you? I'm over here. Okay, I'll be there in a second. This is some good. Juice was involved with King Von. Is that what's in the? Is that what's in the thing? Is that in the the little documentary? I liked King Von until I watched his documentary where I found out that he was literally murdering people because he liked it.
On December 7th, 2019, Juice WRLD and his entourage would begin to board a Gulfstream private jet that was located inside the Van Nuys Airport.
Jesus.
The private jet would eventually take off
Which
at
Department of Homeland Security?
PST,
Is that what that is?
with its final destination being the Chicago Midway International Airport. The jet would be airborne for just over 3 hours before safely landing at the Atlantic Terminal in the Chicago Midway International Airport at around 1:28 a.m. CST. But little did Juice WRLD know that the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and the Gang Investigation Federal Task Force were waiting for them to land. After landing, Juice WRLD and his entourage were confronted in the lobby of the Atlantic Aviation Building by 3 FBI agents, a canine officer, as well as Officer Romero of the Chicago Police Department's Gang Intelligence Unit. Authorities would then immediately request Officer Mazzillo to have his canine perform a narcotics search on all of the luggage that was on board the private jet, which was already conveniently loaded on 2 separate luggage carts in the lobby. The canine immediately detected narcotics in the luggage on the first cart. Officer Mazzillo would then take the canine outside, where it would later return to detect even more narcotics in the luggage on the second cart. Authorities would then notify Juice WRLD and everyone else that was on board the private jet that the canine detected narcotics in the luggage and that the suitcases were going to be opened and searched. While the search was taking place, Ali Lottie, Juice WRLD's girlfriend, would return from the bathroom and take a seat on the lounge chairs in the lobby with Juice WRLD seated directly in front and to the right of her. Juice WRLD would then slowly turn around to face Ali Lottie and let out a deep loud screech before throwing his arms in the air and falling to the ground. Juice WRLD would then begin to convulse on the ground while blood leaked from his nose and mouth.
Yeah, she's a fucking
Ali
psycho,
Lottie
bro.
began to scream for help. Chicago police officers Michael Botica and Daniel McAuliffe would then claim to immediately start helping Juice WRLD by rolling Juice on his side to help with his breathing. Officer Botica would then call for the Chicago Fire Department while a Homeland Security Investigations agent gave Juice WRLD 2 shots of Narcan. Officer Botica would then claim that after receiving the Narcan shots that Juice WRLD would stop convulsing. Juice WRLD was then transported to the Christ Hospital in Chicago by the Chicago Fire Department paramedics, while the authorities would uncover 41 vacuum-sealed bags containing 70 pounds of marijuana and 6 prescription bottles of codeine. After the search, 2 members of Juice WRLD's entourage were taken into custody by police. The first individual was a man by the name of Henry Dean, who was Juice WRLD's personal security guard at the time. Henry Dean was never on the private jet, but was waiting for them to land at the Chicago International Airport along with a limousine service to pick Juice WRLD and his entourage up in. After getting word that Juice WRLD safely landed, Henry Dean would enter the airport to help everyone that was on board the flight with their luggage, but was quickly stopped by authorities. Officers would then ask Henry Dean if he had any weapons on him, which he would inform them that he did, in fact, have 2 firearms on him but has a valid firearms owner ID as well as a concealed carry license. Unfortunately, these licenses did not allow him to carry a concealed firearm inside an airport, and police eventually arrested Henry Dean on 3 charges relating to the firearms he had in his possession. The other individual arrested was Chris Long, Juice WRLD's personal photographer and videographer. Chris Long was arrested after authorities discovered a bag containing camera equipment along with a .40 caliber pistol hidden inside. When asked who the bag belonged to, Chris Long would claim ownership of the bag but denied any knowledge of there being a firearm inside. Chris Long would then be arrested and charged with unlawful possession of a firearm at around 2:03 a.m. on December 8, 2019. A little over an hour later, Juice WRLD would be pronounced dead by Dr. Sean Motsney at 3:14 a.m. The cause of death was later revealed to be oxycodone and codeine toxicity. Everyone else that was on board the private jet was free to go without any additional charges. But what about the 70 pounds of marijuana that was trafficked over 2,000 miles across the country? It was stated that neither of the suitcases containing the vacuum-sealed bags had any name or personal items that could be linked to any of the passengers on the jet, and nobody claimed ownership of the suitcases either. But why was it even on the jet in the first place? Juice WRLD was a rich and famous superstar. Why would anyone put Juice WRLD in that position in the first place? Regardless, the feds weren't just going to let drug trafficking slide, right? After looking further into the police report, something odd stood out to me, and that was the fact that the Gang Investigation Federal Task Force was waiting for them to land. I can understand that if the pilot called in a tip stating that there were narcotics and firearms on board, why the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and the police being there. But the Gang Investigation Federal Task Force seemed strange and oddly specific. I began to do more research, where I eventually discovered that just 6 days before Juice WRLD's sudden overdose, the Chicago Tribune released an article claiming that the FBI is in town to investigate the death of a Chicago rapper who went by the name of Shoota Shells. Shoota Shells was a member of a Chicago gang called Black Mob, and back in 2017, released a song on YouTube titled Death of 150, which was a brutal diss to a rival gang. The rival gang targeted in the song goes by the name of No Limit, with its most well-known members being rappers G Herbo and Lil Bibby. Lil Bibby is also the owner of Grade A Productions, a record label Juice WRLD was heavily involved with since its start and would later sign onto a multi-million-dollar joint venture deal with Interscope Records. Now, while most Chicago gang members are known to be some of the most savage individuals, Lil Bibby was different, with his main focus always being money, and was known as a big-time drug dealer who rarely dissed opposing gang members. When the Chicago drill scene started to gain traction online back in 2012, names such as Chief Keef, Lil Durk, G Herbo, and Lil Bibby were some of the biggest in the industry. Juice WRLD, who grew up in Homewood, Illinois, a Chicago suburb just 30 minutes south of where Lil Bibby is from, became a huge fan of the drill scene. And when Lil Bibby showed interest in Juice WRLD, he signed him almost immediately despite having similar opportunities to get into the music industry. After signing, Juice WRLD, who had no gang
Appreciate
ties
you, man.
prior to
Nerve,
meeting
you have a
Lil
good day,
Bibby,
bro.
was now acting as if he was a lifelong No Limit gang member and began involving himself in very serious situations that had absolutely nothing to do with him. For example, Juice WRLD would start dissing a guy by the name of Posto. Posto was a member of a Chicago gang called Lakeside, which rivals No Limit, and was brutally murdered back in November of 2013 at just 18 years old after being shot in the head while standing in the first floor hallway in a building located on the 2700 block of East 80th Street in Chicago.
And on my wrist is a glass house. Smoking Pasto till I pass out. What you say about Pasto? Pussy a dirty ass out.
Juice WRLD would also diss another No Limit rival who went by the name of Lil Mister. Lil Mister was a well-known Chicago drill rapper and a member of a Chicago
I did not know
gang
any of
called
this.
Luga World. On March 15, 2019, Lil Mister was fatally shot in the head after a drive-by on the 7400 block of South Harvard Avenue. He was only 24 years old at the time of his death.
We said we smoking on Ghost, smoking on Katie Pack and Pasto and Mister the most. Man, I'ma kill you know it though.
In addition to all that, Juice WRLD also began to drop rakes, which is a gang sign used to disrespect anyone affiliated with the Gangster Disciples.
Hey, we dropping them bitches and we phone.
Most of these subtle yet very serious expressions of disrespect would go over the heads of the majority of Juice WRLD fans, but fans of the Chicago drill scene would immediately take notice and criticize Juice WRLD and No Limit online. One Chicago drill specialist by the name of Rasha947 would comment, "Wow, this is actually shameful. How are No Limit letting him do this meal ticket or not? Straight clown. He would be on this sub if he wasn't famous." Another drill superfan by the name of Throwaway8881 would say, "Herb, Cairo, and Bibby are some clowns for letting him do all this." A now deleted user would respond to that comment with, "It's gotta be awkward these savage hood dudes pretending to vibe with him just for money and clout when he's clearly some soft suburban dude, and him trying to pretend he can relate to their savage mentalities." These situations are prime examples to show the lengths Juice WRLD would go in order to fit in with the No Limit street gang. Now, going back to the narcotics found on Juice WRLD's private jet, fans have been speculating on several theories since
They were
the day
using
it
him to
happened,
move
with
drugs.
the common one being that the narcotics found on Juice WRLD's private jet were for personal use and were most likely being brought from California to Chicago to be given out to the guests at Juice WRLD's 21st birthday party that was scheduled on the day he unfortunately passed away. Another theory being discussed online is that Juice WRLD's girlfriend, Ali Lottie, was the mastermind behind all of this, with the evidence being leaked court documents claiming that Ali Lottie was arrested for trafficking meth back in 2017.
What?
Ali Lottie denied these claims on Twitter by tweeting, "Never seen meth ever, and I'm pretty sure meth is Adderall. Again, this paperwork has nothing to do with me. I'm so sorry. I don't even know the lawyer." Fans would also speculate that Chris Long may have something to do with this due to his ties with the underground cannabis industry in Los Angeles.
This is Chris Long, the plug.
Royal Buds LA is a store that sells medicinal marijuana.
Yes.
And you're the manager. Who owns it, or can you talk about that?
Some guys own it.
So you really can't talk about who owns it.
I'm not gonna.
Okay, that's
The
fair.
weed business is
already
a business
shady.
where
I love the weed business.
information is kept close to the
Very
chest.
secret.
Yeah. But basically, he works for some dudes that own a lot of them. Like, he works with them, and they are fucking.
How'd they
kingpins
find
for
you?
this Shit.
And others, more specifically the Chicago drill scene, would speculate that No Limit was behind all of this the whole time.
Yeah, I
with
feel that.
one highly upvoted comment in particular stating, "Juice WRLD was getting extorted, even though some people like to deny it." Another user would respond shortly after saying, "Thank you. Why would Juice WRLD be traveling on a jet with so much weed? No Limit was using him as a crash dummy. He just so happened to be a superstar." We will likely never know why and how this situation came to be, but at the end of the day, 70 pounds of narcotics were found in the luggage on board the private jet, with the Gang Investigation Federal Task Force in particular waiting for Juice WRLD and No Limit to land.
That's nuts, man. RIP, but like I didn't know he was like gang affiliated like that now. Like that's kind of crazy. You never know what people are doing, that's for sure. That's fucking crazy, man.
Here we have Kevin Love, and here we have Kelly Olynyk. Two guys who didn't have much to do with each other until the 2015 playoffs, when beef blossomed between them in a play that was kind of gruesome, and I don't really want to show it this early on. It'll set the wrong tone. This isn't a Saw movie. Let's get to know Kevin Love and find out why those 2015 playoffs were so important to him. After a fun year at UCLA, Love declared for the draft and was chosen 5th overall by the Grizzlies, who immediately traded him to Minnesota, where he spent 6 long, cold seasons not making the playoffs. Though he did rack up quite a few individual accomplishments, he was particularly adept at outlet passes and had a pretty impressive three-point percentage, especially for a power forward. So why weren't the Timberwolves making the playoffs? Why were they instead very, very bad? Well, perhaps they were bad because Love was overrated, merely chasing his own numbers, and a non-leader who could never be the guy for the team. Even the owner of his team said Love wasn't a star. Speaking of Glenn Taylor, the T-Wolves were terribly mismanaged for years, much to the consternation of their maligned all-star. Seems the bumbling leadership played a role in Minnesota's lack of success, but that didn't spare Love much criticism. It was more like a little asterisk to the Kevin Love can't get it done story. How frustrating for Love. I mean, even if he ignored the critics, being an all-star and spending your whole career excluded from the playoffs sucks. But in the summer of 2014, everything changed. The whole NBA landscape shifted when LeBron James returned to his hometown Cleveland Cavs, where he'd team up with Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love.
I love that.
Cleveland traded for him, and you couldn't quite hear the critics over all the excitement.
So good.
Remember his stats and his threes and his outlet passes? And last year was his best yet. Besides, how bad could he be if LeBron James wanted him on the team? And for everybody who said Love needed help to get to the playoffs, well, now he had the most help of anyone ever. Or close to it. The new Big Three in the East turned Cleveland into title favorites. And good news, Love, title favorites tend to make the playoffs. If Love was a debutante, the 2015 postseason was his coming out ball. Finally, he had a chance to prove his detractors wrong on a national stage. Round 1 versus Boston, he looked pretty good. Made 6 threes in Game 3. Game 4, he was ready to build on that momentum, but 5 minutes in, he got tangled up with this guy, Kelly Olynyk. Let's get to know Olynyk a bit and find out why the 2015 postseason mattered to him. Olynyk grew up in a basketball family. His dad was the University of Toronto coach, and his mom was a college ref and a scorekeeper for the Raptors. Olynyk wasn't always a giant and started out playing point guard. When he shot up 7 inches to 6'10" in 11th grade, he stayed at the point. At Gonzaga, he was moved to power forward, and it wasn't an easy transition. So in a practically unheard of move, he took a non-medical redshirt year after his sophomore season to figure out his
I'm
new
sorry,
position.
I did not see you. I was typing something out.
Put in
How are you? How are you? I
clumsiness
saw the
and inefficiency in the
shaking
post.
pumpkins, and that's how I was like,
Combine
what
that
the
with his
fuck?
guard skills,
Who's that?
and Olynyk was
And
a
I moved
solid
the screen
stretch
all the way
forward.
too. How are you?
In 2013, he led Gonzaga to their first #1 national ranking and was a first-team All-American. And then he
This
declared
lady's
for the
boring
draft.
me. This lady's her voice is boring. How are you, Cheesy? How was your day? Is your day off? Are you on lunch today or something? Does it make me sound sexist, whatever? I can't stand female voiceovers. Some of them sound pretty good, but other times it's not sexist at all, bro. It's just preference, man. There's some that I really, really enjoy. Like, you know that it's not. Yeah. There's a lady that does her makeup like Bailey something. I really like her videos. Like, I'm watching her do her makeup and she's talking about serial killers and stuff, but her voice isn't like grainy and it's not like peaky and it doesn't like overpower stuff. Like, you know what I mean? She seems more human. You know, that lady that we were just listening to didn't seem very human. I'm good. I'm at work. How are you? I'm fantastic. Dealing with trolls. We have been dealing with trolls for 2 days now. I had people come into my stream last night and go, "You're a fucking pussy. I can bench more than you, you fucking pussy." And I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? I don't care. I don't work out. Of course you can bench more than me. But I also have a girlfriend. So I don't need to work out. I already got one. I'm just kidding. I'm going to start working out soon. I've lost 10 pounds over the past couple of weeks. And I think it's time to work out, yo. I think it's time. What is this, Nemesis?
On October 20th, 2022, a USPIS agent was on vacation at Disney World's Animal Kingdom in Florida when he spotted a fugitive who had been on the run for almost a year. The fugitive was later identified as 31-year-old Quayshawn Burton. Burton got into the park by using a fake identity. Since
You've been killing it. So this is, I just want to put it into perspective for you guys. Like, I've been streaming for 4 years. 4. It's a lot. You know what I mean? That's a long time to be streaming. And you guys are doing better than I have ever done. Avocado just hit her past 1 year streaming, and you're within your, like, literally, like, your first 2 months streaming. You guys have more viewers than most people have their entire careers. Just to put it in perspective. So just keep doing what you guys are doing. I tell this to Avocado all the time. I'm like, if you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to blow up. You are fun to watch. Cheesy, you are fun to watch. Just keep doing what you're doing, and it's gonna blow up. Have your schedule going. You know, I think you guys should utilize YouTube more. YouTube is a fucking masterclass tool when it comes to content creating. You know, just take the same clips that you're putting onto your TikTok and put them onto YouTube. What you do, go onto your TikTok, download all your clips from your start of your TikTok, and then schedule those clips onto YouTube. And then you got this giant buffer room of just content that's being posted somewhere else. Yeah. And then you can, it helps a lot. That's what I do. That's what I did when I started this. When I started this YouTube transition. And only when I found myself did things start to work out for me, you know? Yeah, it works. I'm telling you, it works. I want Avocado to do it too. Of course. There's always ways to do shit. Some of those games that you guys play, like, could be cut and turned into YouTube videos. You know, that's what I do. That's how I get my Titanfall videos. I just take the videos from stream, download them, and then I edit them down and take out all the fucking stupid shit that doesn't need to be shown and put all the kills in and stuff. But since you guys have all this laugh and stuff, you guys would have pretty funny content on YouTube. You guys should do like a joint YouTube group thing where you guys have like a name for all the people you play with, and you guys just upload all your funny shit to the same YouTube. That would be sick. That would be cool as hell.
Inspection service.
Let me go get a battery.
Involved in the case and had signed Burton's arrest warrant. Authorities say Burton went on the run in New York City in November of 2021 after he used fraudulent documents to obtain coronavirus relief aid. Burton stole the identities of at least 4 people to get nearly $150,000 in government loans.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, give me a second, all right?
Steal that money, dog!
Does it look like him?
That's what I'm saying. If you guys ever want to play Fortnite with me, I have Fortnite. It could bring a different personality to the table when you guys got nothing else to do.
All right, brother. Can we talk to you for a second? Me? Yeah. What's up? You have your ID with you? My ID? Yeah. I don't think I have my ID on me. What's your first name? We got some more that you might be doing something. I might be doing something. Yeah. You have your name? I didn't do anything wrong. Okay. Just give me a second. Turn it off for me. It's okay. If you didn't do anything wrong, it's okay.
Can make Slide play too? Yeah, make them play.
Literally, I'm with my daughter. It's okay.
We could do like a joint stream, joint couples thing.
Officer, I
He's
don't
just going to
understand.
secure you and that's it.
This is not right.
Don't resist.
Officer, I did nothing wrong.
Don't resist.
Officer, I just was here with my officer. Listen.
Okay, don't grab
This is not right. I did nothing wrong, officer.
Put your hands behind your
Can
back.
you tell me what's wrong? What's the problem?
Once we figure it out.
But this is not right because you're detaining me. You're not telling me why.
Okay.
This is not right, officer.
You're the suspect.
I'm
You're the suspect in the warrant. Look at me. If you're not the guy, we're going to let you go. If you are the guy,
this is not right.
Put your hands behind your back.
I did nothing wrong. I'm here with my child.
Okay, listen.
Look, my daughter. Are you going to do this?
If it isn't him, we're going to let him go. It's for a warrant. Okay, brother, turn around.
Officer,
turn
this
around.
is not
turn
right. Y'all got to
Fuck, bro. In front of his kid? That's kind of fucked, though.
Stop
resisting.
Officer, my daughter is right here. Are y'all serious?
Stop resisting, man.
This is not right, man. Officer, this is not right. This is not right. Look, y'all calling. This is not right. I did nothing wrong. I'm in Disney World. Are y'all kidding me? Oh my God. I don't believe it.
So where you at?
Nah, this is not right. Officer, I did nothing.
Stop fighting, man.
I got kidding, my child is right here.
Hey, bro, if it's not you, we're going to let you go.
But this is not right, officer. I'm in Disney World. I did
if it's
nothing.
not you, we're going to let you go.
What are you...
Yeah, right. I would have been like, yo, man, we're going to arrest you, but we're going to take your daughter over here so she doesn't see.
The subject of a warrant.
That's what I would have done.
Yes. What are you talking about, officer? Yo, this is not... Yo, this is wrong, officer. This is wrong. This is wrong. I'm telling you, this is wrong. Are you kidding me? Are y'all kidding me? Y'all gonna assault me now?
Turn around.
Y'all gonna assault me?
Buddy, if it's not you, we're gonna let you go.
Listen, all right, so confirm that before you arrest me.
I'm not arresting you, but you're...
Sir, the cops.
If you put your hands behind your back and stop resisting, if it's not you...
Y'all are assaulting me.
If it's not you,
I'm talking to y'all calmly.
Buddy.
I did nothing wrong. I'm talking to you. I'm walking.
What's your name?
Oh my God.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. If it's not you, I told you that from the very beginning.
Yes, but what? I don't understand.
You're the subject of a warrant. If it's not you, I'm going to let you go.
I don't understand. This is 10-4. I do understand what I'm saying.
Look at me. I promise you, if it's not you, we're going to let you go. Okay? But the thing is, you're not listening to me. If we just, I told you from the very beginning, if we secure you and it's not you, we're going to let you go. Okay? That's it. But we have to investigate because you match the description of a subject with a warrant. If it's not you, we're going to let you go. Okay? Do me that favor. Thank you, bro.
Go ahead, sir.
Very calm, to be honest. He stopped talking.
I have an ID.
Okay. Do you have an ID in Florida?
No.
No? Where's your ID from?
With my ID from?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
Well, like you're an adult. You have a photo ID issued to you somewhere?
Yes.
What state?
South Carolina.
South Carolina? All right. You can go ahead and put your knees in there for me, bud. What's your name, bud?
He knows.
I mean, you know that we already know, right?
Know what?
You know. So why don't you just provide your actual information to us and speed up this process?
That's what I'm...
You know what I'm saying?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, what's your last name?
Facts.
And that's what I was trying to explain to you. I'm trying to this crap.
Yeah, he ain't gonna talk, bro.
Yeah, if it wasn't him, he would just tell you who he was so he could get out of here, you know what I mean?
But he won't give you a name?
No. The Fed verified that's him.
Yeah. I just talked to their fraud department.
Mm-hmm.
Then obviously whatever he booked.
He's not going in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Fingerprint readers out here?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Well, everything bounced. So, and it's nothing's in his name. So they want to know.
Yeah. No, it's him. It's him.
Yeah.
Prior to that,
but
we have the information from the
at least they didn't beat the shit out of him in front of her. You know what I mean? But that's pretty crazy, man. He obviously deserved it, and they were very respectful about it outside of like doing it in front of his daughter. But hey, can't win them all. If you're a cop, you can't win them. If you can't win them, you never win. You never win. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but as a cop, no matter what you do, it's always a losing battle. Because most cops are assholes. So when like you're an actually decent cop, people don't give a fuck. You know, this paper mill explosion got 11K views. That's crazy, dude. That's dumb. They were arrested. Dude, Titanfall's so good, bro.
After the Second World War, the Netherlands had to build a lot of new houses, not just to repair damage, but to handle the population from the post-war baby boom. And the housing they built was, well, it was pretty much all the same. Most of it built quickly, cheaply, and to one of a few similar designs. So in 1968, the Dutch government's Ministry for Public Housing and Spatial Planning started to offer grants for experimental architecture. Because, to quote the government minister in charge, men weet niet wat men mist. You don't know what you're missing. Maybe they'd find a way to radically improve housing for everyone. A lot of the experiments were very tame. You wouldn't really notice them as you walk through a city.
Get back to work. Hope you have a great day. I hope you have a great day, Cheesy. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you.
And they actually did find ways to build better homes.
Wish we were actually doing stuff that was entertaining, but we're just chilling right now.
Stark, brutalist work that you might expect from 1960s or 70s architects. Interesting to look at. Not always great places to live. Some of those became quite famous, like the cube houses in Helmond and Rotterdam. One of the final experiments to get the subsidy was built in 1984, and it was very strange indeed. The Bulwanninger, the sphere houses, sit in Den Bosch in the south of the country. According to the designer, artist Dries Krijkamp, humans were not meant to live in a box.
It's not very spacious, but depending on the person, like I personally don't have claustrophobia, but I have heard from other people that they have experiences of claustrophobia when they enter the house. So it's not made for everyone.
Krijkamp was more a designer than an architect. The experimental houses are livable and they're still used as social housing where the local government is the landlord. But there are definitely some problems.
Because of the trees, the shell of the house gets green pretty quickly. Once in 5 or 10 years, they do a complete cleaning of the houses. Or anything inside the house, that's all for yourself, except for proper maintenance like the boilers and that kind of stuff. Or if the windows are leaking, because that's one of the biggest problems we have. On a good rainy day, you can basically swim in your living quarters. The first floor is when you enter the house. The second floor is the sleeping quarters. Then you go another stair, and then you get to the bathroom and the shower. And then you have the upper floor, which is the living room, the kitchen. If you have a lot of stuff, you have to adapt because there's very limited room. So you have to use every inch. Even if you measure, it's still no guarantee that things will fit.
The two halves of each house were built in a temporary factory on site here and then connected together. These are made from glass fiber reinforced concrete with 10 centimeters of rock wool insulation between the outer and inner hull, which means they are warm.
If it's 20 degrees outside, then it becomes 25 inside. So we cover the windows. We're always looking forward to the winter, really. During winter, it's quite nice and comfy, actually. Like, I can't complain.
Maybe, if
They
these
look
plans
cool as
continue,
fuck,
the
though.
third or fourth generation of these houses would have worked well. But not only did they have problems, they also proved just too expensive compared to the economies of scale for traditional housing.
Recently, these houses were added to monumental status, so they get a little bit more care. They can't be demolished, but that's only on the local level, not governmental level, at least not yet.
The surprising thing for me is not that these houses exist. There's a lot of weird houses out there. I've visited a few of them. What surprised me is they're still homes. They're still lived in. They've not been converted to hotels or short-term lets or quirky tourist attractions. And they're not sitting disused and broken. The dreams of the space age didn't all come
That's
to
so
pass.
cool,
We don't all
though,
live
but
in
it's-
spheres now, and
they're
it turns
terrible.
out that there are good reasons for that. But some people still do.
It's nice to live here. It's peaceful. The shops are nearby. You got a park next to your house. You can ice skate in the winter. We have good neighbors. We do hang out. We do chat with one another. You get used to it. It just asks a lot of adapting to it and being creative.
That's so cool, though. Largest telescope that'll never be built. That's fucking wild. It's like Dubai in that other country that like has all these plans to build all this shit, and then they start building it, and then they're like, oh wait, we don't have enough money, and then they just fucking stop building it. Bathroom. Ay, ay, ay. Extreme hurricanes are forcing lizards to evolve. What the? I like lizards. I like lizards.
A new landmark property.
Sometime in early 2018, I was picking up food and saw a flyer for an amusement park all too familiar to me.
It's everything chocolatey.
It's everything chocolatey. Oh, I remember Marineland.
Has been a staple of my hometown.
Now that I
area
heard that
for
fucking
years.
jingle.
I've watched their commercials play after cartoons all my life,
Crazy.
yet I've never actually gone. I've known about their troubled past before, but
Never been.
never paid much
Been to
attention
SeaWorld.
to it, at
Oh,
least
fuck, I
not
hated
until
it.
I saw this flyer for the park. On the last page, it essentially lays out a defense against critics reading, "Radical animal rights activists have relentlessly and viciously attacked Marineland," then showing a tweet from Phil Damaris, who spearheaded the effort against the park. This is a real advertisement for a theme park, and when I saw this, I thought, what the hell is going on at this place? So let's find that out. This is my review of Marineland Niagara Falls and why, in my opinion, it might just be
I used
the
to live-
worst theme
I used to
park
live near this.
in North America. Now, obviously, there's a pretty big elephant in the room, or maybe make that an orca in the room. There's a lot to say about their long history with allegations of mistreatment of their animals and
Allegations
the
of
actual charges
mistreatment?
brought against the park and their late owner. I'll touch on a little bit of that towards the end of the video, but I still encourage you to do your own research if you wish to educate yourself further on the matter. I'll be focusing more on the park itself in this video, but everything is alleged unless stated otherwise, and all of this is of course my opinion. But with all of that out of the way, let's enter the park.
Jake, can you believe we're going to Marineland today? Going to Marineland! I'm so excited.
Marineland.
I can't wait to watch.
Oh my god, this is bumpy.
The cost of entry is $43.95 for children or seniors.
That's a lot of money.
$50.95 per adult.
No,
In
thank
years
you.
past, you can upgrade to a season's pass for just $5 extra, but this year it's completely free. So that's exactly what we did, as we'll visit the park twice for this video. The total for the two of us plus tax was $115.15 Canadian. Not exactly a bargain for what you're about to see.
Who needs to be an annual pass holder at Walt Disney World? I got a Marineland fun card. Let's see the map, Emmy.
Why does this dolphin look like it's been smoking for years of its life? It looks like it drinks a Diet Coke every night.
Watch out, the parking lot is inside the park apparently.
Marineland opened in 1961 by a man named John Haller. He slowly expanded the park over the next 50 years, and by the early 2000s, Marineland now encompassed a staggering 1,000 acres of land, which, for comparison, is larger than all 4 Walt Disney World parks put together. In reality, though, only a fraction of that land is actually being used. The rest is largely undeveloped. So, Marineland really doesn't have a layout of a traditional theme park. I don't even think you can really even call this a layout at all, actually. It's more like a series of meandering pathways. Just one walk around the main path alone is already a few miles of walking. Now, there is a tram service called the Marineland Express, which is essentially just one of those mall trains for kids. That wasn't even running both days we were here, so we were walking a lot. The pathways themselves are absolutely enormous enough to where you can fit seemingly 4 lanes of traffic on them. They feel even wider than the widest footpaths in Magic Kingdom. There's also a train line that runs right through the front of the park. This isn't a current attraction, it's an industrial train line that connects 2 factories on either side of the park's property. It's just very weird. Some of these pathways would also just literally lead to dead ends. In one case, over in Arctic Cove, there's just a massive pathway that has no signs and seems to just lead to nothing. I think this was the intended path to a never-built attraction, but I'll get into that a little later. Sprinkled throughout these barren, wide footpaths are medieval structures that are, in all honesty, not bad in terms of theming. Some themed buildings have nice details, and if it weren't for their surroundings, could be quite immersive. To be fair, I don't think they were going for escapism here. I suppose it was popular in the 60s and 70s to make things look medieval, but I'm not exactly sure what the storyline is here, and why there are random turrets and villages sparsely spread around this massive park. Plus, this is all alongside the regular buildings, which just look like they were built in the 70s. They were modern back then, but now just look incredibly dated. Although I will admit they are charming in a way. The entire property has this hometown theme park feeling. Really though, being in a park this large with such a weird layout was made even weirder by the lack of people. Now, we went on a Thursday, so I thought maybe we had just picked a particularly slow day of the season. So we returned on a Saturday, and there were quite a bit more people, but the sheer size of everything still made the park feel empty. You could easily walk on any attraction without a wait, and sometimes you could just walk into random areas of the park and be completely isolated. There were so few people on our first day there that vehicles would often drive down the guest pathways. I mean, we saw golf carts, Mercedes SUVs, pickup trucks, construction equipment, and even an old tractor. It got to the point where we were seeing more vehicles than we were guests. With such vast space and the hot
this place must have been popping back in the day, though.
Shade, you'd think that Marineland would at least have well-placed food and drink stands, right? Yeah, no. There are technically 2 quick-service restaurants at the front of the park. Only one of them were operating. The other had strollers working at the kitchen, so I guess nobody wanted to eat there. There were probably another 5 or 6 food stands spread around the park that were just not open at all. Only one of the food stands was open apart from the main restaurant, making it quite the walk if you wanted to bite to eat. I could chalk that up to staffing shortages in the pre-summer season though. But this is an amusement park, so what about the rides?
They gotta be shutting the shit down
has a total of 16 attractions. Pretty much all of them are off-the-shelf flat rides, 13 of which were designed for small children, with only some of those attractions themed to cohesively fit the park, some not even operating at all and easily mistakable for being abandoned, and just some simply showing their age. Now, there are 3 of them that provide a little more intensity, the most famous of which is the Sky Screamer, functioning as their e-ticket attraction and kind of serving as the park's icon. Now, I don't like drop towers, so I didn't go on it, but from what I understand, it's pretty good solely because of its unique view of Niagara Falls. The only issue is that it's on top of a very large hill that you have to climb over a very long and steep pathway. Then there's the newest attraction to open at Marineland, Star Voyager. Just like many others, it's a pretty standard off-the-shelf ride from the Zyre Company. Before this though, the infamous Topple Tower attraction stood on the site. It opened in 2007 and constantly had maintenance problems until they just stopped operating it altogether.
Yeah.
It sat abandoned for years until they finally replaced it with this, a pretty generic flat thrill ride in 2021. There's also a water play area, which is also a relatively new addition, which apparently is only open in July and August. Finally, there's the roller coaster. And oh boy, is this a weird one. Dragon Mountain is Marineland's one and only roller coaster, and it is the very definition of bizarre. The park touts it as the world's largest non-stop roller coaster, covering a staggering 30 acres of land.
What the fuck?
The original plan for this attraction was extremely ambitious, as John Haller wanted to build a large mountain with volcano elements, several tunnels, and a quarter-scale replica of Niagara Falls. So, Aerodynamics designed a coaster to meet this vision. Unfortunately, the budget was deducted halfway through, and the attraction opened pretty much unfinished in 1983. It had stayed that way for years afterwards, with metal framing surrounding the helix where the volcano was intended to go. Where the falls replica was slated, just a tunnel of steel framing was constructed and left that way until 2006, when it was finally torn down. The same year also saw the volcano helix get completed, but everything else was just never finished, which is why the track layout is just so strange. Coaster Studios' video is much more in-depth from an enthusiast point of view, and you can go watch it through the link in the description below. But for me personally, this was a rough, pretty unenjoyable ride. Nothing about this felt very safe or even maintained. Its track is the opposite of smooth, and its jerky design elements feel like someone built it on Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. Because this ride never saw its entire vision built, there's now just entirely straight sections over a field. There is something to be said on how weird this roller coaster actually is, which makes it kinda cool in that aspect. It's also neat to see a high-speed train travel through a forest like this, even if it feels like your head is going to be chopped off by tree branches. What's much less fun to laugh at are the animal exhibits. This is Marineland after all, so what do they have for marine life? 3 times daily, there's a dolphin and other marine mammals show, which Marineland calls the educational presentation. I find it pretty blatant that they're spinning it in a way that's supposed to be completely educational, when it's really just a trick show with facts sprinkled into it. Over at Friendship Cove and Arctic Cove, you'll be able to see the beluga whales and one orca. While the underwater viewing areas will almost guarantee you a clear view of these beautiful animals, the sheer lack of size in their enclosures is extremely depressing. Kiska, their last orca, just swims around in circles in the comparatively small tank. I will say, it is a unique experience to see the intelligence of the beluga whales. I just wish it was in a different venue.
Yeah.
In addition to all of these, they do have some rather unremarkable land animal displays, including a bizarre exhibit with a shocking number of deer. Finally, there's the aquarium, where you can apparently see penguins. However, none were to be found here. Just below that 1970s style stadium is a liminal space fish tank hell. Really, at least in my opinion, all of these enclosures are pretty much the bare minimum for these animals, and none of the environments are remotely natural looking. With all of this being considered, there of course have been multiple controversies plaguing the park. Now, the park's former and late owner, John Haller, has a long personal history of what I would consider to be just straight up mistreatment of animals. animals. There have not only been allegations of him shooting random neighbors' dogs, but also not giving trainers enough resources to properly care for the animals in Marineland's care. Phil Damaris, along with other former trainers, have spoken out against the park and created a huge wave of outrage. Now, every year a protest is held, which has led the park to put up a wall around the entire entrance parking lot. So from the road, you'd barely even know what Marineland is. In response to all of this backlash, Marineland went on a pretty aggressive PR campaign with the creation of 2 YouTube videos directly addressing the controversy. One that specifically addresses the recent claims, and another rather strange one that basically says if Marineland closes, it would have a devastating effect to the local economy, which I'm not too sure about. In 2016, the Ontario SPCA, the Society for Prevention and Cruelty to Animals, charged the park with several counts of animal cruelty. Now, it's important to note that these charges were dropped, with the prosecutors claiming they had no likelihood of conviction. In 2019, Canada passed legislation outlawing the shows that used marine animals for entertainment. Marineland was then criminally charged for allegedly continuing to run the shows that did just that. The park denied these allegations, saying the shows were used for educational purposes only, and the charges are being returned to court in early 2022. But really, that's just scratching the surface of Marineland, and specifically John Holler. Once again, I encourage you to do your own research, but quite another shocking act took place in 2004, when Holler purchased the Green Oaks Mobile Home Park across the street from Marineland. In 2009, Holler evicted all 47 families living at Green Oaks against their wishes. Many of whom claimed they didn't have the means to find other housing, and thus a huge amount of pushback and protesting ensued. But the eviction went through, leading to the suicide of 62-year-old Paula Millard, who wrote this on her wall. The entire trailer park is now abandoned and demolished. The property was never put to use. Alright, moving away from the more depressing stuff. With the park's creator and longtime owner John Holler now gone, the long-term future for Marineland has been put into question. There have been several big plans for future expansion. In that defense video for the park, they stated this.
They are already working on River Country, where visitors will take boat and train rides through a new exhibit where they will experience amazing new animals from Africa and Asia.
From the looks of it, this boat ride seemed to have been partially constructed, with the waterway path clearly visible in satellite images. This has yet to open. On the back of my 2018 flyer, they advertised a new exhibit called Aviary Safari. From up above, you can actually see the developed area with ponds and planted trees, along with a small gazebo.
Man came in the
This is
chat
actually
that
where
Joe
the path
Biden
from Arctic Cove was leading to. While
no-
this was
for no
advertised
reason.
and obviously somewhat built, it too never opened. There is a lot of undeveloped land with many opportunities, all of which, however, needs lots of investments, and judging by the amount of patrons here, I'm not sure they have the resources to do so.
How is
The
Marineland
official
staying
owner,
open?
as far as we know,
Are they like a
is
money
the Holler
laundering?
Family Amusements Company, and despite
It's like a
rumors
mattress
of
store in
selling
every
off
corner,
their
bro.
land
How are
and
they
even
still
being
around?
acquired by another theme park company like Six Flags, nothing has yet materialized. In my opinion, Marineland kinda sucks. It's hard to navigate, exhausting to
what
walk
is this
through,
place,
and
bro?
provides little payoff. As a theme park institution, it fails on almost every front except for the nice people working there. Sure, you can ride Sky Screamer or gawk at the weirdness of Dragon Mountain, but other than those, it's honestly pretty boring. You can easily see and do everything by 1 p.m., and that's all for $50 a person plus tax. That's a lot of money for what you're getting here. It feels like a cheap hometown theme park, but also one that has legitimate theme park rides. So it fits in the middle of this very strange
I would
Venn
be
diagram. You just
so
don't
embarrassed
feel
to work
good
here.
when leaving the park,
At
whether
least
you
it's a
feel
job,
ripped
right?
off or
But
you
it's
just
still
feel
like there's
ethically
nothing here.
bankrupt. In my
You imagine
personal opinion,
going here
I
as a
doubt
job
the
and just
animals
sitting
are
on your
being
phone for
mistreated to a
fucking 10
serious
hours a day
extent
because nobody
anymore.
shows up?
However, it is also in my opinion that
Sounds
no
boring.
marine animal this large should be in a tank this small. An animal that objectively dives 300 feet and can travel 100 miles in a day. If you want to learn about these creatures, go watch a documentary or read a book. I am
Or
highly
get a boat.
skeptical of the fact
Don't they
that
have, like,
people
boating
go to
tours?
these parks to learn about the animals, and the only reason to keep them around is to teach people about them. I stood at the tanks for quite a while and observed how people reacted. Most would just come in, take iPhone photos, and walk away. The
Yup.
vast majority were not learning anything, at least to the extent that Marineland says they are.
Giant
If we're
lizard in
being
my tree.
serious here, I'm not sure who can really make a sound argument that John Haller in the 1960s created this park for marine education. and
Nemesis, where's that
preservation.
link, bro?
This has always been about using these animals for spectacle.
You forgot
and
to send
getting
me that
tourists
link.
to spend money here. It has
There's
always
I'm
been
the
about
opinion of why
using them
hip hop
as
music is
props.
trash today.
It's honestly pretty condescending
Send me
that
that shit.
Marineland would come out swinging with a video claiming that protesters want to eliminate jobs and that they want to destroy a sound institution of education.
So the next time a radical animal liberation activist hands you a pamphlet, ask them, why are you so determined to kill jobs in Niagara Falls?
It's more than fair to feel bad about animals being held in captivity in this way. So I have no problem believing that there has been serious neglect and unethical treatment to animals here in the past. But it is all alleged, and it's important to keep in mind that nothing has resulted in actual charges. I am in no way a lifelong and devoted animal activist. I'm just a regular person with a conscience. I get the feeling there is new management and responsible minds at the helm these days. But it's a dirty and dark legacy that feels like it has tainted any future Marineland has, and the controversy will likely follow them unless they reformat in a big way. Really, I don't see why anyone would come to this park in the future. If you want to see animals in a more appropriate environment, visit the Toronto Zoo, or better yet, appreciate them from the comfort of your own home. If you're looking for thrills, go to Canada's Wonderland or Six Flags Darien Lake, all of which are cheaper to get into than Marineland. So with all of this considered, I think there is a long way to go for the park if they ever want to gain the trust of the public back. It seems like the only people who visit the park now are tourists that are unaware of the bad press. I think the best course of action
The
for the
amount of
park is just to
fucking
eliminate the animal displays
weirdo comments
altogether.
I'm getting right
They
now.
will never be free of controversy until that's done. But maybe this park could be a little more in the style of Animal Kingdom if the park was given the proper investment and vision. But until then, for me at least, I think this might just be the worst theme park in North America. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Send me that link, bro. Oh, I've seen that, dude. This fucking, we drive by this shit all the time when we go to Orlando. I'm always like, there's the wizard. Dude, there's like fucking 50 of these right next to each other. There's like giant castles and shit too. Like, and they're just fucking gift shops for Disney. It's so dumb. I think it's so fucking stupid. You could have so much cooler shit in those places that like you wouldn't have anywhere else, you know? Because you can have Disney gift shops fucking anywhere. Like, keep Disney gift shops in Disney. Like, why are they fucking 20 miles away? Like, next to like Gatorland. You know what I mean? Like, if I get off on Orange Blossom exit in Orlando, I should not be fucking coming across 100 Disney gift shops, dude. You can buy Disney fucking season passes at all these gift shops. It's crazy. Weird as fuck. Did I get scammed by DK Oldies again? Probably, bro. I heard that entire company are scammers. That entire company is all scammers. Oh, dude, I remember that blackout, dude. I was a child. How old was I? 13? Almost 13? I think I was like 12. Yeah, you're gay.
Hey, you're just mad because I'll be able to do something with my fucking guitar in hands that you'll never be able to achieve in your entire life, kid. So yeah, you're gay.
Ooh. Like that. Yo, it's funny to me because only the smart people realize that my content is bait and they don't get mad about it. It's always the fucking idiots that just don't understand like what I'm doing here. And then they get mad and then they spend all day commenting on my stuff, all day commenting on it, just adding more shit to my algorithm, just keep adding to it, adding to the numbers, adding to it. And then the algorithm goes, oh, wait, this shit's kind of popular. Let me send it to someone else. And then it sends it to the next person who gets mad. And then they do the same thing all day. Just add in fucking playtime and add in views and add in fucking comments all day. And then they go, oh shit, this shit's really popular. Let me send it to another person all day. Comment on my shit all day. And then and then all of a sudden I got 11K views on a clip that I should not have 11K views on because these fucking ignorant people cannot go a second without being miserable, dude. Just sitting on their phones at work and fucking in their bed and on their computers, just being seething over people having fun. Like, it's so fucking funny to me. Like, I have never have had so many trolls for just doing whatever the fuck I want. You know what I mean? When I was like faking it to be a streamer and like just trying to do what was like trendy and stuff, nobody made fun of me. But the moment I start fucking gaining traction and start just doing whatever I want, saying whatever I want, and calling all these people small dick losers and telling people with big trucks that have small penises and fucking all this shit, and people who put mattresses on the top of their cars are unemployed. Clearly they're not unemployed, bro. It's just funny. But now it's because of what guns I use in Titanfall. Like, how are you mad, bro? How are you mad at the people that are trying to keep this game alive, dude? There's not that many Titanfall 2 creators out there, bro. I've been streaming Titanfall 2 every fucking day. And we ain't changing. You want me to stop doing what I do in Titanfall? Pay for my setup, pay for my internet, pay for food and stuff like that. And then I'll spend my time here and do what you want to do. Until then, suck my dick, bitch. And fucking gobble these nuts. Gobble them up! Exactly, dude. Like, it just doesn't fucking matter. Just do what you want to do. Have fun. This dude's like mad. This dude's been commenting me for the last 14 hours. His name is literally shitfucks on here, bro. and he's mad that I'm using the car, and he says I'm pathetic and all this random stuff, and I'm just copy and pasting the same thing over and over again. I said, thanks again for your support by commenting, which tricks the algorithm into thinking more people want to see it, bringing this rage bait to more people just like you who can't seem to keep scrolling. Love you, dog. Oh my fuck, bro. I'm telling you, these people just like, they just can't fucking keep scrolling. You know how long it took me to learn how to just not care about what other people post too? Because I used to talk mad shit to people. I used to do the same thing that these people do, spend hours just fucking ripping into somebody that I don't know, and ultimately nothing comes out of it. It doesn't matter, and then I feel bad about myself later on because I'm mean to somebody for no reason. Every time I edit RE footage, it makes me want to stop and play again. Dude, that's how you know that's... I was just watching a video earlier where a guy was talking about that. He goes, you know, when you're editing in a game footage and it like makes literally like, you literally are like, man, I'd rather be playing this fucking game right now. That's how you know you got a good game. That's how you know you found a game that you really like. This dude said, how many times do you have to wake up in the mirror each morning and actually believe it? And I said 1 million views and 1K subs, and it's because of people like you with all the support. Because of people like you, I'll be making money from YouTube. Big ups to all my fans. Love it, dude. Love it, baby. Bring on the hate. Oh yeah, dude. We're hitting one right now, dude. I got 2K views in the last 15 minutes for some reason. I don't know what's going on. But that's when all the fucking hate starts coming. Oh yeah, bro. That shit's fucking jumping right now. Big ups to all my fans, bruh. Big ups. We don't need it. It's like you watch one Juice World fucking thing, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, you like that one? What about this Juice World video? What about this Juice World video? Oh, what about this Juice World video, though? Like, oh, okay, dude. I don't need any more. I just watched one. Oh, we haven't actually checked to see who's streaming yet today. Let's see. Is Jinxie on? No. Juice WRLD passed a couple years ago. Oh, a drug overdose on his airplane. They found 70 pounds of drugs. 70 pounds. He was being used by a gang in Chicago to move weight. It just so happened that he ended up turning into a superstar while it was happening. So, do what you want there, you know? Make up your own opinions on that. It's on Vice, dude.
As far as the eye can see, the great...
I don't know if we can even watch stuff from Vice on while we're streaming YouTube. I know I can on Twitch.
We've been talking a lot about content farms recently, and unfortunately in the news that is included in that is Sniper Wolf.
Hello friends, it's me, and today is Darman Monday.
Shut up, bitch!
We've got two big things in the news right now, and by the news I mean just on the internet. I'm not the news, if just in case I'm very opinionated and stupid, but this is not a very professional thing we're doing here. I hope you know that, right guys? Like, I don't have any sort of journalistic integrity. I just want to talk about shit, and I don't like it. A lot of the shit that I talk about is stuff that I don't like. I get really passionate about. Anyways, content farms. That's what we're talking about. Not exactly a terrible thing, right? Some content farms, it's good content. You can make good content and farm it. That's what I do. Minus the good part. Gaming channels for years have been content farms. You just make a let's play of a video. You can just go play a game and then upload it. Boom, bazinga. That's what I did for a long time. And there's so many levels to it, and there's so much context, and there's so much nuance, and there's shades of it, all right? And now we have two very distinct and bold shades that stick out from the rest. Sniper Wolf's content, trash, and other terrible reaction content like that is like Sniper Wolf centric, basically, that she's the main person.
And today we are checking out some TikToks that give me secondhand embarrassment.
And then now fucking Quabblecop. Dude, Quabblecop, what are you doing, man?
Okay, wow, this does look interesting, but let's keep breaking the one block. Now, as far as I'm aware, we should be able to get custom lava items. So let's just keep breaking this until we get one of them.
I hate AI content. I don't hate AI necessarily, but I do dislike it. I probably said that I hate it, but I don't. I don't hate anything I don't know, all right? And even though I don't know AI, I don't hate it yet. I would offer it some love and hospitality. There's a couple things that I want to talk about in today's video. Namely, a person from Sniper Wolf's community reached out to me, a person that shall remain nameless and anonymous. And
Makes
honestly, some of the text messages that were sent, I'm gonna try to cut them up a little bit so they don't get exposed.
What? Sniper Wolf, yeah. Yeah, she's being sued, bro. You know all of her content's fake, right? She doesn't even watch videos, dog. It's all scripted. Her husband used to play the games for her, and then she would react to it. She would react to it and pretend that she was playing. And then when she got caught doing that, they changed her name to Sniper Wolf. And he would gather all these clips and then put them in together. And then he would create a script for her. And then she would just read off the script and look and act like surprised about what she was watching. She never actually watched anything. Her name was like Super Sexy Sniper or some shit back in the day. That's why it's with 3 S's. People do that, bro. Yes. It's crazy. That's why when people go to me, they go, have fun being sued like Sniper Wolf. And I'm like, I'm not faking any of this, dude. There's nothing scripted. I'm here. I'm fucking saying whatever I want. And I do it for hours live. Like, how am I scripting? There's no script. We chilling, dog. We chilling, you bozos.
Because this is it's not good for the person. It's pretty standard for Sniper Wolf, but we got some interesting information here. If you don't know, recently Evan, Sniper Wolf's husband, Mr. Sausage Boy 69, or whatever the fuck his name was, awesome guy, he sued her and claimed that he did all the work from the very beginning and is owed a 50% split. Sausage would play video games such as Call of Duty or Metal Gear and record his gameplay. Then he would prepare a script for Leah so she could read over the gameplay and make it look like she was the one playing. And then their romantic relationship ceased last year, and there's a bunch of court documents. You can check out the Mad Catsters video on it. Much better than mine, but I made one last week just in case you would like to watch it. We got some more stuff in this one, all right, guys? We got proof of some stuff, some interesting stuff that I'm invested in this story now. I'm sorry if it's really unfortunate. I'm gonna be honest, I just want to see this whole thing kind of crumble, and I'm gonna do whatever I can to be a part of it, I guess. It's a really interesting and fun thing that's happening right now, guys. Sort of like when they tore that statue of Saddam down in Iraq, or when they ripped that wall down.
You will answer our questions. Kiss my ass!
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall. Reagan smash. So back to the first point of this video. We have content farms. All right, guys, I wanted to talk about this. I tried to make the point a little bit in my Quebblecop AI video, but now with the Sniper Wolf thing happening again and Jack's Films just annihilating her.
I'm feeling like it could be special bingo time. We're gonna do 4 corners bingo. We've never done it before. And I'm tired, damn it. I'm tired of never having done 4 corners bingo.
I really want to have a more formal comparison. Which is worse, do you think, down below? I think that they are both as bad. I really genuinely do. I think they are both as bad. Sniper Wolf is a person. She's not this AI creature that's taking advantage of people. She's just a person taking advantage of people. And Quebblecop is a person that is making an AI creature to take advantage of people. And by that, I mean like reaction content. I really don't know. Like, where is the more, I genuinely don't understand. And when I say that I think one is worse, I think that it's like, it's neck and neck. It's like really close. It's really close. I just want to know what you guys think mainly of it. We'll go into some
this dude's still talking shit to me, bro, and I'm still copying and pasting the same thing to him. I believe that most of Quebblecop's AI videos are just script written videos that are recorded by a human, and then the script is then read by a human and dubbed with an AI voice or something like that, because the inflection is there. There's a lot of things in this that I just don't believe exist in AI technology yet, and I, for some reason, doubt Quebblecop invented it.
Hey guys, I have to apologize to everybody on YouTube. I did not rob that bank. It was all AI generated.
But he's fucking doubling down. This man goes hard on Twitter. He loves AI. He is hard for AI, sexually. He's into that. I have proof. I have 3-page document, white papers proof. Someone in the Quebblecop community came to me with proof of this. Not really. I lied. It's just scripted videos, and that's what Sniper Wolf's videos are. Now, Evan no longer scripts them, so they're not as good. The views have fallen in half, and I don't know if that's because Evan stopped working on them. They weren't that great before. In all honesty, like, they've been really bad for a long time, but now it's even worse. I don't know if the views have fallen in half because of Jack's Films or Evan no longer being involved or whatever. Who's writing the scripts now? The content is very similar in nature. You could replace Sniper Wolf with an AI. Would it be worse or better? That's what I want to know. That's what I can't quite wrap my head around. That's what I can't figure out. There's a moral implication to replacing a human being with an AI that does this kind of content. And there's also a moral implication to just reacting to videos on YouTube and there's a moral implication to basically everything we do. I just want to be good with the man upstairs, right? So for now, the real difference between these two people is one has a little really ugly avatar in the top corner and one is a beautiful woman. But maybe not for long. I mean, check this shit out. She already had an AI video. Look at this.
Do you not believe me that I am the real Sniper Wolf?
No, you are Leah, and you are not the real Sniper Wolf. I am the real Sniper Wolf.
What did she say?
I created an AI of myself. You created it? Really? You created that. Guys, imagine being told you're not real by an AI. Dead ass. Well, we've got to give it to Quebblecop's AI.
Dead ass.
That was fucking terrible compared to his. Jordy, in general, is going down the fully AI created route. He's now in his Quebblecop AI 2.0.
I wouldn't trade this in for anything in the world.
Where he's just like this photorealistic guy, and it's just his face, and it's got the facial expressions edited over it or generated over it. I don't like it at all. And Sniper Wolf is going down the route of ChatGPT reactions.
Quebblecop
kind of no longer has a scriptwriter. She just has
legit
an AI program to write the scripts for her.
Bro is on the toilet. No, all business up top and then taking care of business on the bottom.
They're both trying to create infinite money farms. I don't see why you would want to do either one of these things unless you're just trying to make money with very little effort. I mean, that's what reaction content is at the end of the day. It's cool to edit it and whatever and stuff. It's possible to make it entertaining. It's possible to make it good. There's a lot of good reaction channels like Soup, for example, and Schlatt watching TikToks. I feel like those are good. That's good content. This is just the evil aspects of that. So for now, Sniper Wolf's version of this infinite money content farm is working a lot better than Kwebbelkop's. But for how long? How long? She's fallen off, and Queb, he's been up a little bit lately. He's been in Dexerto, and people are writing articles about him, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day. You need to get people to talk about you if you want to get somewhere, if you want to become famous, if you want to do something. One thing about Kwebbelkop, though, is he's already very famous, and the views that he gets now are terrible in comparison. So, once again, another can of worms. I don't know what the f I'm even talking about. I'm going to have some peanut butter.
I fucking love peanut butter, dude. What the fuck? Not like that, dude. Not like that, though.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jax Films tomorrow released a video and exposed that Sniper Wolf was in fact using an AI in some videos or for some parts of some videos. Like I mentioned, the Kwebbelkop 2.0 AI, if she just had an AI of herself and never changed her backdrop and then had the parts of the, let's say, reacting to a Darman video where she was just sitting there, it was AI generated, and then pause, and then you just only record 20% of the video, she could do that. She should ignore the haters and do that, because that's more content for me if she does. So I'm really excited about that. It seems like the end is coming, though. Like, this is very end is coming type. 6 months are left on the clock for the Roman Empire. The fall of the Roman Empire has begun. We're in it. We're in it right now. We're in late stage civilization, and Sniper Wolf and Kwebbelkop are the two prime examples of why I'm moving to the woods in a cabin very soon.
Damn, dude, I miss living in the woods.
To Sniper Wolf, though, her reactions
living in Connecticut was so good.
Better than this. They're definitely better than Kwebbelkop AI reactions. Case in point. So I don't know if this is AI generated or just Kwebbelkop. The lips look, the mouth looks fake. He's like a fucking animatronic. It's so freaky. I don't know if it's him or what. It's freaking me out, though. I think it's AI. Like, it genuinely, I can't tell what's real now. I can't tell what's real. Help!
Look at this dog in the back.
Kwebbelkop just took a video of himself and then green screened it and then had an AI move his lips to a script. I don't know if that's lazier than what she's doing. She uses her actual likeness. I really don't know. Wait until Jack discovers Kwebbelkop, though. In fact, if we did the Sniper Wolf bingo,
I'm feeling like it could be special bingo time. We're gonna do 4 corners bingo. We've never done it before.
Okay, valid. Okay, valid. Okay, valid. Okay, valid. Okay. For both of these channels, Kwebbelkop and Sniper Wolf, things are not going well. Kwebbelkop is kind of on the come up a little bit, but at the same simultaneous time, Sniper Wolf's on the downfall, sort of. She's not really, I mean, her views are way worse than they were. They're still not terrible, right? But they've gone down a lot. They've gone down a whole lot. And Jax Films is the one really, truly putting in the work on this. He's made so many videos about Sniper Wolf. I think every one of his videos for the last months has been a Sniper Wolf video. Look at this. That's pretty funny. In this video a day ago, she got called out for not crediting someone in one of her TikTok videos, and instead of crediting them, she just deleted it. Things are going very bad for Sniper Wolf. There's a massive, I would call it a revolution.
It's like when I react, if I react to something and I make a video out of it and post it, you get credit for it at least. Like, what the fuck?
Do you know the #1 rule in Rocket League? Well, it's rule #1.
Turbo pulls an attempt, Squishy and Turbo to respect rule #1 there in the corner. We'll see how long they maintain this one.
Rule #1 is an unwritten rule of Rocket League that says if you crash into an opponent, you two stay there until someone scores, the timer hits 0, or in some cases until a teammate frees you from this headlock by ramming into you. And this rule is as old as the game itself.
At this point, they were already down 2-0.
Fuck that rule, dude.
Oh, my rule 1 is commenced on the backboard.
Rule #1 is usually respected in casual and pro play. And breaking contact first is seen as extremely shameful.
Yeah, breaking rule #1 in front of an audience. That's
Always break rule #1.
Your teammates can choose to score on their own net as a show of penance, unless karma gets you first.
Just take a little fight midfield. Now what some would argue is rule #1, and now the follow-up scrub killer.
Do you know the #1 rule in Rocket League? Well, it's rule number 1.
Turbo Pulse attempts, Squishy and Turbo.
They got a
respect
headlock.
rule number
Fucking
1 there in the
cares?
corner.
I'll break that shit all day, dude. I used to play Rocket League all the time, man. It used to be my main game back in the day before I fucking started making any sort of content or posting anything at all. It was so much fun. My favorite kind of weed is cocaine.
Skip it up and that up. So I know a lot of YouTubers say this. Usually when they're in trouble, they say it. So but anyway, but this is not a video that I wanted to make. But it has to be made so you understand the situation and why things for a while are going to be changing. This video will be monetized, and the reason why it will be monetized is because YouTube sends a video out to more people when a video is monetized, because the more people watch it, the more money YouTube makes. So when a video is not monetized, it does not spread as far. And this is something I need to get out there. Hopefully you're understanding. Anyway, moving on from that. Some of you don't know, because I've talked about it on and off seldomly in live streams, but if you're just on this main channel and you don't watch my live streams, you may not know. Late February, my daughter was diagnosed with something called Stevens-Johnson syndrome. Stevens-Johnson syndrome is an interaction you have from a medication where basically your body ends up, like she was on an antibiotic, and your own immune system ends up attacking your skin, and it could have been fatal. And there was some points where it was close. Like when she went to the pediatric ICU initially, she had 106-degree fever, and when they performed some surgeries on her, it went down to 92 degrees. That's Fahrenheit.
Wow.
106 and 92 are in Fahrenheit. And when it initially happened, I used,
that's nuts, dude,
live streams and things like that to escape, and it kind of worked. It gave me the illusion of a normalcy, and thankfully my daughter has healed in many ways. She's running, she's playing, she's recuperating, minus one very big thing which we found out today, and I knew this was coming, and it's part of the reason why I've been erratic the past couple months. She went for an evaluation, and chances are that she's not going to get her sight back. In the beginning, they said that there was a 90% chance she was going to get her sight back, then now it's down to none. And I need to, for a while, mentally digest that, is the best way to put it. And it's been part of the reason why, a big part of the reason why, on streams, like I haven't streamed as much. My streams have been shorter. So, and I've had moments on streams, and instead of me putting myself in a situation where I know I'm not into it and I could have more disastrous moments, I'm going to be stepping away from streaming indefinitely for a while. I rather stay in a bubble, be creative. When I have dark moments in my life like this, being creative is the best thing for me, and I rather just make higher production value YouTube videos, like finishing up something like this, which I'm going to do.
Pee-pee.
And I just need to step away. I do enjoy streaming. I genuinely do. I will go back to it, but I know right now it's not a healthy thing for me with what's going on. And I think I owed everyone here an explanation so you understand the gravity of the situation and why, you know, instead of me just disappearing and not streaming anymore for a while, you know what's going on. I appreciate Jay, my editor. He offered. I didn't even ask. He's going to be doing a few streams a week, so there'll be that. Go to RTU Streams. You could check him out. He's a funny dude. We work together well. But while I'm not streaming there, he'll stream there a few days a week, and I appreciate that for him doing that. Yeah, this has been the worst year of my life. And I will commend myself a little bit here.
Such a good creator, man. I feel so bad for him.
Maintained some semblance of sanity, which I didn't think in a situation like this I would do. But I also know that I need to focus on all of my kids. I need to focus on me, my health, because I've let that slip due to other circumstances going on. And when I'm in a really crappy place, the best thing I could do is, and I'm going to kind of stay in a metaphorical ivory tower. To be quite frank with you, some days with what's going on, I don't feel like doing shit. And with the modicum of energy that I have,
4chan has been host to many criminals throughout the years. From animal abusers to vandals, hell, even bank robbers have shared details of their criminal activities to the notorious website. While 4chan is generally an anything-goes kind of place, thankfully, when it comes to criminality, fellow board members will often report these braggadocious lawbreakers in an attempt to get them arrested. And many of these arrests, especially those stemming from more heinous crimes, have resulted in lengthy prison sentences, with some of 4chan's most infamous criminals currently serving time as I'm recording this video. From an extremist 4chaner caught trying to sabotage a power plant, to a heartless murderer posting photos of his victims to the boards, to a deranged 4chan teen murdering his stepmom with a samurai sword, these are the 4chan users in prison right now. I'd like to thank Displate for sponsoring today's video. They make these bad to extremists. After all, much of the site's notorious reputation developed over the last decade has come from lone wolf radicals taking to its boards to announce their plans of violence. Though few of these would-be terrorists were as vocal as the Mole Man, an individual that plotted to blow up a fucking power plant. This bizarre 4chan tale begins with 26-year-old Alberta, Canada man Kelvin Gregory Maurer. Not much is known about Kelvin's early life. He's one of 3 sons and was raised in Stony Plain, Alberta. What we do know is that Kelvin dropped out of school in the 9th grade, and around the time of him leaving formal education was when his near-decade-long downward spiral into extremism began. This spiral beginning with an unhealthy addiction to the 4chan message boards. As a teenager and young adult, Kelvin frequented 4chan acting as an edgy troll of sorts under a self-created pseudonym, calling himself the Mole Man. Mole Man was a firearms enthusiast and regularly showed off his arsenal to other board members. He also had an obsession with off-the-grid living, and very much on brand with his 4chan alias, he had a fascination with subterranean bunkers, even going as far as digging some bug-out bunkers of his own, sharing photos of his work with others on 4chan who were convinced of a near-future doomsday scenario. Kelvin, as Mole Man, made many friends while browsing 4chan and even met some of these individuals IRL, with this motley crew of Anons going out into the wilderness together for camping trips and to shoot guns. Over time, the young 4chaners' activity went from peculiar to possibly even illegal, with Kelvin allegedly acquiring several prohibited weapons, including a fully automatic AK-47 and explosive devices. His posts would grow more radical around this time as well, with the Mole Man sharing radical right-wing and anti-government political views. news, these posts being somewhat concerning given the context of his firearms obsession. And eventually the Mole Man's 4chan activity would catch the attention of the feds, and let's face it, guys, the feds
You're
are
playing
all
now?
over 4chan, and
Or did you
they
get
were
jump
keeping an
scared by your
eye
own
on old
fucking
Kelvin.
video that
So
you're
just keep
you're
that in
editing?
the back of your mind, okay? While under FBI surveillance, Kelvin would make many posts of concern to 4chan. In 2018, Mole Man reportedly claimed that he knew how to manufacture a chemical that was used in explosives known as TATP. Bombs of this sort were used to
God damn it,
perpetrate
bro.
the deadly 2005 London bombings
That's funny as hell, though.
coordinated by jihadi terrorists. And while I'm not exactly sure how he came to this conclusion, in late 2020, the Mole Man began to suspect, rightly so, that he was being surveilled by the federal government. And he stopped making posts to 4chan under this alias and just continued posting there under different anonymous accounts. And needless to say, his bizarre antics and posts would continue. On January 7th of 2021, Kelvin would post to 4chan about wanting to attack a power generating station. This power plant in particular being a TransAlta Keep-Hills gas power station. And while Kelvin would go on to do this, even sharing photos of himself performing reconnaissance on the power station while equipped with an AK rifle. The poster alleged to be Kelvin says, quote, "This is too easy. Someone asked me if I work here. I just said yep, and they were like, all right." Kelvin's AK imagery was accompanied by a diagram showcasing where he planned to place timed thermite charges with the goal of bringing down the plant's transmission tower. So you got a guy that's armed, taking photos of himself, allegedly infiltrating power stations, you know, critical parts of
about to pack a bowl. I got one packed already.
Infrastructure here.
I got you.
Highly illegal, okay? And Kelvin wasn't just blowing hot air and just posting these photos for clout. The guy actually would attempt to raid a power plant and cause damage. In February of 2021, Kelvin would drive to the Obsidian Energy power plant near Spruce Grove. And while there, he allegedly vandalized a large propane tank and a storage shed on the property, reportedly causing $5,000 in damage. Fortunately, Kelvin caused no serious harm or injury to anyone at the site, but it was clear at this point that Kelvin's radical online dialogue was now manifesting into real-world action, and he needed to be stopped. The feds were moving in. Not long after his alleged power plant invasion, around midnight of February 13th of 2021, Kelvin Mole Man Maurer was arrested at his father's Parkland County residence by a cavalry of heavily armed police, these officers being accompanied by an explosives removal team. As Kelvin the Mole Man was being arrested and cops prepared for a meticulous search of the property, he teased the search crew with the following comment: "What tipped you off? You guys are gonna love this. You'll see." You know, him sort of teasing them that they were about to find some crazy shit in his dad's house. The search of Kelvin's residence would take multiple days, and the police would turn up an arsenal of various forms of weapons, including fully automatic AK-47s, tons of magazines, TATP explosive chemicals, as well as a variety of fuses that could be used to make bombs. And they also found a tan-colored shirt with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police patch, which seemed to indicate that Kelvin had been possibly trying to impersonate police in his spare time. Quote, "Just because someone looks like a police officer doesn't mean they are one." And it wasn't just weapons that they found on the property, they also found the bug-out bunker. While searching the land, officers discovered a bunker that Kelvin had dug up on his father's property. And they needed to search it, and initially they were all like, "Nah, fuck no, we're not going down there. It's probably booby-trapped," but thankfully it wasn't, and eventually it was searched, and I don't think anything of real interest was found. So naturally, Kelvin was arrested, and he was facing a litany of charges ranging from illegal firearm possession to vandalism, attacking a fucking power plant. In January of 2023, Kelvin was found guilty to 8 of the 34 charges that had been filed against him. These charges most notably relating to possessing restricted firearms, such as the fully automatic AK-47 and AK-74 assault rifles in his possession. He was ultimately sentenced to serve 6 years in prison and is behind bars currently. As a part of his sentencing, he'll be banned from possessing any sort of weapon or explosives for the rest of his life. A psychology report performed by Kelvin's defense team during his trial revealed that the man was in an insecure position at the time that he adopted the Mole Man persona and was plagued by thoughts of
Mole
worthlessness,
Man.
hopelessness,
What a terrible
and felt that
fucking
he was a failure.
name to
It seemed
use.
like his Mole Man activity was a cry for help
Spoke up?
or a
Hell yeah,
way
brother.
to find purpose. An extremely self-destructive way to do so, to say the least. In the time since committing his crime, Kelvin would become a father and has been outspokenly remorseful regarding his actions. Quote, I wish it never came to this for me to change. The hardest thing about all of this is losing my daughter. I'm ready to accept all the consequences of my actions. Hopefully Kelvin can truly reform himself and live a normal life once he finishes his time behind bars. This next story is a bizarre case involving a 4chan user becoming so desensitized by extreme content that they saw on 4chan, they ended up killing their own stepmother.
Holy
it's
shit!
The grisly case of Ruben Brathwaite. This is Ruben's 54-year-old stepmother,
This is the guy with the
Fiona
samurai sword, I
Starfield.
think.
Fiona was said to have been a joyful and selfless woman, a passionate lover of animals. This charitable woman dedicated much of her free time to rescuing and caring for dogs and other unhomed household pets. At the peak of her selfless animal-saving endeavors in 2018, Fiona was said to have had 32 animals under her care. Also under her care was her teenage stepson, Ruben. Ruben began living with his stepmother in June of 2013 after his relationship with his birth mother deteriorated. According to Ruben's own words, he loved his stepmother and even helped take care of the animals at times, with him going out on the ranch and caring for the dogs and other various creatures that she housed. Fiona supported her stepson in any way that she could, encouraging him to follow his dreams of going to college in the future. However, sadly, Ruben's life and aspirations would take a dark path in his late teenage years. Around the age of 17, Ruben would begin spending an increasing amount of time online and started taking a disturbing interest in watching incredibly violent videos on the internet. He first became exposed to these types of videos on 4chan, as users would often share around gore videos and links to access them on the site. Some of the videos that Ruben would find on 4chan included recordings of mass shootings, cartel beheadings, stuff like that. As Ruben increased his consumption of this grisly shock content, his mental state would deteriorate further, and the once lively and helpful young man would become apathetic and detached from his family. A
I never
profound
liked that
state
type
of
of content.
depression would soon follow. And as Ruben neared high school graduation, the young man found himself in a hopeless and desensitized state. He even at one point contemplated taking his own life to get out of his miserable mental circumstance. But Brathwaite was too scared to take his own life. He felt completely trapped. But then he had an idea. No longer getting the depraved dopamine hits from watching online shock content, Ruben decides that perhaps if he was to create a gory scene of his own, that it would be enough to bring him out of his depression. He thought that perhaps if he killed his own stepmother, that it would give him the rush that he needed, and that he could escape his family and start his life anew. Life would be worth living for him once again. This was the thought process of the depraved teenager. And with that being said, he would soon initiate a sinister murder plot that targeted his once beloved stepmother. On March 6, 2018, Ruben would come home from school. Nothing about him seemed off. He had a cup of tea with his stepmom and her mother, who was visiting for a brief period of time. After finishing tea, he went outside and tended to the chickens and other farm animals under the family's care. And later in the evening, after his stepmom's visitor had left, the woman began to settle in for the night. And it was at this time where he would enact his murderous plan. Ruben would procure a samurai sword from under his bed, as well as an axe that he got from an outdoor shed. Once he was fully armed, he initiated a ploy to get his mother to come outside. What he did was tell her that he had found an injured cat and needed her to come check it out. When the unsuspecting woman finally came outside, Ruben proceeded to violently attack her, hitting her in the head with the blunt side of his axe, causing her to fall to the ground seemingly unconscious. As she laid there completely defenseless, Ruben would continue his assault, hitting her in the head with the object several more times, and he eventually finished his stepmother off by slitting her throat with his samurai sword. Ruben would then take photos of his victim and attempt to upload them to the internet. However, apparently he didn't have service at the time and the upload was unsuccessful. And at this point, he would call police and coldly admit to his murder and tell them that he was the one responsible. Quote, "I told Fiona that the cat was outside and it was injured. When she stepped outside the door, I hit her with the axe. There was a crack of the bone and blood was coming out. I could see her brain.
Holy
I used the samurai sword to slice her neck. When police arrived, he would elaborate to them why he murdered his stepmom. Quote, "I wanted to kill her without distress. I wanted her dead so that I could have a life. But I didn't want to kill her in any psychotic way." He also told police that he hit her with the axe so that she would be unconscious before slitting her throat, because he felt it would cause less distress. And with these statements that Ruben is giving to police and the courts, it becomes clear how desensitized he truly had become to this sort of violent gore content that he was watching on 4chan. He was able to calmly talk about this stuff like he was just discussing the weather with somebody. Ruben would later be administered a mental health evaluation, and surprisingly, the results of this test indicated that he wasn't suffering from any acute mental illness at the time of the crime's committal. As a result of the brutal murder of his stepmother, Ruben Brathwaite was given a life sentence. He'll have a chance to make parole after serving 15 years in custody. This story is an unsettling murder case involving 4chan, where it's thought that a killer posted the coordinates of his victim's body to the boards. In 2007, 18-year-old Emily Sander was working as a secretary as well as an internet porn model who went by the pseudonym Zoe Zane. She had been recruited into the porn industry shortly after her 18th birthday and was keeping the occupation mostly a secret except for those in her close inner circle. The woman was said to have had somewhat of a large online following.
4chan is like this website that's like made for trolls, bro. Like, you remember that thing back in the day where people were doing hashtag cut for Bieber, like where people were cutting themselves with Justin Bieber? That's where it came from. It came from 4chan. It was like this made up thing that got fucking teenagers to cut themselves for fucking Justin Bieber, and it worked.
Internet porn, I guess. But this woman's adult film career and life in general would sadly be cut short. On November 23rd of 2007, Emily Sander would be seen leaving a bar in El Dorado, Kansas with a 24-year-old man named Israel Miralis. And this bar would be the last place that Emily Sander was ever seen alive. Emily would be reported missing, and once it was discovered that the last person she was with was Israel Miralis, police began investigating where this guy was. And it turns out that he had actually rented a hotel room next to the bar that they were last seen at. And when police went to search this room, they found traces of blood, but Miralis nor was Emily Sander found. And after the hotel discovery, there really weren't any additional leads in this case. That was seemingly until
You ever take a fucking hit of weed? You ever take a hit of bud and then do this? Self-bake? Have you ever done that, Nemesis? With a hoodie on? Shit goes hard, bro. I do it with blankets, dude. I'll take a blanket and I'll sit like on this couch. And I'll put a blanket over myself. And I'll just smoke. And I'll just sit there and let it build up so I can't see. Like good old fashioned blanket bake, dude. Oh man. That shit goes hard. Another good one is take like an end table. Put a blanket over the end table, and then lay on the ground, flat on the ground, and put your head underneath the blanket, or that's on the underneath that's over the end table, and then smoke a blunt with someone on the other side. You just pass it back and forth. Good old table bake, bro. Good old table bake. Can't go wrong with a table bake. This is good. We have this thing. We used to do this thing back in the day we used to call it a Jamaican shower. You and your homies get into one of your friends' bathrooms. Whoever's got the smallest bathroom, you go to their crib and you run the shower and let it get all fucking steamy in there. And you just chill and let it get all steamy and foggy. And then you smoke a couple blunts. Ooh, because your pores open up and all this fucking shit goes into your pores. Ooh, that used to get me real fucked. But if you got to pay for water, don't do that. You know? The Jamaican shower, buddy. I don't know. I think it might be racist to call it a Jamaican shower, to be honest. I don't even know why it's called Jamaican shower. It was just, that's what we called it, a Jamaican shower. I don't know. Yeah, you went to college, bro? Not me. I'm fucking stupid. I'm a stupid guy. Yeah. We would do that in like closets too. We would do I forgot what we would call it, dude. I forgot what we would call it. It'd be I think we just call it weed parties. We would just have a weed party, bro. And we would all have our own blunt and we would sit in a closet and we would just smoke our own blunts. And if you couldn't take it anymore, you put your blunt out and you put it in the middle. And then whoever's the last person in there gets to keep all the roaches and shit. And then, yeah, that's what we used to do. It was sick, dude. We used to just bump Wiz Khalifa. I would have like 8 people at my house. We'd all be smoking joints. This is when I was poor, too. I didn't even have the money to be buying that type of weed, and I still did it. Yeah, always, bro. People would fucking quit.
Was published to 4chan.
Straight quit up.
On November
Quit
9th
on
of
us.
2007, an anonymous thread on 4chan was posted, attached with a picture of Emily Sander. The post read, "If anyone can guess their own post number, I will tell you where she is buried." A few minutes later, someone replied to this thread and was actually able to correctly guess their own post number. And well, the OP delivered. Seeing that someone got their post number correct, the OP says, quote, "WinRAR, here you go," and they attached a set of coordinates. These coordinates mark the spot on a map about 50 miles east of El Dorado in a rural area. Those coordinates being 37.76 north and 96.21 west. And on the same day at 2:20 p.m., police would discover the body of Emily Sander. Approximately 50 miles east of El Dorado, the pretty much exact location that this 4chan poster had indicated. An autopsy report indicated that Emily had been stabbed multiple times and was strangled with a telephone cord. But investigators would refuse to give additional details about how they found the body. But naturally, it's been speculated that this 4chan post was how they found it. Which of course begs the question, how did this anonymous 4chan user know the location of Emily's body?
Because he
Could
did
it have
it.
been possible that this 4chan poster
'Cause he
was
did it.
Israel himself, the killer posting to 4chan? Admittedly, on the surface, it appears that this is the case, but some have disputed the claim. There are a few ways to rationalize it not being Israel. It's possible that the 4chan post was authored by an accomplice or confidant of the killer. Keep in mind though, in follow-up investigations of the Emily Sander case, it's been confirmed by police that Israel worked alone when he committed his murder. Others suggest that the archived screenshot of the infamous Emily Sander coordinate post on 4chan is misleading. You see that the 4chan post is time-stamped just after 1 o'clock in the morning, and Emily's body was found 13 hours later at 2:20 p.m. So it appears the 4chan post came before the police body discovery, suggesting that the 4chan post was the reason that the cops found the body. But the thing about this 4chan screenshot archive of the coordinates post is that we don't actually know the local time zone of the person that took this image. So it's actually possible that it was posted after the 2:20 p.m. Central Standard Time discovery of Emily Sander's body. And if that is the case, this post is not the smoking gun that people think it is, and it's literally just somebody trolling. And I'm just gonna kind of ramble here.
It's
for a
4chan,
moment,
so it's
but
probably a troll.
It is rather unusual, like even if the 4chan post came after the real-time discovery of Emily's body, for somebody to just have such detailed information regarding the coordinates of the body's location. The actual discovery of Emily Sander's body wasn't being reported by the media until much later in that evening. So this wouldn't be like something that the average person knew about. The discovery of the body was only public knowledge until later in the night. So even if this person posted something like an hour after she was discovered, it's still really bizarre that they would know the coordinates and general location of where she was at. While it's never officially been confirmed that this post was authored by Israel, I feel like the obvious answer is the most likely in this case. Israel Miralles would be apprehended almost a month later on December 19th of 2007 in Santa Rosa de Muquez, Mexico. He was charged in the United States with capital murder, rape, and aggravated sodomy. However, there were some complications with his extradition due to him being a Mexican citizen. Miralles had an interesting defense while on trial. His defense would claim that Emily was murdered by somebody else and that he was simply the person that discovered her body, and he fled the country out of fear of being wrongly prosecuted. Needless to say, nobody was buying this. Miralles would be convicted of rape and capital murder, and on March 31st of 2010, he was sentenced to serve life in prison without the possibility of parole. While it's never been officially confirmed that Miralles was the poster behind the 4chan coordinates, it certainly seems possible that their radical beliefs and ideals to 4chan prior to initiating their attacks. In this segment, I'll be covering some mass killers that have connections to 4chan. First is the harrowing case of Brenton Tarrant. Tarrant is the man responsible for the March 15, 2019 mosque shootings that took place in Christchurch, New Zealand. This man's hate-fueled terrorist attack involving an armed assault on 2 Islamic mosques took the lives of 51 people and injured 40 more. The disturbed shooter live-streamed his first mosque killing to Facebook and perpetrated his second vicious attack while mosque members were in prayer. Brenton was on his way to attack a third mosque when he would thankfully be stopped by police and arrested. Tarrant was jailed and faced 51 counts of murder and 40 counts of attempted murder and 1 terrorism-related charge. In March of 2020, Tarrant pled guilty and was later sentenced to serve life in prison without any chance of parole. Brenton Tarrant's mosque shootings were the deadliest shootings to ever occur in New Zealand history, and in the wake of this tragedy, many were left asking the question, why would this man do this? This is a complicated question to answer, but some of Tarrant's twisted motivations for committing his attacks can be found in online posts that he made prior to launching his assault. Tarrant's attacks were undoubtedly motivated by his hatred of minority groups and believers of non-Christian religions, specifically Muslims.
Fucking
Sometime
nerd.
Before his attacks, Tarrant
Leave people alone, nerd.
A 74-page discriminatory manifesto titled The Great Replacement. This writing likely inspired by the Great Replacement theory, which is a conspiracy theory that postulates an invisible hand is orchestrating a process wherein white Europeans are being societally co-opted and replaced by Muslim migrants. In the time before his mosque attacks, accounts allegedly operated by Tarrant shared this manifesto to 4chan and other anonymous boards such as 8chan. The most unsettling of Brenton's 4chan-related activity was the fact that he shared a link to the Facebook livestream where he would eventually be showing himself killing people. One such post that was originally submitted to 8chan has been archived. And before his attack, Tarrant would say the following in this post. Well, lads, it's time to stop shitposting and make a real-life effort post. I will carry out an attack against the invaders, and I will even live stream the attack via Facebook. The Facebook link is below. By the time you read this, I should be going live. It's been a long ride, and despite all of your rampant fecklessness and degeneracy, you are all top blokes and the best bunch of cobbers a man could ask for. I have provided links to my writings below. Please do your part by spreading my message, making memes and shitposting as you usually do. If I don't survive the attack, goodbye. God bless, and I will see you all in Valhalla. He then includes about a half-dozen links that include his extremist writing.
Look at his herpes.
To the extent of his 4chan related activities prior to the attacks, this is all that has really been archived. What's uniquely baffling about the case of Brenton Tarrant in the context of this segment is that Brenton's interactions with 4chan have continued at least on one occasion since him being incarcerated. In August of 2019, due to an apparent lapse in correctional facility protocol, Brenton was allowed to send a 6-page handwritten letter from prison that would eventually be posted by the recipient to 4chan. Much of the letter appeared to be innocuous, but an essence of his replacement theory dogma still remains in his writing. Quote, I have no concern for myself, and I only worry for Europe's future. I believe there is a great conflict on the horizon. season, and unfortunately there will likely be a great amount of bloodshed. I only hope that our people can survive the coming demographic shift. When it was discovered that Brenton was exchanging letters with his apparent fans and they were being published to 4chan, there was a bit of outrage in the public regarding this. Many thought the idea of him being able to share these letters was ridiculous.
Yeah.
They criticized the corrections
Facts.
department for allowing a convicted terrorist murderer to exchange communications with some of the boards he helped radicalize. In the wake of this discovery, Terrence's mail privileges were briefly suspended, and no such correspondences have been discovered since this 2019 incident. What we know for certain is that Brenton will spend the rest of his life behind bars and will never have the opportunity to hurt innocent people again. Unfortunately, though, his actions would go on to inspire other 4chan users. Someone who was in part inspired to kill by Brenton Tarrant was the Buffalo shooter Peyton Gendron. During the early days of the pandemic, Peyton was said to have scoured internet message boards like 4chan, which he has since cited as a source of radicalization. Gendron, much like Tarrant, became fixated with this great replacement theory and even at some point allegedly read and studied some of Tarrant's writings. Peyton was a self-described white supremacist with a deep hatred for Jewish and black people. And if you think that I'm sort of just insinuating that 4chan made this guy more radical, he literally admits that it did in a diary that he kept. Quote, "Every time I think maybe I shouldn't commit an attack, I spend 5 minutes on pole, then my motivation returns," unquote. Peyton Gendron had somewhat of an interest in the writings of Brenton Tarrant and even felt somewhat inspired by his killings and wanted to do a killing spree of his own. Peyton began to come up with ideas of how he wanted to perpetrate this shooting with the intent of targeting black people in particular. He even planned and fantasized about perpetrating his mass shooting on the same day that Brenton Tarrant had committed his, on March 15th. And as many of you know, the eventual location of this mass killing would be in a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. On March 14th of 2022, Peyton would attack a Buffalo grocery store with an onslaught of ammo and weapons, while also live streaming himself doing so on Twitch, starting at about 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Peyton Gendron's racially motivated attack at this grocery store would go on to kill 10 black people. There's even a really disturbing moment in this scene, aside from all of the bloodshed, where he like points a gun at a white guy and apologizes to him as it's like he would never harm another white person or something. It's just really fucked up. The guy was crazy. And you really can see the motivation that Peyton Gendron had from Tarrant's attack. You know, the live streaming element of it, the racially motivated element of it. The guy spent a lot of time being radicalized by 4chan and Tarrant's sort of path that he laid out on that website. While many initially suspected that Gendron had ended his own life after the shootings, he was actually arrested alive. In June of 2022, Peyton would be indicted with a litany of charges by grand jury and would plead not guilty to all of them. He was charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder as a hate crime, 10 counts of second-degree murder as a hate crime, and 3 counts of second-degree attempted murder as a hate crime. 1 count of second-degree criminal possession of a weapon was added as well. And on top of all of this, he got 26 additional federal charges as well. On November 28th of 2022, Peyton would plead guilty to 15 state-level counts, 10 counts of first-degree murder, and 3 counts of attempted murder motivated by hatred, a criminal possession charge, and domestic terrorism motivated by hatred charge. Now facing serious prison time, in February of 2023, Gendron would actually apologize to the family of the victims in court, the apology falling on deaf ears as he was shortly after physically attacked.
You have made me sick. You got my family crying. I miss my sister every day. I live 3 doors down from Cat. I talk to Cat 4 times a day. My brother Ward goes up there and sit in the park where Cat like to be. My son called Cat triple black because she's so proud of her heritage. My nephew said Cat was a saint among sinners. My sister Catherine Ashley was a great person. We love our kids. We never go in no neighborhoods and take people out. Don't do it.
Gendron would go on to receive 10 concurrent life sentences
Fucking
without
emotional,
the
dude.
possibility of parole.
Mr. Gendron, please stand. There is no place for you or your ignorant, hateful, and evil ideologies in a civilized society. There can be no mercy for you, no understanding, no second chances. The damage you have caused is too great, and the people you have hurt
Pussy.
are too valuable
You
to this
bitch.
community.
Pussy.
You will never
I'd be
see
adding that to
the
the
light
end
of
of
day
everything.
as a free man ever again.
Yeah, you scumfuck.
And this is without his federal charges even being completely processed at this point. It's still possible that Peyton could get the death penalty. So I wanted to tell the stories of Peyton Gendron and Brendan Tarrant sort of back to back, as they're sort of tangentially related to each other. This next story is one of the earlier 4chaners that had been radicalized to commit a killing. Somebody that was inspired by the acts of Elliot Rodger that would go on to do their own sort of incel-inspired killing spree. Before becoming a killer, Alec Manassian was described as a quiet and reserved individual and didn't seem to possess any overtly antisocial traits. However, deep down the man felt immense turmoil. This turmoil coming from the fact that he seemingly couldn't get a girlfriend or find romantic partnership. He was an incel. Apparently experiencing some sort of crisis due to being frequently rejected by women, Alec would frequent 4chan to express his woes regarding this matter. And when notorious incel killer Elliot Rodger went on to commit the infamous Isla Vista murders, well, this was a big source of inspiration for Alec, and he would sound off in support of Elliot's martyrdom for incels on 4chan. Alec would credit Elliot Rodger as the founding father of the incel movement, and he wished to continue his work.
It was Elliot Rodger who was the father.
Basically, the founding forefather of the entire movement.
Right, right.
From Alec's point of view, the incels hoped to overthrow the Chads and Stacys of the world so that women would be forced to give them attention.
So explain to me this movement. What's this
Fucking
movement?
weird.
It's basically a movement of angry incels, such as myself, who are unable to get laid. Therefore, we want to overthrow the Chads, which would force the Stacys to be forced to reproduce with the incels.
In March of 2018, Alec began to hatch a plan to get revenge for the
What
incels
the
against society.
fuck?
His plan being to sacrifice his own life to kill Chads and Stacys. On April 23rd of 2018,
Fucking nerd,
Alec
bro.
Manassian would rent a Ryder van and go on a killing spree around the Toronto area. At 1:25 p.m., the first 911 call related to his activities was made. This call revealing that Alec Manassian was taking this Ryder van around town and striking innocent pedestrians with it in attempts to kill them. Alec's van would eventually be stopped by police at Yonge and Shepherd Street, where he would there be detained. Sadly, though, Alec's rampage had taken the lives of 11 innocent people, all killed being ran over by his van.
That's
While being
insane.
interrogated by the police, Alex said that the only reason that he stopped his attack was because some liquid had gotten on his windshield.
Then what happened?
Some people get knocked out of the way, some people roll over the top of the van. I continue doing that until
why isn't he in handcuffs?
in fact, actually, to be honest, the only reason I stopped my attack was because someone's drink got splashed on my windshield, and I was worried that I would crash the van anyway, so I decided, okay, now I wanted to do more, but I've kind of been foiled by a lack of visibility.
Alec would initially be charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder and 13 counts of attempted murder. An additional first-degree murder charge would be issued after an individual in the hospital passed away from injuries caused by him. In 2021, Alec Manassian was found guilty of all charges, and on June 13th of 2022,
Fuck this
he was
loser,
sentenced
bro.
to serve life in prison with no chance of parole. Many often like to understate the connection with 4chan and mass killers. And yes, I totally realize like 4chan is not this overarching fucking insane place where if you go there, you're literally a Nazi. But let's face it, there is somewhat of a correlation with 4chan, 8chan, and mass killers. And some of these guys got their starts with radicalization on these boards. So that is the end of the 4chan mass killers in prison segment.
Wow, dude.
Now we get to what
this is like crazy to take in, of like people use the internet in such ways that like worse than like, dude, it's hard to explain. They take the internet. It's like everybody's fucking demons. They go on the internet and they make them worse. You know? It's fucking weird. Imagine if these people actually had like positive role models in their lives. Not even positive role models, fucking normal role models. You know what I'm saying? Like how? Like obviously there's no way that the people around them are fucking normal. Like in the sense of like killing's wrong and hating people is wrong. Like if you hate anybody for color and shit like that, like that's not normal. Like that's fucking wrong. Like you're dumb. That's so fucking stupid. Like the whole thing with like fucking the LGBTQ community right now. It's like, yo, if you hate those people, you're wrong. Let them do whatever they want. Who fucking cares? I don't give a fuck. Leave them alone, dude. I wouldn't want people fucking telling me what I should and shouldn't be doing because you are like, it's like to say, it's like you shouldn't be telling anybody what they should and shouldn't be doing when it comes to that shit or anything. Don't tell me how I should live. Like, I don't want anybody telling me how I should live. So why would I tell anybody else how they should live? Fuck that. Fuck that.
What's likely the darkest story to ever unfold on 4chan. It was a horrific and at the time unprecedented act involving a murderer sharing photos of his victim to the internet moments after committing his killing. This is the story of David Kalick and the 2014 murder of his then girlfriend, Amber Lynn Coplin. This story begins with 33-year-old Washington man, David Michael Kalick. David was a man with a troubled past and a storied criminal record. A convicted felon with a long history of violence.
Look at that dumb fucking beard.
Several abusive relationships with women throughout his life. And this pattern continued when he entered a romantic partnership with 30-year-old Amber Coplin. At the time of the two meeting, Coplin was a single mother of 5 children, and she had recently gone through a divorce. While the father of her children contributed greatly to the raising of these kids, being a single mother was difficult for Amber. And it was in this tumultuous life state that she began her relationship with David Kalick. Described as a man with superficial charm, Kalick seemed a suitable partner initially, but became abusive not long after Amber had moved in with him. His vices looming heavily over the couple's relationship and negatively affecting Amber despite her unwavering dedication to the man. An incident that is exemplary of this is a situation that took place in 2012 where David had gotten into a drunken car accident. And when police arrived, Amber tried to take the blame for the crash to protect David from a DUI. Despite her efforts to protect the drunken man, David would be taken to jail for a DUI, and Amber would, of course, bail him out. Due to his criminal past, David was fearing future prosecution in relation to this DUI charge, given that he already had a history of this stuff. So after he got bailed out of jail for this, he decided that the best course of action was to flee the state of Washington. With Amber. Yes, David convinced his girlfriend to come with him, and the two up and left Washington state, with Kalick intending to hide from the court system. During this time away, Amber stopped answering her phone and communicating with her family members, which ultimately resulted in concerned relatives filing a missing persons report. Sometime later, Amber was found with Kalick by a police deputy in the state of Arizona, and the family was told that she was completely fine and wasn't being held against her will. The woman at this time very much so entranced in the spell cast by her abusive boyfriend. For those that knew Amber, this running away to Arizona incident raised red flags, and those close to her became weary of David and felt that he was a danger to her safety. And to be honest, when you fully get a grasp of David's abusive and criminal history, this concern is certainly warranted. Long before meeting Amber, Daniel had once been arrested for making violent threats and for committing assault against family members with an axe. When he was arrested for this incident, while in the back of the arrested policeman's squad car, David allegedly proceeded to bash out a window with his head. Previous romantic partners have also spoke out on their abusive experiences with David, such as one woman who had completely cut ties with him due to his drinking and violent temper, and this seemed to be a pattern throughout his adult life. And sadly, Amber was not spared from these violent tendencies. At some point during their relationship, Amber would confess to a friend that David had once punched her in the face and knocked her unconscious. She even confided that David had once attempted to drown her. In some instances, these acts of violence were so brutal that it even swayed the unwavering devotion that Amber had for her partner. An incident like this would occur in 2014 that resulted in the two breaking up in March of that year, with David replacing Amber with another girlfriend soon after, who he would also physically abuse. This fling of a relationship only lasted several months. And after this brief time away from Amber, he would indeed come back to her, and she would reluctantly get back together with David. And not long after reuniting, David's true colors revealed themselves once more. His abusive tendencies amplified. Around this time, David was reportedly drinking half a gallon of vodka a day and argued near constantly with Amber, even in front of her children. But these verbal altercations would pale in comparison to the unspeakable act that David committed against Amber in November of 2014. Amber and David were said to have gotten in a heated exchange, this altercation resulting in the incensed and drunken David verbally accosting his girlfriend yet again. And it seemed like on this particular night, Amber had finally had enough of the abuse. She decided that she was going to set a boundary for this evening, that boundary being that if you're going to be abusive and yelling at me, I don't want to be around you, so you need to sleep in a different room. Seemingly enraged by this notion, murderous thoughts began to flood David's head upon hearing this boundary request. And later in the evening, David Kalick became violent. This violence taking the form of an attack involving him strangling Amber to death. After committing his deed and witnessing the lifeless body of his girlfriend lying on the ground, one might hope for an ounce of remorse to bubble up in this man's blackened soul. But David had no such remorse. Rather, actions perpetrated by the man after his killing suggest that he was proud of what he had done. After strangling the woman he had been dating for over 2 years, he desecrated her body, writing words and drawing all over her. Kalick then took photos of the deceased woman's naked body and posted the gruesome imagery to 4chan for all in the community to see. These horrifying photos were attached with a message that read, quote, "It's way harder to strangle someone to death than it looks on the movies." Naturally, 4chan users were shocked by these photos, and they asked the uploader questions, and some even suggested that they were fake. But David allegedly responded with this, quote, "Check the news for Port Orchard, Washington in a few hours. Her son will be home from school soon. He'll find her, then call the cops. I just wanted to share the pics before they find me." When these photos were posted to 4chan, it was a sort of all hands on deck moment from the community, and it wouldn't be long before the photography was spreading all over the internet. Following the harrowing post of 4chan, the images would be shared to law enforcement as well by board members, and police would quickly begin work in tracking down the individual responsible for the grisly submission. And later in the evening, while police were trying to track down this killer, David would continuously go onto this 4chan thread and update his status and just share random thoughts about his murder. Unfortunately, though, archives of these comments have been lost to time. What happens next is the discovery of Amber Copland's body. Amber's body was discovered on the evening of November 4th by her own son, who would call police after finding it. Police would search the residence and David was nowhere to be found, but the man did leave behind a picture with words scribbled on it relating to his killing. The picture left at the crime scene said, quote, "She killed me first." And police noticed on Amber's driver's license it appeared that David had written the word "dead" on it. With Amber's body discovered, police now defined David the killer. Police were able to track David down thanks to text messages that he had sent to a friend sometime after the killing. These text messages saying, quote, "Shit is all fucked now. You'll see me in the news." And quote, "There'll be no more me, ever. You'll read about it. That's all." Metadata from these messages indicated that he was still in the Pacific Northwest and hadn't tried to flee to the other side of the country. And around this time, warrants were issued for his arrest and police were put on notice. And it wouldn't be long before police officers spotted his vehicle in Portland, Oregon. When officers attempted to pull him over, David sped away and a police chase ensued, one involving David swerving and weaving through oncoming traffic. Police would catch up to David sometime later, and on November 5th of 2014, Kalick would peacefully surrender to the Wilsonville, Oregon police and was taken into custody without incident. He was then charged with the second-degree murder of his girlfriend, Amberlynn Copland. And in the wake of these charges, it wouldn't be long before investigators discovered the messages that had been posted to 4chan, and this all of a sudden became a remarkable, unprecedented
That's funny
case.
shit, though.
It became a national
Bro, you know how many
news
shorts you
story,
can get
as
out of
this
your
was
stuff?
Really the first time that
So many
a
shorts.
murder had been connected.
You have a
not only
30-minute
to
video, bro.
4chan,
You can get a
but
short.
that, like,
You
a
can get a
murderer
short
had
out of every
posted
fucking 5
images
minutes.
of his victim just moments after killing them to the internet. Many wondered why someone would do something like this. Many psychologists at the time speculated that David did this as
That's how a lot of my
final act
shorts
of
were before
cruelty to
Titanfall
Amber
and the
her
car
loved
stuff.
ones. As killing her
When we were playing
already
the story games, I would just take, when stuff that I think is good, I would just hit clip and it would clip it, and then I would download it, and then I turn that into a short. So I'm like, if I say something dumb, and then I'm like, in my head, I'm like, oh, that was fucking really dumb, I'll clip it. If something stupid happens in a game, I'm like, oh, that was really fucking stupid, I'll clip it. If when I start a game, let's clip it, and I go, you ever play this game before? And that's the caption. That's a clip. That's a short right there. When you finish a game and the title, the credits come up, you go, oh, yeah, man, I just beat another game. Fuck yeah, that's a short. You know what I mean? There you go, dude. Yeah, I try to keep my shorts like 20 seconds and under. Yeah, dude, you can do that and then schedule them one per day at like 10 p.m. 10 p.m. Do it.
We always called each other good fellas. Like you'd say to somebody, you're gonna like this guy, he's all right. He's a good fella, he's one of us. You understand?
It's like a guy telling a story on a street corner. And that's how I learned about narrative, was how my father told stories, my mother, my friends. In this case, we took Nick Pileggi's book, Wise Guy, with images to it, camera moves, music, etc., and make it with an energy level that would just blow the place apart. But back in July of 1990, it was Warzone at a preview.
What's the world coming to?
People were upset because they weren't expecting that violence in the film was combined with humor.
Now, funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown, I amuse you?
But Warner's released the picture. Then when it finally came out, people started laughing, people were reacting, so we sat up.
We were good fellas, wise guys.
Such a good movie.
Yeah, that's right.
See, it's the highest honor they can give you.
Goodfellas influenced every mafia picture. That's
So good, bro.
Always called each
I want to
other-
watch it soon. Honestly, like, if I could do a Discord movie night and watch Goodfellas, that'd be a banger. That'd be a banger time. James Harden updates. Sided Entertainment, fuck you. Those are the ones that got me fucking suspended on YouTube when we were watching it last time. Movies in a bong. Yeah, dude. That'd be sick.
Is that time of year IGN dropped their NBA 2K24 review?
Rights to Kobe Bryant changed the face.
NBA 2K24 is like a frustratingly talented superstar who falls short of delivering championships season after season. The excellent on-court gameplay bolsters significant depth with its dedication to looking, sounding, and feeling like a genuine NBA experience, but it's sidelined by heinous microtransactions that plague many of the most popular game modes.
True.
These in-game purchases aren't just present and optional, they are essential to compete with other players online. It's especially frustrating because my career, the focal point of many changes to this year's iteration, has so much potential. But if it truly aimed to emulate the beauty of pro basketball, it would reward skill and effort more than open wallet.
I didn't get my VC, no, I got scammed. Chat, we're living in an age right now where IGN is actually spitting. No. IGN, the company that used to get on their knees, use both hands, and really stroke that shit. These niggas is spitting right now, bro. They're literally spitting right now. They used to get on their knees and suck publisher, bro. What? Are you fucking crazy? Are you insane, dog? Bro, in 2012, you could never tell me IGN would criticize a company like that. Cause they suck too much. Or they sucked. Cause they're not sucking that shit no more. Nah, thank God they hit on that note. Holy.
Despite being a little short on flashy new mechanics to boast about on the back of the box, NBA 2K24 still looks fantastic, and its on-court gameplay is incrementally stronger than ever. Topping the list of additions is the new Pro Play feature, which allows 2K to take NBA...
Hey, I remember before the game came out and I told y'all niggas making the game more realistic was gonna make it more unresponsive. I'm glad I'm fucking right again, bro. Oh my God, clap it up for me. It's almost like I've been fucking playing 2K for centuries now. I've been making the videos for dumb long. Who knows? Who knows? But that's exactly what happened, bro. What did you think was gonna happen? I'm glad it happened too. Now everybody's complaining about the latency and the delay. I've been doing that for fucking centuries, bro. It's especially bad this year. And I told y'all niggas, if they make the game look more realistic animation-wise, that was going to be the result. When you look at the most responsive 2Ks, the animations do look a little unrealistic, okay? They speed boost in different directions. The hand moves dumb fast when you click it.
NBA Live
19. 15 did not look all that realistic, bro. But was it fun as fuck to play? Correct.
Footage and translate it into in-game animations in real time. In other words, NBA 2K24 is a lot smoother than its predecessors when it comes to movement on the court, including dribbling, shooting, and pass animations.
Good move.
There are fewer immersion-breaking interactions.
If anyone ever does this to me, chat, I'm deleting app.
Shooting
this animation.
And pass
if anyone ever completes this animation on me,
immersion.
The app is being deleted. Monitors are being broken.
Breaking interactions and things feel generally more authentic.
Improvement, taking a giant.
And they
when
hit
playing
that
against teams with superstar talent in NBA 2K, players like LeBron James look and play like their real-life counterparts.
Now here's James. There's the draw.
Is this nigga playing on rookie?
The AI has also taken a small step forward, making gameplay more challenging even for series veterans. The ball consistently finds the best players, and those improved animations heighten the playing experience too. On offense, classic strategies like the pick and roll are harder to execute.
Thought it looked like
Off-ball
shit.
defenders have become smarter, adjusting to opponents' strengths.
Oh my
and
God, that was a good
weaknesses.
spin.
In the corner.
The adrenaline.
Why are y'all niggas leaving in the misses?
Adrenaline boost feature, preventing aimless dribbling, now penalizes players when their movement is disrupted, making defense a much more interactive experience. Not all of the on-court gameplay has taken a significant step forward, however.
Wait till 2K30.
Fast break gameplay is still almost entirely non-existent, which is an issue that has plagued the NBA 2K series for over a decade now.
Here's Allen.
That fucking sucks at the game, by the way.
It's also one of the most fun elements of real-life basketball, so its absence just generally makes good defense less exciting because it rarely turns into points. There are also occasional mind-boggling decisions from the AI, such as calling...
Oh my God, Fred VanVleet in a fucking Rockets jersey just looks so weird. Ew.
Erroneous timeouts late in games. You'd think the commentary would call out
last
things
year's
like
NBA.
that, but it's otherwise regularly very good, especially when playing games in the various eras of the NBA, and the ever-present halftime crew of Shaq, Ernie, and Kenny deliver stellar performances. Naturally, it's missing Charles Barkley, who insists he will never be in an NBA 2K game, but the chemistry is still very strong nonetheless.
No surprise, Steph Curry was in fine form during that first half.
Well, he's in the zone shooting it. Every time he puts up the three, he believes it's going in. Trust me, that's a great feeling.
There are some disappointments in the details, however. For instance, players rarely celebrate big moments such as game-winning shots in a convincing way. In fact, they'll go from animated in one shot to deadpan the next, something that only really comes across because of how realistic they look. NBA 2K24 excels at creating tense in-game moments, but rarely delivers a reward for them.
Wide open, he fires.
Knocks down the three.
Having the arena, including the fans, players, and coaches, properly react to big plays would go a long way in matching the NBA's famous ability to create historic moments.
Cookies. Oh shit, they about to cook, chat. They about to cook.
NBA 2K24's advancements are overshadowed by its most popular game mode, My Career, which heavily encourages in-game purchases. Even with the Black Mamba or 25th Anniversary editions, which come with 100,000 virtual currency right away, elevating your created player to a respectable rating is challenging. Progressing further requires significant time, and you'll often have to neglect the customizable features of My Career, such as dress wear, animations, or other personalized elements. Even with a lot of...
Bro, when you think about it, chat,
that sucks.
There's literally no reason to play 2K without buying microtransactions. Like, you would have to dedicate either, like... Bro, I remember one time I did the math on a video a long time ago. It's like, do you want to play the game for 100 hours so that you can fully grind your build and have your attributes? Or do you want to just buy them for $50? Because with that other 100 hours, you can actually just work and make the money back. Like it makes no sense to grind in this game for VC. For like overall and shit like that, or badges is different. Like the grind is different. But bro, nobody grinds VC in this game because you just buy it.
The effort, players who grind out VC will regularly be the lowest rated character on the court for a while. My Career positions you as an emerging starter in the NBA, frequently pitting you against players with vastly superior ratings. As a result, your character is thrust into an environment where he'll be guarding players with a major attribute difference, making playing good defense or offense virtually impossible. Effectively, the only way to play here is to pay, and that's just offensive.
Oh, offensive.
This IGN is different, nigga. Yo, this is not the same IGN from back in the day, bro. Again, on their knees, two hands still back in their throat. Bro, this is a different IGN.
It's especially absurd when you consider that most players will likely purchase the regular edition of NBA 2K24, and they will be rewarded with a created player that starts with a paltry 60 overall rating. And because of the systems at play, losing regularly nets you next to no VC.
Literally.
It establishes a maddening cycle of not having a player good enough to compete without hope of ever being able to improve them. NBA 2K24 wants you to open up your wallet and punishes you if you don't.
Deadass.
There is even further evidence of this being an intentional cycle, too. Badge progression, a mechanic that helps differentiate players from one another within specific contexts, can now deteriorate when they aren't actively being put to use.
Yeah, chat, I heard so many bad things about this feature so far. I haven't grinded my player yet, so I wouldn't know. But I heard so much bad things about this feature. This feature is going to incentivize everyone to only play one way. If you're a shooter, only shoot. That's it. That's all you should ever do. Otherwise, they're going to punish you by removing your badges, bro. It's
crazy.
So dumb. Like, what does it add? How does it improve anyone's experience? Yo, chat, we are up so many fucking subs this stream.
My Career comes with a location change this year, an open-world, Miami-inspired beachfront to roam around in. It's more dense than the previous city, with just about every turn having a
true. I don't
storefront,
pull out.
a court
Yo,
to play
I knew
on,
you
or
don't.
something to interact.
I knew you don't.
There's a variety of
How are you? Yo, Titanfall is so much fucking fun, bro.
Yo!
We're gonna be playing Titanfall tonight. We were playing earlier today, but we're just chilling right now. I gotta make dinner in a little while. And then, pretty sure I'm running Titanfall. I'm good. I can't complain, man. We just been smoking weed and watching crime shit. And then I was like, I want to see what this dude's talking about IGN because... Are you cooking? Dude, I am lazy today. So I'm not really cooking. You know, we don't really cook since I work at a restaurant. I don't like actually cooking anything anymore at home. So I'm just doing like hamburger helper, bro. Jack Cooper. Appreciate you, man. Fucking what's your favorite gun? What's your favorite gun on Timefall? Yeah, dude, hamburger helper. I think we're doing the Italian shells. Honestly, and it's gonna be fire, dude. I actually don't even care about this video anymore. I don't give a fuck. I kind of want to just smoke some weed. Listen to the music, bro.
In the future, we're hoping he's going to play guitar and do vocals.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
He's serious.
Yeah. I'm gonna try, but I just feel like at this point I've been a guitarist for this band for so long, and I'd hate to stop playing live. At the break that we have when we get back from this tour, I'm just gonna see if it's possible. Like, I don't know if there's any other like quote-unquote deathcore bands that have done that.
Yeah. Is there any A-string players that also sing?
I don't think so.
Use EMG pickups because they help you get the heaviest tone possible. Head over to emgpickups.com and use my promo code HEAVY at checkout and get 15% off. And then once
new album is like it's deathcore. Like it's,
really, what's their name?
There's stuff in there that you would say that would never fit in a deathcore song. Or
Because I would love to follow
It's
them.
got a bit of everything.
Yeah.
you guys sound proud.
We are. We're
very proud
super
of it, yeah.
excited, and I can't wait to hear it with Luandile's vocals on it now.
Yeah.
So that's our plan when we get home, is just to finish off this album and put it out next year.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a whole new beginning for us, I think, which is going to be great.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. I think it's time for you guys to have like a new life.
Yeah,
you know,
new beginnings.
Yeah, and you have like I can tell this by being around you. You're just a good energy dude.
Thank you.
It's cool.
I appreciate that.
And when you need that, dude. If it's just like one person will bring it down. Fuck, dude. It's tough to get out of that, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the band is definitely like this tour has been spirits have been good.
Oh yeah,
like
by
this
far.
tour has been so sick. It's been such a pleasure doing everything, even though we've been driving ourselves.
Yeah,
Voice
like,
of Viper.
it can be hard.
Fuck
It's like
yeah,
it
dude.
hasn't
Thank
been
you.
hard.
I'm definitely gonna follow them.
And we're like 3 weeks into driving, like every single day, like.
Yo, so if you don't know what happened to this band, the old vocalist on tour beat the shit out of the drummer to the point where he's put in the hospital. Like he almost killed him. Viper Gaming. Oh, fuck yeah. Give him that follow.
10,000 miles, and it's like been easy pretty much, you know.
Everyone's
Smooth
pulling their
sailing,
weight.
shows have been sick, tours been sick, package has been sick. Like it's been.
When your team is cool, things are easy.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, it's really important.
Yeah.
Did you guys get your IG back or what?
No.
Or so you guys started a brand new one, huh?
We just started a new one.
Fuck, that sucks.
But the engagement's pretty much the same. Like I figured too, there's probably a lot of dead accounts and bot accounts on that other one. Like there's no way there's actually 80,000 people or whatever that's gonna interact with the posts. So the people that are following the new page are the ones that support us.
And it's growing pretty quickly.
Yeah. I think it's doing pretty well.
Dude, sick, dude. Yeah,
They're
I've always wondered, I'm like, man,
they're
who's
so
even
good.
following us? Are these even like real people?
Yeah.
They're so good,
At a
too.
certain point, it's just like bot accounts and fake things, you know, to like, because if your account has lots of followers, you get followed by a lot of like ad accounts or bot accounts to like message you random things, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's kind of better knowing that now it's like super organic and just homies that are supporting us now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to know that honesty. You know. So how's the tour? Tour looks like it's been going great.
Been amazing.
Great bands. Look like you guys are in In good spirits?
Yeah, definitely. This tour's been
Ooh.
super sick from
Yeah,
beginning
dude,
up until now, and it's almost over.
I want to play Titanfall 2's story soon, and I want to do videos about trying to find all the helmets. You know what I mean? I think that'd be cool. Cause like I've played that story so many times, I love it so much. We've spent like 60 hours on Titanfall 2 in the last couple of weeks. It is so fucking good. So literally probably the best first-person shooter I've ever played in my life. I've been soloing it too, and that's what's fucking dope, dude. You know how hard it is to find a game that you can just solo nonstop? You can't. You found 25 individual helmets? I found quite a few. I just don't remember how many I found, but I've also came from Xbox, and I just never really tried to find them when I played it on PC.
Welcome back to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, THPS Pro, the mod of this game. Now, what's interesting about this game is that it just got another update. Not the actual game itself, but the mod I'm talking about. We are now at 7.4, if I'm not mistaken. And if we go to some of this, if I go to here, there's actually custom items now, which is really sick. Might as well put on the sun hat because, you know, all the pros do that, and I'm considering myself a pro at this moment. Okay, there are now 2 new maps. We got Vancouver and Slam City Jam. Plus, he added all these freaking sections, which is really sick to me. I'm gonna start with Slam City Jam. I never start with this map if I'm showing either of these maps.
Team Fortress 2, I've never played that.
Vancouver or Slam City Jam would be the next maps, but you know, I like Vancouver, and this map's all right. It's not my favorite, far from it. But I want to see how well it plays here. Okay. I mean, you know, as expected, there's out-of-bound barriers. So I like how the lighting is so far. My biggest problem with a lot of these maps is actually the lighting. Right now, it's doing all right.
You've played
you know?
Team Fortress 2.
It's not the worst thing in the world.
We'll set aside a day for it this month. This month we're playing obviously Titanfall 2 all the time. We're playing The Evil Within. Left 4 Dead 2. I want to play Outlast Trials by the end of the month. Alan Wake on the 27th. I took off from work to play that, dude, which is a crazy fucking idea to do, but you know, it's like one of my favorite like universes. And yeah, we could probably try out Team Fortress. Is Team Fortress free? Team Fortress is like isn't it like Overwatch? It's like Left 4 Dead, dude. Yeah, we're playing Left 4 Dead as well. So it's like Left 4 Dead community. The community will never let those games die. Which I think is awesome. I think that's fucking amazing, dude. It's like, I don't think like Skyrim, like the original Skyrim, I don't think Skyrim will ever die either. Overwatch is the worst version of Team Fortress 2. Okay, so we'll definitely try Team Fortress 2. I have to get my my girlfriend to play it too because she loves Overwatch.
Oh wait, is this Avatar game out? This is perfect for bad game night. Yeah, this game looks insulting. It looks so bad. Alright, perfect. $50 too, by the way. 50 clams for this. What a steal.
But when the world needed him most, he vanished.
Fan projects do a better job of doing the intro justice than this. Where's the dialogue?
Team Fortress 2
I guess
Meet
they
the
couldn't
Spy.
afford voice actors or something. They wanted to save money on it, or maybe from the strike. I have no idea.
Intruder alert! A red spy is in the base.
Protect the briefcase.
We need to protect the briefcase.
Oh, a little help here?
I got it. Stand back, son. One.
Hey, it's still here.
Gentlemen.
What the fuck? Gentlemen.
I see the briefcase is safe.
Safe and
Yeah, it is.
Tell me,
Safe and sound.
did anyone happen to kill a red spy on the way here? No?
No?
Then we still have a problem.
And a knife.
Ooh, big problem. I killed plenty of spies. The dime a dozen backstabbing scumbags. Like you. Ow. No offense.
If you managed to kill them, I assure you they were not like me. And nothing like the man loosed inside this building.
What are you, president of his fan club?
No. That would be your mother. Indeed. And now he's here to us. So listen up, boy.
Oh my god.
Or pornography starring your mother will be the second worst thing that happens to you today.
Oh.
Give me that!
Yo,
The
what the
spy has
fuck?
already breached our defenses.
Holy shit.
You've seen what he's done to our colleagues.
Brutal.
And worst of all, he could be any one of us.
Oh. Oh shit, so he can change who he is. That's cool.
He could be in this very room. He could be you. He could be me. He could even be...
Whoa! What? It was obvious. He's the red spy. Watch. He'll turn red any second now. Any second now.
Oh shit,
See?
bro.
Red! No, wait. That's blood.
Yeah, that's blood, bro.
So, we still got problem.
Big problem. All right. Who's ready to go find this spy?
Right behind you.
Oh. Yeah, that's sick. He misses her. Aww.
Ma petite chauffeur.
Oh, he misses her. Yeah, no, we'll play that game. For sure. I know my girlfriend will love it too, so we'll have to wait to play it. Or when she's ready to play it. I'll talk to her tonight about it. For sure. That looks like so much fun though. Honestly, like it's not like censored, you know what I mean? Oh, does it? Dude, we should. I'm gonna spend some time doing that sometime. We'll do that before we play it. We do a video. That would be sick. I'll have to put that down. I have a whiteboard in the kitchen on the refrigerator of ideas that I want to do, of videos I want to do. I'm gonna get a whiteboard for in here. Probably put it on the wall so I can write down my ideas as I get them. I think that'd be cool. Just put Meet the Crew. Oh fuck yeah, dude. So we'll do a Meet the Crew reaction. We see when she's coming home, actually. Spy was the best one. Dude, that was honestly very entertaining. I just texted her to see when she's coming home because I gotta end my stream around that. Scout is faster than Tracer. I like Moira. Is there someone in Team Fortress like Moira? Idiots on bikes, bro. That's kind of funny. Okay. She likes Torb. She likes playing Torb and Sigma. Ooh, let's see this. Oh. This looks nuts, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, this is Timefall 2. This is the live fire mode. Costume. The 1v1 mode is so much fun, but I don't like the guns that are in it now. That's why we don't play it. This makes me want to play Titanfall, dude. Execution that was, dude. Why does it always put me on fucking 480? Yo, that execution was crazy. Wow, dude, they need to bring that to Apex, dude. Holy shit. Titanfall 2 is always fucking gonna be better than Apex, man. From everything about it.
All riflemen to drop ships. This is not a drill.
My name is Jack Cooper, and I'm no pilot. I was just in the right place at the wrong time. Sometimes you don't get to choose your path. It chooses you.
BT, transferring authorization to new pilot. I am now linked to Rifleman Jack Cooper.
But whether or not I was meant for this doesn't matter. Because now, we are all that stands between salvation and extinction.
I'm gonna be Jack Cooper for Halloween next year.
The IMC have developed a weapon. It has the power to destroy entire worlds. Stand by for Titanfall.
He was never meant to be my Titan.
Gonna make it out of this, BT. Hang in there. Copy that, pilot.
And I never planned to be his pilot.
I think it would be sick. This is the cosplay stuff for Jack Cooper and shit on Etsy is really expensive.
will not lose another pilot. Got you.
I was already looking it up. Titanfall 2 cosplay. Have to start buying stuff like soon to have it for next year, so I don't have to spend it all at once. Titanfall Pulse Armor, custom colors, $800. That's sick. It's on sale from $750. Pyros, May, Soldiers, Heavy, Reinhardt, Engineer, Torb, Medic, Mercy, Spy, Moira. Okay, so I'll be playing Spy. I'll definitely be playing Spy then. Dude, this looks cool as fuck. Sick, dude. That's only 155. Jack Cooper helmet, 378. Now I go for like Junkrat and Sigma. She plays a couple other too. I like always being medic people. I like being support. So I usually play Mercy or Moira. You're a modern soldier with airsoft gear. That's sick, dude. See, that's cool. See, the thing is, you can take that airsoft gear and you can add stuff to it to like turn it into Titanfall gear later on if you really wanted to. That's how most cosplays start. Is people doing shit like that. All you would need is a fucking helmet, dude. That'd be so cool. Time shuttle. Oh, that's so cool. That's cool. That's sick. This is in 20 plus carts. That's the raw body of it. That's sick. Vest is small storage. Gun is decoration. Gun bag, big storage, grenade bomb. That's sick, dude. That's cool. Candy or bomb if directly translated. Understandable. Where are you from? Dude, I want to get some figurines too. I think that'd be really sick. This would be sick, dude. Let me get this and fucking paint this. Estonia. I am from Florida, USA. Florida, USA. What time is it for you right now? It is almost 4:00 p.m. for me. You've been playing airsoft for a long time? Aye.
EA Sports. Big. From 2000
that's
to
cool.
2008, they were dropping classics left and
It's
right.
cool when people have awesome
the entire
hobbies.
Street series, Def Jam Vendetta, and a few other racing games that I never knew existed.
I want to get
These
some new
arcade
hobbies. I
style
want to get
games
a
all
bike.
had
I want
one
to start
thing in
mountain
common.
biking.
They were fantastic.
Go on
Every
trails
time
and
you loaded
stuff.
one up, you were in for an exciting journey of progression and dominance, all topped off with style
Need
and
some water. I'll be
creativity.
right back.
Now you're probably asking, if all these games were so good, then why do they cease to exist after only 8 years? Well, I don't know. So I'll be diving in headfirst to find out. Steven Rechtschaffner, the founder of EA Sports Big, was a World Cup freestyle skier in the late 1970s. He witnessed the birth of snowboarding, then created an event called Border Cross, which completely inspired this first game that came out on October 26th, 2000. SSX. This is where it all started. The snowboard racing game that dazzled spectators right out of the gates. It won a handful of awards, including Console Sports Game of the Year, as well as Console Racing Game of the Year. That's a deadly combo. The wild thing about that is, out of the big three, it's ranked third, for the simple reason of they just kept on improving with each game. There was already an awesome foundation of characters and gameplay to work off of, so they wasted no time making the sequel just 1 year later.
Welcome to SSX Tricky.
SSX Tricky, based directly off of Run DMC's It's Tricky. It literally ties in with the game's feature mechanic, getting the tricky meter full, then busting out a wild, character-specific special trick that really makes you feel good inside. Speaking of character-specific, they really focused on personality as well.
Hey Luther, you're so fat the back of your neck looks like a pack of hot dogs.
From funny little in-game voice quips to pre-game banter, it really made your decision on who to play with have a little more weight to it, and I like that. This is a top 5 game in many people's lists. I haven't made an entire video about it, link in description. Although my favorite came out in 2003, SSX3, another award-winning title. And if you happen to be an Xbox gamer, you can play this one right now for a smooth $10. This is one of my favorite games of all time. An open world, 3-tiered mountain, custom stat progression, deep
my favorite one.
customization on every character, beautiful scenery that brings a tear to me eye. I could go on forever, but I already did that in my first video on this channel, link in description as well. The series then carried on with On Tour, Blur, and finally the 2012 reboot titled SSX. Not published under EA Sports Big, just EA Sports. Now these 3 weren't critically acclaimed, but they also weren't made by our new friend Steven Rechtschaffner. Ladies and gentlemen, this is clue number 1. Alright, what do we have next? In 2001, NBA Street graced our consoles with a new take on 3v3 basketball. While still having very over-the-top arcade gameplay, it was still a bit more realistic than NBA Jam, where for the first time ever, we got to see what a game breaker was.
That's a 5, player.
Yes, I purposely bricked a full court shot with Dikembe Mutombo, so the game breaker is 100% successful. But hold that thought, because this series went God mode in 2003 with NBA Street Volume 2. It had a very similar gameplay, but added the double game breaker mechanic, where it jumps to an unstoppable cutscene.
One of the best games I've ever played.
That's just music to my eyes. You were also given the opportunity to create your own character and advance through the Be a Legend mode, playing pickup games and tournaments, stealing players from other teams, and most importantly, building your character up from rookie to legend. You can do that in the first one as well. I just wanted to talk about it here because this is the one I played the most and was just playing. What I found funny was, when you play through tournaments, you always end up playing like a street legend boss. And when I played the point guard, Biggie Little, he's a really small kid, and he's supposed to be good, but I had stretch and I blocked him like 40 times. Also, Whitewater is a great name for a white guy who can make jump shots. Then, of course, they continued on with Street Volume 3 in 2005, and then Street Home Court in 2007.
Never played that one
I haven't
either.
got much to say about those two because I barely played them, but after looking at the data, they seem to be the most consistently good street games out of the entire bunch.
That's the butter, kid.
Ooh.
So we can all agree that Street Volume 2 is the best.
Yes.
And it's also the only one that our friend Steven worked on. I think we're seeing a pattern. But here's where my favorite game comes in. NFL Street 2004. I wasn't even a football fan at this point. The gameplay was just so good and replayable that I couldn't stop.
I just
The
played this not
controls
too
were
long
simple.
ago.
The style moves were satisfying. The game breakers were just game breaking. And don't even get me started on sound design.
I told you not to bring it this way. Now look what happened.
Plus, being able to create your own team and upgrade them through a series of challenges and games is a concept I wish all sports games still had today. I actually have an entire video on that. Link in description.
The fire coming! The fire coming! Yeah!
Then in that same exact year, we got NFL Street 2. EA Sports big. Let me breathe a little bit. And it was hosted by Pimp My Ride's very own Exhibit. He was like, yo, I heard you like Street 1. So we took Street 1 and made all the characters look retarded. You were able to customize the entire face in this game as opposed to just a preset, so that explains it. But a lot of the characters still look really silly. But most importantly, they added the Conquer the City game mode. That plays kind of like NBA Street's Be a Legend mode. And because this was my least played Street game, I took it upon myself to dive in that mode as a quarterback. And although my guy runs like a goblin, I plan to finish this in my free time. Compared to Street 1, there's more features including the wall juke and the double game breaker, but I still prefer the bright and simpler feel of the first game.
Are we done already?
Then Street 3 dropped in 2006, headlined by Chad Johnson and Clinton Portis.
I hope they're ready.
And it plays a lot like Street 2, except now you can run on the walls instead of just jumping off them, as well as game breakers now being tied to a single move as opposed to the entire drive. As you can see, I'm doing backflips and cartwheels and stuff. That's the game breaker. When you talk about NFL Street, nobody really mentions this one. It just feels kind of dead compared to the previous two.
Good job. Good job, dog. Yeah.
The only one I didn't play was NFL Tour in 2008, because I didn't have an Xbox 360 until 2011 when Skyrim came out. Now what sets NFL Street apart from the rest is that Steven didn't touch any of them. They were instead handled by the nice guys down at EA Tiburon. You can even see how they made the game in Street 1 here. I like watching this. It's a good time. And lastly, we have FIFA Street, starting in 2005. I only ever played the second one just this week, and it follows the standard create a player, rise through the ranks, increase your stats, and unlock new gear game mode. The gameplay is what you'd expect, and it's pretty fun. My only complaint is the tricks can get annoying because the computer can constantly make you fall over, and it just sucks. These all came out as the golden era of Street games was beginning to die off, with FIFA Street 3 being the last EA Sports big title ever in that dark year of 2008. And I know what you're asking, well, where's Steven in this? Sadly, he's gone. He's still alive, but he didn't work on these games. But there is one more game he's done, that will be at the end. So stay tuned. Alright, the Street series is over.
Nobody ever beats me.
It appears I've landed in Def Jam Vendetta 2003.
I forgot about
Here we
these
have one of
games.
the most highly respected games that I've ever heard people talk about. The professional wrestling game that combines hip-hop with pro wrestling, with the main characters being famed rappers of the 90s, 2000s era.
You about to get your ass beat.
Scarface wasted no time charging me, like I was his iPhone on 1% battery.
Get your ass out of here.
Get your ass out of
Although
here.
not labeled Street, it does kind of follow the Street formula by having a game breaker rage mechanic that can end the match quickly. Like when you light a match and blow it out right away.
This ain't no tickle fight, little man.
This is also the only game with a story mode. Pick from 4 unique fighters and help your friend Mandy get out of crippling debt with Big Daddy here.
Hey, y'all ready to kick this off the numb? I mean, you heard with me?
You hear that crack? Crack, 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 crack.
What I learned from my first playthrough that you're watching right now, it's impossible to win without studying the controls a bit. But with a bit of luck and skill, I timed my blocks, put on my socks, and went down to the docks. I plan on beating this game in my free time, and I'll probably make a video about it. And by the way, Def Jam Fight for New York is simply EA Games, not EA Sports Big. Okay, that was that singular game. What is next?
Did not know that.
Other racing games, all 3 in 2002. It appears Big saw the success in a snowboard racing game, then tried out with snowmobiles, dirt bikes, and cars. Sledstorm is the closest to SSX because it's in the snow and features both Simon and Zoe on the roster. And also,
I did like that
Steven made it. The presentation and tracks feel similar, except now you have a motor vehicle, so you can race uphill, also in a lap format, instead of just going down a mountain, which isn't as cool as going down a mountain. But it felt good. If I got this back in the day, you'd bet your sweet little I'd play it. It's high octane, it's smooth, it's crazy. Crashing made me a bit angry, but not as angry as when I played this next game.
Lex is my name and riding's my game.
Freak style. I don't know exactly how I feel about this one. Nothing against dirt bikes, I think it's a cool concept. It's just the characters are a little underwhelming and the gameplay is annoying. Was it a glaring skill issue on my part? Or is it the fact that there's only 4 usable buttons and none of them are jump? So if you're used to every other racing game that has jumps, you'll miss every gap. Unless you have boost that you can only get from landing tricks. And you land tricks by going off jumps. You see what I'm getting at here? I did eventually learn that you had to lift the left stick up, like you're doing a wheelie, to do a jump, but I don't care. There should be a jump button. And alas, we reach our final game, Shocks, the standard racing game with all types of cars. I found out very quickly that you really do be driving. There's intense cinematic cutscenes that trigger when you get 1 foot of air off a little jump. You can also gamble for cars by using the money you earn from winning races. And that's all I'll say about it, because I don't care. Because if you wanted to play a racing game back then, there were many other options. This one just got lost in the wind. Like when it's windy and you find a leaf and you throw it in the air. And you let it blow away. In conclusion, have I figured out why these games don't exist anymore? There's many possible options here. The arcade-style gameplay got old, and it was just like a novel thing that could last 8 years. Are they not viable for monetization? Are they too fun? No, no, no. It's much...
Are they too fun? Nah, it's because nobody cares about that type of shit no more. But I do. I care. Ooh.
For the frontier wars, I'm gonna kick all your asses. It may not look like much, but trust me, we're gonna need him. He's a hell of a pilot.
Great. Mac, an IMC carrier just jumped in. You better get Barker out of there quick. Copy that, Fish. I'm working on it.
I'm sending in some Hornets to keep that carrier busy. Pilots, focus on clearing out the IMC forces on the ground.
That's a double kill.
This looks nuts. This looks so different. It definitely doesn't look as smooth. Bro, I love this fucking game, bro. All right, what time is it? 4 o'clock. Oh, look, I was supposed to be home between 4 and 5. We've been on for 5 hours just chilling and smoking weed. So we're gonna hop out of here. I'm gonna fucking hang out for a little bit. I'm gonna get a video out and I'll make dinner, and then we're gonna be on to play some Titanfall 2 for the night. So I'm gonna play a lot tonight, actually. I didn't play a lot. I didn't play at all today, really. So GG's today, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. Appreciate y'all. And fucking Nemesis. If you're around tonight, I'll see you tonight, bro. You know me. Oh yeah, you already knew. You already knew. Appreciate you, bro. I'm gonna make that thumbnail too before I get on as well. So you'll see a thumbnail up on YouTube if you want to go ahead over there later on and like that. So I'll tell when I go live later, I'll tell you if it's done or not. But yeah, so because that's where like my main shit is, to be honest. So yeah, fucking I'll make a that, and then after we do the stream, I'll fucking make a video out of it, and then I'll have another video up of us. So it'll be cool. But yeah, GG.